Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Hi, we're going to go back to talking about Sololify 100. That project sucks. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. I hate this stream. This shit sucks. Come on, you little bitch. What is this bullshit? This shit sucks. Chinese, how would you say it? I'd say it like this. Yo, this shit sucks. In Chinese. West side. East side. Come on, you little bitch. Come on, you little bitch. I wonder if everything's west side to people in China. It's a good question, kid. Kind of. Why? Why the fuck not? Is Hawaii? Hawaii? This shit is taking forever. Setting the stage for you. Setting the stage for Jews. We're just setting that stage for you, you little bitch. You little bitch. Look at this athleticism. Somebody's gonna be like, I watched your stream and you were just going like this? And no one was there, and we literally thought you went bonkers. But then we watched the rest of it, and we were like, oh, this shit sucks. And we started talking at the fucking screen, too. Why? Why the fuck not, motherfuckers? Come on, you little bitch. I like when the finger's ready to click. Because it's sick. Come on, you little bitch. Yo, baby. I'm here. What up, what up? Oh, no shit, it's Trey's way. How you living, baby? Dog, did you know it's UFC? This shit is giant, son. Trey's way. Trey's way. Trey's way. Yo, baby. We got this lady fighting this other lady in the UFC, and it's sick. Sololify 100. The first ever Pepe token. The first ever girl Pepe token. Might be the only kid that's ever done it like that. He is in rarefied air. He is a tremendous striker. But it's the evolution of her game. And it's very classic ball. From being a person that was known for kickboxing to now being a dominant grappler. She is doing everything and continues to get better. I said, how in the world do you still wake up in the morning and you're motivated? She said, because martial arts, this is my job. She goes, this is my life. This is what I do my whole life with. I don't know what I would be without it. It's great. She's so dedicated to because it's not just martial arts. Dedicated to everything. I mean, she's a world-class markswoman. She's a dangerous lady, just all across the board. And when it comes to her martial arts skills, she is about as complete a mixed martial arts fighter as you're going to find. She submits people off her back. She's not all out with head kicks. I mean, she's just complete and absolutely dedicated to the pain and great Mark Starter. You're talking about a woman who lost her title at 35 years of age. They go, well, it's over. Nope, comes back, wins it again, defends it multiple times, and here she is again in a massive super fight.
This bitch is gonna destroy her. Zhang Wei, UFC 322. Two of only 5 fighters in UFC history with 3+ fights with 200+ total strikes. First matchup in UFC history between fighters who are dumbest. This is unprecedented. These bitches want to kill each other. Valentina Shevchenko is not bad looking. Zhang Wei. Okay. Valentina Shevchenko. She's from Kyrgyzstan. Co-main event, folks. Zhang Wei. This bitch is gonna kill the other woman. This bitch looks like a dude who's pissed.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed that new little drink riff we did.
Out of Beijing, China, folks. This bitch is General Tso's granddaughter. Zhang Wei. She's gonna kill this other bitch. Live from the most famous arena in the world, folks. Madison Square Garden. I'm telling you, Zhang Wei is going to beat the shit out of this girl. Like, it's not even close. Oh. This bitch is just throwing punches. Oh, she got kicked in the dick. That's a bad kick. Oh, there you go, girl. Oh, Valentina. There's blood all over this mat. It's absolutely disgusting. They need to clean this shit better. Come on, Zhang. Oh, Zhang's done. This Kyrgyzstani is whooping this bitch's ass. Come on, Zhang. Oh, Zhang, you're done, girl. This Kyrgyzstani is whooping your ass. Oh, shit. She's pissed. Zhang Wei Li is going to whoop your ass, girl. No doubt. Come on, Zhang Wei Li. This is like the first women's fight I've ever seen. Kick her ass, Zhang Wei Li. Oh, you're fucked, girl. You're fucked. This game is over. Zhang Wei Li is going to whoop your ass. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. I bet Zhang Wei Li whooped the shit out of me. Same with the other bitch. Oh, shit. Damn, this Shevchenko bitch. Shevchenko. Fighting like a fucking communist out together. This motherfucker's fighting like the Cossacks are gonna kill her. Zhang Wei Li. Why did they call it Zhang? Oh, because that's her last name. It's Wei Li Zhang. Damn, Shevchenko is just dominating this little Asian bitch. They're both Asian. Wow, this bitch is just sitting on her. This bitch looking like she's from northern Mississippi. Shevchenko, what a start. This is the closest fight I've ever watched. Zhang Wei Li, girl, come on. What up, baby? This is an intense UFC fight. Wham. Shevchenko. Ooh. Ooh. There's Islam. I like him. Who's these guys? Come on, Jang. Come on, Jang. Shevchenko can just sit on this bitch. And that big bitch in northern Mississippi. Get in there, girl. Scissor this bitch. Oh, they're kicking each other in the nuts. Jang, you're fucked, girl. Jang is fucked. Turn out the lights. Shevchenko's gonna whoop this bitch's ass. She got him in the old headlock. It's over. She's got those 27-inch pythons in there. Come on, girl. Zhang, you're getting python. This bitch is a reticulated python. Oh, she's gonna tap. She's gonna tap. Oh, fuck. She's getting elbows to the head. Tap, bitch. Tap. Motherfucker, I'd be eye poking. I'd be fingering this bitch like a bowling ball. Oh, Shang is done. Shevchenko's whooping her ass. Shevchenko is whooping her ass. I'd be punching her right in the face right now. I'd be like, huh? How you like that, bitch? How you like that, bitch? Oh, I'd be biting people, fish hooking a motherfucker. I'd be chewing their nose. Oh shit. Oh shit. She's in the old python. She's in the old python. She's getting punches to the head. She's getting punches to the head. 2-minute warning, Shane. You're done, bitch. You're done. Girl, it's time to grab an apron and pay off change because you are done, girl. With your experience, you could be a hostess, though. You're not meant for the backroom fryers like the rest of the homeless cats. This bitch is our hostess. Oh, dog. No, you're not doing shit. Headlock. 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 Jane, come on, girl. Oh, you're fucked, baby. Baby, you done. It's over for you, girl. Man, I bet this girl is such a fucking roll in the hay. I would be headbutting.
thought that he would be dealing a little bit more coming back in her direction. At this point, he really has.
Dang. Zhang Li is fucked. This bitch is done. Oh, she's taking it in the face. She's taking it in the face. Zhang Li. Come on, baby. Zhang, girl. Zhang is fucked. Yet she gets up like a fucking Rottweiler. I like when they talk to her. Bitch, you are fucked. She's like, no, I'm not. I've got this. I am amazed at how small these bitches' chests are. I'm bigger than that. I like this other bitch. Yo, Sarukian versus Hooker. Dohan Qatar hero. Whoop her ass. Man, Zhang Li looks so good, but then just gets sat on. Why don't they talk to the other girl? I don't see if I see the other girl like, bitch, you are whooping these bitches ass. Oh, I would have caught the foot and then threw her ass on the ground and beat the shit out of her. She's on soup. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, yeah, unbelievable. Oh, no. Bitch. Oh, that was a big time win. Thread sucks. Everybody knows Thread sucks. Thread is the worst. 2-0. Korean John. What? Chin's like, this girl is fucked. Here goes MMA. Oh, it was a kick to the kidney. Come on, Shevchenko. Get your shit together, girl. You were whooping this bitch's ass for the first 2 rounds. You got it. You got it, girl. Sit on her ass. Oh, it's over. That bitch is the last time that girl's gonna kick you. Just sit on her ass. Take off her top. Whoop her ass. Ooh, dang. Damn, girl, if she came back and won, this would be like Texas A&M over South Carolina. It would be unbelievable. Oh, no.
Yeah, it did. She did not like that. Look how I'm trying to stuck that elbow.
This bitch is tucking her elbow.
Very available whenever you have a conventional southpaw. And the smaller fighter needs to enter. So almost back leg toucher.
Will this fight go the distance? Yes. Minus 250. No, plus 185. think you girls go the distance. Corey. Oh, she grabbed her. She's fucked. She's fucked. She's in the bear hug, folks. This bitch is fucked. She is too small. She's too small. Bitch, you're done. Donovan. Oh, you're fucked, girl. Get your feet off the shit. Damn, get up, girl. Rottweiler time. Okay, let's see what their camp's in. Bitch, you just sit on this woman.
Right now, it's very slippery in the cage. In order for you not to slip, be very careful. Other than that, everything's good. Just make sure you pay attention to your right hand. Okay, you understand? Just wave the cheek at the right hand cheek. That counter right hand, that was a straight counter. We didn't let that elbow in both. Look at the feet.
Bam. This motherfucker's done. This guy's gonna destroy.
They've been together in terms of her career. The moment he started, he was right next to her side. They worked together. Downward third. It's all the knees and the kick to the body are split kick. Stop waiting. Go up top. Stop waiting. Drop that elbow with anticipation. That's what she did with Jessica. Now she's under pressure. Instagram chat how good is this body kick on dad. It is a reoccurring theme in their fights. People are so desperate to make it out that there's someone out there who is again that she is just feeling that level. If Valentina is at the high level so I can do it, you start to look for reactions that you know when it's time to go high on lately.
Sit on this bitch. I would sit on her.
Yep. The correct seems to be so level and so much smaller in terms of what Whaley can do to her that you can see her comfort level elevating and her confidence getting higher and she's looking to kind of put it on her now. No real threat of the takedown. It's gotta be interesting. John would like just, humbling our fighter, he felt like he has a fighter with a better control. Yeah. Just the accuracy. I mean, she landed over 50% of her right. They go to the show, there's like a show, but then it gets canceled. There's another video like this. I'm sorry, guys, the video didn't want.
Oh, you're done, girl. You're done. No, one time she got up. Yeah, you're done, girl. You better call your girl fucking auto parts team to help your ass. We have engine and warehouse. New engine and warehouse. Auto parts Tina's not even gonna save you from this fucking Kyrgyzstanian. This Kyrgyzstanian is pissed. No doubt. This bitch is showing that she might be the greatest female fighter in the history of females. Go to Moji. Go to Moji. Hit Boss Grills. Whaley, you are done, girl. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the UFC. This would be Texas A&M over South Carolina. Girl, you are fucked.
Right? Look, I'm going to try something so special because I'm down here. You gotta imagine, just as a doorway, he tells his company, I'd like to go back down. There's a massive fight waiting for him on the team. Hey, they created the rest of the division. But you can't deny her the opportunity to go back and take the championship that she gave him.
I mean, she only gave it away
To do this.
25 minutes. Really not her weight class.
Right? Sometimes you dare to be great. Yeah, right? And it doesn't walk over.
We also have to realize that it's 10 pounds when you're 115 pounds.
Yeah.
It's not like the difference between, 170 and 185. There's a big gap.
Oh, bitch, you're down again. Oh, this girl is done. And now she's gonna get in the fucking reticulated python for 3 fucking minutes with this fucking Kyrgyzstanian. This bitch is done. Oh, it's over, girl. Dude, shout out to Zane, though, for her fucking intensity and not giving up. General Sal taught her well. I mean that in all funniness, not to be mean and disrespectful. I don't just think it's funny if she didn't. She all thought it was disrespectful. This fight is over.
I know there isn't a second belt, but what she has done, the fact that she belongs in, really has been amazing.
My money's still on Amanda for the greatest of all time. She's not going to fight. She's not going to she finishes people.
Yeah.
There's a real argument that Shevchenko
Yeah.
is in that. She's in the discussion.
It's like my story of Boston. Not going to be one of those. But I think now we are at least out of conversation because of what Valentine did. Because again, he's another all-time great.
Yes. There is no judgment right now. I think we realize that Sean Wheeler is dominant. It's a big gap. Check it out.
Damn. Good job to the Kyrgyzstanian. You took down my girl Zhang.
I mean, an uncompetitive fight against one of the greatest.
Damn, bro, you cute.
right, so this one's called Hero, which I'm the hero, but I'm thinking through this. I know this is the very start, right body shot. Okay, here we go. Valentina did great shoulder body. The knee that she landed, the knee point, the left leg on her side. Look at this. Spinning back fist, land up Lily enters. Right into a knee, by the way. Then the counter right hand is still available for Valentina. But ultimately, it was like the takedown of Valentina Shevchenko that was different in this fight. The body kick dramatically, but like I said, it was Valentina with her strength side and her control that allowed her to beat one of the greatest female fighters of all time. And it's a complete fight. She only landed one consequential elbow in round 3. Other than that, she didn't really have a singular moment in a fight that honestly was supposed to be a different.
Yeah, who's that though? Hey, shout out to girl on the fucking hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges for live decision. For the winner, by I've seen that guy. I'm like, it's huge. I would love it if he just like beat up shot. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner and still champion, Valentina. This was a huge moment for you, and a huge moment for MMA. You were competing against one of the best fighters to ever compete in the sport. She took the challenge.
Damn, let's go whoop their ass. Like one of them big Mississippi bitches.
Was anything surprising?
And you speak English?
Challenge in my life. I knew that I never thought this way because she has super fine power knockout. The fight when it was not the fight I was working very hard. And my greatness of the power.
Well, you've been so dominant in your weight class. We needed someone to come up that looked like they had the opportunity or had a possibility of beating you. You didn't shut all that down tonight. It is the art of martial arts, and you are the best at it. You're one of the most dominant champions in the history of the sport. You are now in a position where there's not a clear contender for you after this. Where does that leave you? How do you feel about your future?
So I have traveled oceans in flyweight division. For example, in my previous childhood defense academy, was very successful at Silver fight. Mainly there was Dennis language in the main job. And also I heard 1 year, kind of hard on the solid down. So I have a lot of options to think about.
So you're still enjoying this? You're still enjoying dominating? You're still enjoying being champion?
Of course, this is my life. Martial arts is not only sport in my career, it's like my lifestyle. That's who I am, martial artist. And before my health stays in the I will do it. But first of all, I have to feel a couple of injuries. It's like follow my career in training them.
And this girl speaks well.
Right now, but I'm here. I'm still in.
Well, it has been a pleasure watching you compete. It's been an honor calling your fight. Congratulations on once again defending your flyweight title.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to my team, my coach, Kyle Pilotas, to Master to everyone who was involved in this very and I want to dedicate this job to my coach, Kyle Pilotas, because all my success is about yellow on my coach, Kyle Pilotas. 32 years I trained under leadership, and I made a amazing coach and amazing friend.
Congratulations to you, sir. And congratulations to you, Valentina. Ladies and gentlemen, the flyweight champion of the world, Valentina Shevchenko.
Damn, that was an ass kicker.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you dare to be
Baby,
great.
you
You are
look at this
one of the
chick.
greatest to ever compete in the sport, one of the greatest strawweights of all time. Do you now think that you will go back down to 150 pounds?
Nice stuff. I don't always pick the ones that like have a bunch of stuff in it because I figure, well, I could just watch out, be an idiot, but those were great. And also, if you want to see me this week, a little bit for Randy's Slow Face, all week long at the Minnesota Charcoal Hunt.
I'm gonna go to northern Mississippi and take on those big old bitches. That lock I took down. Andy Kaufman.
First, I want to do corrections to Kendall. She did a great job. Also tonight, I really did my best. I lost. I feel sorry to all the fans.
Oh, you're so sweet, girl.
Thank you guys for coming to New York TV fight, especially the fans coming from China. Thank you. I will not stop trying. I'm not going to get tired. We'll continue marching forward. Also, to all the fans right now watching from the TV, don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm still great.
Good. We love you, Zan. You look unbeatable. You could kill anybody with a vagina in China.
My team, my coaches, they have done a lot for me. Thanks to my family, my friends, everyone that supported me.
Will you continue at 150 pounds, or will you try to stay at 125?
你觉得你会是在好像打还是
One last thing before we start the clips, because as we hear if we got to 10,000 views on the last one, thank you. If we get to 20,000 views on this one, I will dress up like BGL.
Last person I wanted to thank
I'll
for
maybe
is myself.
I don't know, but if we get to
因为我觉
20,000,
得
I'll do it.
美丽是一个跌倒了再可以站起来的人，美丽是一个没有放弃的人。我非常感谢。
This bitch is like, yeah, we don't know what she's saying.
Because young lady is someone who falls and she gets up. She never gives up.
Well, it's a valiant.
Yeah, you did really well, girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zhong Wei Li.
What about Rain? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who is that?
Get ready for action.
Big old Mississippi bitch. BYD sucks. What are these llamas?
Bob was a fucking dummy. Exhibit A. Cinematic start to it, but when it comes to that, I just had some questions.
What is that?
Playing the fucking payback.
Gravy boat. Bistro. Shit looks like diarrhea. Ah, bistro. Chicken gravy. Looks like diarrhea. Lego. Fuck, that shit is expensive. Guinness. Damn, that's expensive. Fuck. That shit is too expensive. It's just plastic. I'm gonna come out with my own fucking Lego. That's super cheap. You can swallow it, chew it. Bananas, pajamas. What is this? Flashing images and scenes of life. No one gives a fuck. Hey, we have an AI therapist. Hey, guess what? I think your project sucks. What a pretty place. Shit looks sick. Madalena versus Makachev. Everybody calls him Islam. This is he's the champion. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? I'm the most decorated lightweight champion of all time. I'm proud for Bob King.
Now here's the thing, you're basically, it sounds like you're saying this. I'll answer back. It sounds like you're saying this.
Number one,
It sounds
Stella
like you're saying
Madalena.
that Kevin Holland
Guy
did not a
looks like
Spartan kick.
punch in the face a lot.
In the chest.
I'm the best UFC commentator ever.
You're saying that there was a tussle. You're saying that that was
Is he Australian? Or yep. Australia. I'm one of the best boxers in this sport. It's over, son. It's over. He whoops his ass. And still. Islam. He was born in a desert. I'm the best welterweight ever. I'm the best super heavyweight ever. I'm the best flyweight ever. Octagon. Oh. Madison Square Garden does not look that big. It looks kind of small. It's like the Jack. Oh. Islam. He's like my favorite fighter I've never seen fight. As for Conor McGregor, that's not boxing. I like his beard. Whoop his ass. Islam Makhachev. I like it with the Vaseline on. They don't put it in their hair though. It's good for soup. Make it slick. What would you say then? Dog, you're Islam Makhachev. I'm Drew Rothschild. Sickest motherfucker ever. Put Vaseline in his beard and his hair. His shit. He's Russian. Longest win streak. Second longest win streak. Go. Anderson Silva. What is up with this? Go. Who's gonna win? I am. Maybe like this motherfucker's TNT. He's dynamite. This man's face is like flat. This motherfucker's face looks like a guy. He's a meat slicer. He has no nose bridge. He looks like Artie Lang. 18-fight win streak. Has not lost in more than 10 years. That's incredible. He has no nose bridge. How does this motherfucker breathe? Okay. Most bet props on Super Bowl? Submission. Who's this guy? It's on. Jack Dilla, Madalena. This is the main event of the evening. Sponsored by Rockstar Games, Grand Theft Auto 6. I like that guy. Herb Dean. He's my favorite referee of all time, easily. Why? Because I've never seen him anywhere. This motherfucker has no nose bridge. It's time. The Garden in New York City. It's time. I don't know. He's only lost once? That's incredible. Oh. Manchenko. Whatever. Welcome. Welcome. And now, introducing you Della Magdalena. Della Magdalena. terrible way to market yourself. Terrible.
So I don't know if that's a real apt comparison either. I think Dana White has killed anybody to keep shopping the UFC.
He should just go by JDM. And a lot of guys go by Islam. So does Rabbi. So does Rabbi. Look at this. Watch it. So. Yeah, who's that for? Who's that for? This is huge. Get him, Islam. Oh, Islam. Islam already at the disadvantage. Control center mat. Who's this guy?
Islam's already landed two very hard jab kicks. And Jack is really excellent at switching stances. If he has to swap out,
Grab him. There you go. Get him on the ground. Get him, Islam. Get him, Islam. Put him in a headlock. Islam. Islam.
It's a great song. The next time you tune in to Tempest Shut Up, nobody left that's not right here. They came here to see Tempest Shut Up. Let's start the clip. The first clip is called I Was Good.
JDM.
Series of poorly crafted
You're fucked.
it's a real challenge getting back to your feet. It's very different than anything you've experienced before. Yes, it's not Ramadan Eve, nor Gilbert Burns, nor Bilal Muhammad. And it's also the Islamic concept that is not great. Right? You're not struggling to get down to 155
Oh. Oh. Rear naked choke. Rear naked choke. Rear naked choke. Islam. Stay down, you're like, honey, baby.
the wrestling and the grappling chip away at the cardio. But this is a mind. They didn't show you off. You're right. They didn't get very limited on it. That's why they make it force. They don't want to keep it right.
Guillotine.
It's like when he does something like that. This fucking idiot. Did they say anything else?
No.
It's probably bad. Yeah, it's bad. This has to do with the reproductive. Okay. So should have listened
Fuck.
to Eddie B. Oh, he saw this already coming a long time. Yeah,
This was going so well.
I like this one. He was trying to cover it up like it wasn't. He realized how bad it was. At least he did that with not just twice. Awful. It's like whatever that's a preconditioner too. But I wonder if this before or after. Because it was before. If you did the nature of the ratio and then, which she said it was kind of be before.
So you got your single leg. The exact neck down his leg here. Head. Inside the hip. Let him roll, Royce. Inside the hip. Now watch here. He's not done. He's going to feel the leg outside. Once he does, he takes the left hand forward. It's this jack thing down right here. Let him roll. Feel it out. Step.
Yeah, sorry, but it's like, it's a golden shot.
Catch him. It's back to the hill. Beautiful takedown.
Gotta support the team. Grab him. Get him on the ground. Oh. Oh. So close. Sean Bader. Sucks. Hashtag Rabbi Rothschild. Have you seen Rabbi Rothschild?
What he's doing right now is literally just describing an episode of a show that he watched.
Jack's got to get him back off the fence.
No jokes. Nothing. Just describing it, and I want you to know that he's going to continue to do that to you. Just so you know. And then this one is interesting because he had last week just to did the cut thing that we do on videos everybody does on TikTok and Reels. It's like a well, then they banned like off animations or whatever. But like you can tell this is not going well, so it's kind of funny that they picked it. No one's laughing. There's like so it's like is there a friend in it? So getting back in the corner. That's the whole thing. The premise is that they're trying to walk around the mine, play in mine, but you can't ask where you fit. But it, like,
Headlock. Headlock. Nookies. Nookies. Look at this athleticism. Shit. Guillotine. Rear naked choke. "30 seconds. I bet this time takes so long. I want to be the guy who hits the wood together. That'd be sick. $1 million. But the issue he's having is this motherfucker's whooping his ass. Islam. grab his leg. Code switching. Yo, dog, yo. Hey, dog, hey. And when I come together, and when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together. Oh, what a spear. That was a Bill Goldberg spear. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission.
The fact that Kansas, like I feel like that would be a good job in Kansas City. What do you know about Kansas City? Are you saying that'd be a good job for them?
He's done.
I blame the handler. He does this
He's done.
constantly blaming his staff.
He's done. Ankle lock submission. Rear naked choke. His hair looks like he did his hair up all nice. He's wearing his best Dodgers jersey. There's Ground and pound.
It's like a transformer. That's the level of brain power that this guy has. Children's movie, energy drinks. That's his first his audience of dumb commenters. Stupid. And all of these were just Joe Rogan's being content by he's so fucking stupid.
Hey, Bob.
It's really hard, especially like when we have model calves that either lose their mom or their mom doesn't accept them, and then you like form a relationship. It's easier when it's just like a herd and I'm moving it, and they just call their number. If we don't do any ones that we have in our place, then also suspicious of it too.
Ankle lock submission.
I guess. I don't know. We'll have to agree to disagree on this one. Because Betsy's like the kid's name, the cow Betsy, so they have like this connection. Listen, I will call 911 right now. Get the ambulance in here. Start to laugh at shotguns. Right here, and look, right to the big carry of the weight. Is there any? The weight Listen, thanks again. This is air guitar. The Discord is growing, so definitely check out the Discord. We're fucking chopping it up in there, chopping it up. I'm already on the Discord. Oh, there you go. See you next week.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a totally e-commerce workspace, not just a website. Well, now you are that person.
Shots by Blitz.
Who's this guy?
We just love doing it.
sidewalk it on.
You guys should see us in the car. Well, we have a Discord now. We forgot to mention the Discord last week, but we're having fun in there. Protein farms, Wadsworth, those are the big things. But we're having a good time with everybody, so join us if you want to. But you didn't come here for that. You came here for 10 minutes to shop. You started the timer. Here we go. This one's called Another Showcase because of COVID. What's up, fam? I am here with the fans. What's up, fam? It's so funny that's way because like at work I have to like send out messages to people like selling stuff like email like code positive kind of thing, keep everybody safe. And what if Shop's way of doing that to the show is like, what's up, fam? Check it out, me and Brian, we had COVID, so you probably have COVID too. My bad, dog. Keep it 100. No cap. Yeah, the damn theater has no chance. I don't blame the damn theater. Don't be upset for the theater. Refund all your tickets. My team didn't do their homework when we got the contract. Don't realize that the damn theater has very strict codes with their actual signs, posters, and all that stuff. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to think just part of the whole Chicago Theater Union, and they have still implemented these restrictions. What do you know this? I'd say they don't know that stuff, but what I am is I believe people make your own decisions, and you should have got a cable you come to the comedy show or not, so I can't partake in that. It was a privilege to landing this stuff. I was aware of these things, I just became aware of it. I can't partake in it. So I'm even doing 2 shows at the Round in Chicago now, not full hours. I'm doing 20 minutes at 7:30 now. I'm pulling that show out. And at the night show, I'm doing 20 minutes as well. So I'm going to laugh at the Chicago.
No, just watching UFC. It's the last fight.
I'll tell them I wouldn't use tonight.
Oh my God, dude. I'm sorry for the people at the
Jack Hands fighting the you can't let that one get dropped. You can't let that one get dropped.
What do you think the punishment is? What is the punishment for his team?
Rear naked choke.
I'm going to keep 100%. Listen 100%. I say you guys were like Blockbuster you guys are acting like you don't matter. You want to secure the bag. You want to secure the bag. We're going to try for that. It didn't work at all, but we'll keep watching. Okay, so this one's called Creating Waves and Tags and Danger. There's no fighting match.
Because I don't think you can stand on it. Purpose sake, right? Like purpose sake.
We need to talk. I say this as a friend. I say this with love. Out the door. I've seen this with a lot of guys. The reality of your skill set is I don't see you running down there. Your jokes are fluid. Your work is forced. Your still on stage. I'm not doubting your work ethic. I'm just not sure you must turn out brain power into processes that you don't have. There's an efficiency to reading basic orders that your ear possesses. Your punchlines are very telegraphed. There's a big rich most basic ethics. If you can cross that bridge, I think you might be easily protected. It's interesting. That's like if you know those AI things. You tell them like, oh, you know, pretend that it's like, like I just wake up the day in the computer code. I think it's like so redacted. I think that's like saying I don't know. That's some guy in a thick boy squad t-shirt. His wife says like, okay, so this one is kind of out of left field, but it's called shopping is special. But obviously it's not so you so I'm watching that, especially
right away.
That's great. Yeah, that was great. Good job. Hats off to you, sir. You're very fun. That is maybe the worst bit, right? Richard is, well, I mean, there's also, like, there's some other bits also, but yes. I was watching it, I saw someone posted a little bit, and they were talking about the kids here and their wrestling, and how she was on fire, and that's when they met, and then also, obviously, the famous Mexican gamers, like, salsa and too. But there's something about when he's like, well, this is like, and the fact that he did that before, like, he's straight, and he's just like, my son, what are you saying? He's like, dude, my son, dude. Like, he always says something like, dominating, perfectly followed. They all have their, like, even though they have, like, sort of weird
Learning about this is it's really good crowd.
That should all be spectacular because oh my god, it's a
he's like starting to just be
Spades whatsoever. No strength problems at all.
This one's called
Of 170-pound champion.
Yeah, I've been in 50 seconds.
Or maybe you were here.
No, look at Jack. Look at Jack.
Yeah.
This one here. Something that happened in the fight, injury, or yeah.
One thing they did really well, they got ready for this.
I believe he was looking for a buggy choke 3 times, but his legs came. He walked up and was there.
18 minutes of 45 minutes.
Yo. Hey. How are you? What's good?
How are you?
Amazing. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Slightly pretty good. I want a pizza.
Amazing.
Check that.
I see you brought friends. Hello to your friends. How are you?
Yeah, he's got boyfriend. My friend fooling me with Australian berries just the way.
Thank you.
He's a stalker.
Alright, that's cool. Trades, remind me, how did you find out about me? That's right. Okay, I'm going to ask you that from now until we meet in real life, and then I'm going to continue. I always ask you that because that's not one where people usually find me, even though I've been live in there for years. They usually find me in other ones, so I'm happy that you found me there. And then you brought your friends, and then you brought your friends in. Yeah, Trey's part of the crew now. He's made himself at home in here. I know that you are comfortable when you know that I'm focused on something else and you can entertain yourself. Usually I have to entertain the people. So excellent job, Trace. All right, so you've got friends here. How are your friends doing? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about? I'm well, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, good.
All right, friends. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will soon. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and this is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which makes me a very influential person, and I'm going to go viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I'm going to make sure you're going to have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. In addition to wanting to make you rich and stream my life for world peace. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud saving. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, things like invisibility cloaks, replicators, teleportation, Santa Claus machines, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Wild Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you and those like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that if you want, with your consent, utilizing types of technology that are life extension technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy to get you to be past 100, past 120 years old. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but you've made it science fact. What's the next plan? My body's starting to break down. Is there another step? And there is. If you want, again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Sounds like an interesting concept.
Word, girl. All right, so that's what I do. What are your interests? What are your favorite things?
That was a lot, and I need to process it before I can tell you.
Okay, that's fine. How about your other friend here? Are you still processing? That's what I like to hear. Okay, what games do you like to play? Big Dog, what games do you like to play? Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I have played that. I thought Call of Duty, played that.
All right, what are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto being delayed from May 26, 2026 until November 19th, 2026? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they'll probably give it delay until PlayStation sets it off. So yeah, consoles. That's it, I reckon. And they'll skip the money over and over again. Yeah. But the company out, you know what I'm saying?
So you don't even think it's going to come out November 19th, 2026?
No, no way. No. Not delayed again.
Trace, what do you think?
I have no idea.
All right.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right. I mean, that's a legitimate take. Definitely a legitimate take.
Wait until the new console comes out, and then it's going to be a PS7, and then it's going to be on the next Xbox. Yeah, no way. At least not here too.
All right. Trace, how long have you been watching me? Like, in total? 2 months? Right. It's just a blur, right? That's all right. Islam did. He dominated all 5 rounds. It was an ass whooping. And then the other main event between the two chicks, the the Kyrgyzstanian woman won. She beat Zhang, the Chinese woman. She dominated her. I did too, man. I was rooting for her. I totally liked Zhang. I thought she was unstoppable, but obviously she's like the best Chinese woman fighter in the world. You got to think, there are like a billion Chinese people. There are 500 million Chinese women, and this is the best fighter of them all. And she went up against this Kyrgyzstanian woman and got her ass handed to her. The thing is, Zhang isn't that big, and she just didn't have the size. She moved up a weight class, so she was at a disadvantage. Islam moved up a weight class and just fucking dominated. So now he's the welterweight champion, which is tight. So yeah, that's baller. Do you guys watch any American football?
That's right. I like watching college, but I don't stream.
Okay, you guys are Australian?
But I qualify it.
Oh, okay.
English, various American.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, shout out to my Patriot. All right. Do you like the All Blacks? All right. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. He's a stand-up comedian. All right. Good on you. Excellent. All right. Do you know about Pine Gap? So Pine Gap is a somewhat secretive military base in the middle of the outback. You've never heard of it? It's called Australia's Area 51. It's interesting that you've never.
Really?
Yeah, dog. It's one of the most secretive places in the world, and basically, it's like impossible to get there unless you're gonna take like a 24-hour car ride. I mean, it's like in the middle of the outback. All right. Oh, okay.
I'll jump over the fence. I'll leave you the flower.
Excellent. So you like chicken?
I love chicken. Chicken's my lady.
All right.
Chicken's second.
All right. How do you like your chicken prepared? Okay, hold on. Raw's disgusting, dog. That's how you get salmonella poisoning. No, chicken is not chicken. Not if it's raw. That's got salmonella written all over it. Have you eaten raw chicken?
I would if I saw it. Yeah, if I could run a chicken on like horseback, it was like what I was trying to say.
When I was a little kid, I would see chicken in the store, uncooked, and I just thought you could eat it. I didn't know any better. Not that I ever tried. But it looked like something that you could eat. It doesn't look necessarily unappetizing, uncooked, like some things do. But I certainly know that you can't do that. All right, so are you a fan of fried chicken? What chicken do you like the most?
The whole thing.
Like a rotisserie, like a rotisserie chicken.
Oh yeah, I'll eat that.
Yeah, dog. Same here. I love rotisserie chickens. All right. Are you a big fan of chicken legs?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Word, dog. All right. Do you prefer fried chicken or roasted chicken?
Well, I love both.
Okay, but I mean, if you had to eat one on a desert island for the rest of your life, which would you choose?
Shit, mate. Get a fried chicken egg mix.
There you go,
Get
big dog.
roasted chicken on the left.
Okay, okay. Well, that's not the rules. You have to choose one.
Probably fried chicken.
There you go, big man. All right. So we talked about chicken breast. So do you prefer white meat or dark meat?
I love what I think.
Yeah, same. All right. And do you like turkey?
No, not really.
Oh, dude. Okay. So you're just all about that bird.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, that's cool. Um, you want to hear something interesting?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so like, there's something in finance that's known as a loss leader. That's basically a product that a company sells at either break even or they lose on it, but in exchange they get more customers to come into their store. So there's a big chain of stores in the United States that are warehouse stores called Costco, and Costco has this $5 rotisserie chicken, and they don't make money on it. They actually lose a little bit of money on it, but because it's so desired by the customer base, they choose to lose a little bit of money so that more customers come in, and then when the customers are there, they'll buy a bunch of more stuff. All right. So what was happening though was the cost of these chickens was going up, and Costco wasn't making that much money. So Costco actually began to breed its own type of chicken that was a little bit smaller, so that they could continue to sell these at $5 each and not operate at a loss. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's good.
So now there's like a breed of chicken that is called the Costco chicken that is like it's become like it's this a distinct like species of chicken. I think that's wild shit. All right, so you're a big fan of chicken. Now I'm gonna ask, like, there's some stuff that's disgusting to me of a chicken. Like, what about chicken feet? Do you eat chicken feet?
I want yeah, I love chicken feet.
Okay, that's disgusting. How about chicken gizzards?
Yeah, definitely. And necks, I love chicken necks.
Okay, that's all disgusting as well. Okay, cool though. I mean, you don't discriminate. That's neat. All right. How about chicken innards?
No, I eat the whole bird, honestly.
Okay.
Eat the whole bird, every kind of no birds.
All right. Would you eat that little red thing that they've got on the rooster?
Oh yeah, I play with it.
Yeah. Fuck yeah,
Yeah,
man.
definitely.
Like bubble gum. All right, man.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm trying to think of. Okay, so I don't eat at these places, but I don't know if you guys have them. Do you have Kentucky Fried Chicken where you are?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I love Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Do you have Popeyes where you are?
No.
No. Okay. What else do they? I don't know. There are a bunch of kinds. Okay. Kentucky Fried Chicken, giant in China. Believe it or not, Kentucky Fried Chicken is bigger than McDonald's in China. That's wild shit. All right. Did you know that the first Kentucky Fried Chicken was not in Kentucky? It was in Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah, this is wild shit that you're gonna learn. That I'm gonna teach you. Excellent. All right. So with that being said, to our American friend, have you thought about your hobbies yet, or are you still contemplating?
I work a lot and I like to read when I'm not at work.
Okay, what do you like to read?
Just when I'm just here. So it's got my selection of genres is very
Okay. Have you read the book 50 Shades of Grey?
I have unfortunately.
Oh, okay, you didn't like it. I liked it. I've read it like a ton. Well, I've at least listened to the audiobook like 30 times.
I read it one time, and then they started releasing more of the books, and I decided I didn't need to read that.
Oh, okay, so like 50 Shades Darker and 50 Shades Freed.
Yeah, I didn't read those.
Okay. Well, I listened to him on Audible, and he would be seen as a super creepy dude. Like the fact that he's a billionaire allows him to get away with all this stuff. But if he were just like living in a one bedroom house, he would be just considered super creepy. Um, I just saw that meme. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, what other books do you read? Have you read like George or R. Martin? Any of that stuff?
So he's on my list. I have not gotten there yet. I have about 1,000 books on my reading list
Okay.
that I'm going to read through. I've read. Hold on. Let's go. My spreadsheet.
That's what I need. I need exact figures.
I've read. I'm reading my 51st book so far this year.
Wow, that's quite an accomplishment. Okay, very
I'll
well.
probably finish this one tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm going to name an author and you tell me if you like him or not. Mark Twain.
Yes.
Fyodor Dostoevsky.
I haven't read, so I'm not sure.
Okay, okay, definitely. If you haven't, make it, put it on that 1,000 book, at least a few of them. There's some really good ones on there. Okay, George Orwell.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so those would be like 1984, Animal Farm. Those are good ones.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael Crichton.
I think I may have read one of his books, but it wasn't recent, so I can't recall.
That's okay. He does Jurassic Park, and he also did like a bunch of law books. The I forget. He did like like Rainmaker and a bunch of. Okay. What about Stephen King?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a favorite Stephen King novel?
I don't know. I know I have a least favorite.
Okay. What would that be?
I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
It had shit weasels in it.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you read um, the Twilight Saga?
I did.
What were your thoughts?
It wasn't the worst thing I've ever read.
Okay, very well.
I don't know if I would ever read it again.
Okay,
Um, yeah,
I've got you. Okay, what about R.L. Stein? Do you know who that is?
I know the name, but I'm honestly not fantastic with names.
That's okay.
Um,
They wrote the Goosebumps books. They're like children's books from the 1990s. Okay. Um, what about Jane Austen? Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility.
she's she's a good author, but it's not my preferred genre. Like that's not really my niche. I read a lot of stuff. That's just it's not really just like I don't really read. I prefer. I don't want to say any specific genre, but I do prefer, generally speaking, slightly more modern writing.
Okay.
Um,
How about Jack Kerouac, The Beat Generation, On the Road?
don't think I've read him.
That's okay. Um, how about?
Oh, the Stephen King book that I was thinking about was called Dreamcatcher, and it was terrible.
Oh, okay. All right, and it was terrible. Okay, excellent to know. What
It was
about?
it was terrible.
Um, who? How about Tolkien?
I think I haven't read a lot of his stuff.
Okay, so that would
It's
be like,
very, very, very wordy.
yeah, no,
It's
definitely,
massively wordy.
definitely. You can't put the languages. Um, okay,
Yeah,
C.S. Lewis.
I do like C.S. Lewis.
Okay, what do you like? The Chronicles of Narnia. What? Uh,
I grew up with the Chronicles of Narnia. I got what is it, 7 or 8 books?
yeah,
Did you read the whole thing through?
the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of deal.
The
Okay,
Caspian,
yeah,
Voyage of the Dawn Treader, The Magician and His Nephew. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I think there's 8.
okay. And what are your thoughts on Harry Potter?
You know, I've never read the Harry Potter books. They're
Oh,
on my list, actually.
okay,
I grew up in a household where Harry Potter was forbidden.
okay,
So,
because of witchcraft.
yes.
Okay,
But C.S. Lewis was fine because he was
he was
a
a
Christian author
Christian
writing
author.
about witchcraft, so that was acceptable for whatever reason. I don't know.
Sure, I get you. Okay, what are your thoughts? Have you read The Hobbit of J.R.R. Tolkien?
I have read parts of it. I have not read it all the way through.
That's okay. All right. What about um? Okay, I'm just gonna name classic books, and you tell me yay or nay. The Great Gatsby.
Mm, yeah,
Okay. Do you like it?
it's in the middle. I'm
Okay.
pretty neutral.
Catcher in the Rye by Steinbeck.
Mm, okay.
That's okay. Um, what about H.G. Wells? The Around the World in 80 Days, The Time Machine, 20,000 Leagues
Yes,
Under the Sea.
very much. Yes, I liked all 3.
Okay, excellent. Um, what about um, to Mary Shelley, Frankenstein?
Uh, and neutral.
Okay, you know they're making it into a movie.
I believe it. I feel like they've made like 50 Frankenstein movies. I know that's an exaggeration, but I believe that they're making another.
Right. Okay. Here's one you may not know, but if you do, it'll lead us into some discussion. Philip K. Dick. Have you heard of Philip K. Dick?
I don't think so, no.
That's okay. He wrote a lot of books that are based on stuff like today. Um, so he wrote um, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which is what Blade Runner is based on. Um, he wrote The Man in the High Castle, A Scanner Darkly. He wrote um, like a lot of futuristic dystopian books that are very AI oriented and very popular with at least like
It, I don't know if that
techies.
counts. I watched the series.
Excellent. Yeah. That counts. Yeah. So that's the one where like the Nazis and the Japanese Empire take over the United States. Like it's a reversal on World War II,
Yeah,
right?
they won the war basically.
Exactly. What did you think of it?
It was pretty good. Honestly, once it started to get more into the futuristic stuff, I started to lose a little bit of interest. Um, I think that was towards like the later seasons because they didn't really show too much of that. Um, in the I think initial maybe two or three seasons. I don't remember how long the show ran. Um, once it started to get much more futuristic, I started to kind of fall off the show.
That's okay. All right. Um. So you read 51 books this year. What are a few of them that you enjoyed?
Ooh, let me go to my list. Because again, I don't remember names very well.
That's okay.
I got the third.
It's also almost 2 in the morning, so it's a little late. I'm still doing this.
You told her about penises.
No, I'm talking about books.
Go to the bell.
Books.
Oops, it is nuts.
Anything. So I really enjoyed. What is it? Invisible Life of Addie LaRue.
I've heard of it. Is it good?
That's by D.E. Schwab.
Okay.
It was a really good book. I really enjoyed. I'll know the name as soon as I see it. Clearly, the Unmaking of Jim Farrow.
Heard of it?
Really good. I really enjoyed. Okay, because I also rate all of the books that I read. I enjoyed Keep It in the Family, which is by John Mars.
Okay. Have you read the Iliad and the Odyssey?
I've read bits and pieces. I mean, I read them for school more than just for kids.
Okay. They're coming out with an Odyssey movie. Anne Hathaway's in it. Timothy Chalamet. Have you heard about this? Comes out next.
Yeah, I think I have, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Christopher Nolan is directing it. The guy who did Oppenheimer and in what was the name of that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? It's like in that's like in your dreams. Um, oh, how can I? I'll look it up. Inception.
Okay.
Um, okay. Have you read? Oh, Charles Dickens. Any Charles Dickens books?
Hey, not this year.
Okay. Do you like Charles Dickens?
He's, he's a good author. Again, I generally, at least recently, have promoted the slightly more modern authors.
I understand. Um, how about Arthur Miller, Death of a Salesman? That's more a play.
I don't think I've read that.
That's okay. Um, okay, so you've read 50 Shades, the first one. You've read um, Twilight. Have not read Harry Potter. Uh, Lord of the Rings, that little bit here and there. Um, some Michael Crichton. Did you read the Boxcar Children when you were little, or the Babysitters Club?
Yes.
Okay.
Boxcar Children.
You know what was amazing to me?
Nancy Drew.
Yeah, all of those. You know, they were all written by like a group of people, not just one person.
Not surprised considering the sheer number of books there are.
Exactly. They were a giant moneymaker for like McGraw Hill and Scholastic and stuff. And yeah, they were written by teams. So you had the male equivalent, which was the Hardy Boys, again written by a team of people, um, which is a little disappointing as well. All right,
Yeah, my brother read the Hardy Boys.
right, and you read Babysitter's Club.
No, I was Nancy Drew in the Boxcar Kids.
Oh yeah, Nancy Drew and Boxcar. Okay, Boxcar Children. Yeah, I read Boxcar Children. Um, yeah, that's okay. Um, all right. What other authors can I think who you might have read? Do you have a favorite Mark Twain book? That's okay.
I mean, I like Mark Twain, but again, it's not my favorite niche of like, it's not my favorite style of writing. So I do like him and I appreciate him as an author. But I can't say that I have a favorite book of his.
That's okay. All right. And what is a book? What's your favorite book you've ever read?
Oh, that's a really hard question.
I know it is. I hate questions like this. Let me just say, I get asked them all the time. What's your favorite song? What's your favorite movie? And it's like, it depends on the day. And I forget about, like, I'll say A, and then I'll think about it later on, and it'll really be B, and then I'll feel, but yeah. So I'm going to put you in that position.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I can't answer that. That's too broad of a question.
I understand. It's like choosing a child. Okay.
I could do that easily.
Okay, so you have a favorite child. You have a favorite child?
Well, no, I don't have kids, but I pick two daughters.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's different. But if you ever talk to parents and you say, "Who's your favorite child?" Maybe they secretly have one, which many do, but they won't say it. And, I think.
They'll all say that they don't have a favorite, but they're lying. Everybody has favorites. They can't help it. It's human nature.
Right, that's true. Though I guess book enjoyment is a little different because there are so many more varied aspects. Usually with children, it's like I like the one that's nicest to me or the one that's best behaved or whatever. But um, books can touch you in so many different ways that it's difficult to measure. Do you ever read nonfiction?
I do sometimes. Typically, if I'm going to read nonfiction, I prefer memoirs.
Okay. I personally really like biographies. Like when you say memoirs, you mean autobiographies?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so like, okay, this raises a good question. What's the difference between a memoir and an autobiography? I always thought a memoir was like somebody's writings and their letters and things, and an autobiography is written by a biography of someone written by the person. They're similar, right?
They are similar, I believe. I mean, I think they're typically kind of classified under the same thing.
Right.
As autobiography is maybe one of the larger categories.
Okay.
Memoirs are a little bit more conversational.
Yeah. And I could see them as well being like between two people, or like maybe not necessarily between two people, but focused on a relationship. Like these are my memoirs with my wife, or something like that, which wouldn't necessarily cover someone's entire life. But I think that you,
I mean, not necessarily. It might cover more of like a specific aspect of somebody's life.
oh, that could be too, like a presidential memoirs.
It's a little bit. It's a lot less. I don't want to say it's less factually strict, so it is still somebody's story, but it's less focused on. It's less focused on the facts and more focused on the story. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. I get that. Um, that leads me to think you don't hear many people writing an autobiography anymore alone. They usually have a ghostwriter, or they're teamed with an author, or they just have somebody write a biography on them. But I don't really. I mean, I'm sure it happens, and I'm just not thinking of them. But rarely anymore do I hear myself. I didn't have any help, and we went to a publisher and published it. It's just not. It's usually like the John Doe story, written with the help of Jane Doe, or whatever it may be. But I don't know. I think a lot of times people today write books to make money, or to perhaps launder money or funnel money or whatever it is, and it's less to get out their story. Like, um, not necessarily that way, but at least with a lot of these major publishing houses, it can be that way. But okay,
Yeah, I can see that.
I like biographies a lot. They're definitely my favorite. I They're probably my favorite genre. I really like learning about people and their struggles, especially when they're young. I like to hear, like, I don't know, just like stories from people's childhood or adolescence, and I guess there's like a beauty to human experience that, like, we all kind of start from the same place generally, like as children, and then we blossom into something really special. And it's interesting to me to be like, oh, and this person ended up being UN Secretary General, or this person ended up being a famous singer, or this person ended up being a global leader, whatever it is. And it's like, but they also got in trouble with their parents when they were a little kid, or didn't do their homework, or whatever it is. It's like that. They're just interesting anecdotes that I find interesting. Um, okay,
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, definitely.
But I'm going to excuse myself because it is almost 2 in the morning, and I actually went to go to sleep about an hour ago.
That's okay. Thank you so much for sharing, and I'm glad that we got to talk about literature. Sweet dreams. Take care. Thank you. Thank you for making my acquaintance. You as well. Take care. Bye. All right, boys. I'm gonna get some water.
Right? There. Try it. What are you doing? Rusty. I'm making pastry. Father, you're right. When I told him, oh, my friend, till the goodies. Till the goodies. It's good day. Nobody's trying. You can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a rabbit out of the
Into the draft night, and I was worried. I was kind of thinking, dicey.
rabbit out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. I'm living in Saul, where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting off with Adam Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting off with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that if there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. If I can't, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but lots of for them is incredible. So it's back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Navi Shitya, so Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. Skila, I'm sure the kind of says you get to strangulation. So the Gemara says, Madiva Eri Dakas. Remember again, so when you see the singular Navi Shitya, that means like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madiva Eri Dakas is, remember, those who try to so what's that? But the Skila, I'm sure the kind of Navi Shitya, the Skila, my time is Rabbi. So a Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, he gets skila. Why is that? What's logical for Rabbanon? So ultimately, the Xer Shava from Nesis, Mala Havan Skila, Afghan Skila, ultimately from Shimon, Misa Ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Misa. And what's the halacha? The Misa Mula B'Torah stands in your Elachel. In general, any Misa that is mentioned in the Torah is Tzela. Madicha Yerni Dakas B'Skila, my time. So why is it that Madicha Yerni Dakas? They get skila. What's the logic for Rabbi? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shitya. So it's going to make it zero Shava of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shitya. Rabbi Shimon, Kami Hadacha, Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is that Hadacha from Navi, and they're kind of
The Ligmar who Nasis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon learn out the Gzera Shava from Nasis? So the Gemara says, Ligmar Nasis, done in Nasis, Tabim in Nasis, Tabim. They ain't done in Nasis, Tabim in Nasis, Yachim. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the Gzera Shava from Nasis, Tabim to Nasis, Tabim. Remember, Rabbi saying in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders, right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Gzera Shava to a like type of insider. I'd rather done in Hedjon and Hedjon, I've done another Hedjon, another. In fact, it's the opposite. I'd rather learn how to get what we call the common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from a Navi who incites. Rabbi Shimon will say, Kevin Shedia, Ein Lecha Hedjon Karbon Yisrael. Rabbi will say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a Hedjon. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hedjon. Rav Chisda. Rav Chisda says, what's that top of Tzadik, 90a. Machlokes, now this is very interesting, we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now obviously, or amazing. Now obviously he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah. Fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker hakuf ta'avodas kochavim. The kiyum mixas ubidol mixas ta'avodas kochavim. I will say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. And take a look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi, Tzadik Point Aleph, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I was saying obviously both Rabban and Rabbi Shimon hold that Allah L'Maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be Chayiv Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. Is it Skila? Is it Kana? That's the Machlokes. So look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban and Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Ba'oker Kol HaGuf Ba'avodos Kochavim, the Amar, Nitztavisi V'lach HaKodesh V'yad Gura V'yisnavos La'akor Kol Mitzvahs Avodos Kochavim in HaTorah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker would be where he prophesizes and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay. Or the kind of mitzvahs, the Rabban mitzvahs, the high would become Rabban Skila. We shouldn't say, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, it's hard to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's supposed to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to hear you from the derech. Min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker Haguf the Shar Mitzvahs, this is interesting. But let's say someone goes and Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. That's what Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. It's put to death. Put that because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by Chana. The kiyum mixas, the bittul mixas, the Shah mitzvahs is called Pater. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and, let's say, uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees, Pater. Will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's Shar mitzvahs. So again, I'll say, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah,
or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the machlokas Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. Schayv Misa, is it stila or is it chenek? That's category 1. Category 2, or another avera doesn't apply. Everyone agrees, chenek. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is in another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's the halacha over there? Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that the reason is not putting it to death. So you might say, Master Rachamuna says 1 second. Lalakas, now, you must say, the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom So this is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophets. False prophets. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvah Saseh. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvah Lo Saseh. Prohibition. So say, what does this sound like? This sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, you should still be. What's going on here? These are like Kabbalah's Kochavim Ashrei, Kabbalah's Kochavim Heichim Mishkach Haslav. And if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, well, like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara pissed off, and he cuts them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? And you're supposed to break apart the mizbechos, the altars of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says like this. I will say. So Mazel Tov feels like a grandchild almost. You know, like Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Shem much continue nachlas in there. Hashem follow the lazy dad of Sala Kadisha. But and Rabbi say really it's an opportunity. This is now Avi's second issue on the job. Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shiur at 5:49 this morning. There was a Zoom during this campus. Right, which is strange. Thank you so much for the promotion and gives us some thank you. Thank you really for all of this, the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never get a round of applause. Wow, okay, also making the coffee. Fine, you guys as follows. Rabbi says as follows. Rabbi says like this. Our machlokes ba'okeh hadrof. Being Babel is coming Shabbat every Shabbat. So once it's different, Rabbi comes along, and Rabbi he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime a Navi, a false prophet, comes along and uproots something, in totality, something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Rabbi Sheker coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this aver, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable by death. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you go and shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. Let's analyze. So listen to this. The Navi prophesizes in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the price over here is not distinguished with Avodah Zarah or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah, a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or fine. The Kayim mitzvahs will about mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. The Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. By Avodah Zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. to just give his example of that is, let's say he says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abaye is Sarah Krefkisto, Mutar Krefkisto. Therefore, now we have essentially three different versions about how the Truma Chlokas ultimately unfolds. So Abaye holds like Krefkisto. Let's just go through this. Abaye holds like Krefkisto, or Mutar is like Krefkisto, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Krefkisto. How so? Rabbi seems to say, Rabbi Sarah Krefamuna, or Mutar Sarah Krefamuna. Rabbi holds the Krefamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Krefamuna. Here we go. Abaye Sarah Krefkisto, Mutar Sarah Krefkisto. So Abaye holds the Krefkisto and interprets this entire discussion like Krefkisto. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, Lakar Davinat Torah, Gibeah called the Kanek. Again, if a Navi comes along and uproots a mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what is the definition of uprooting? In totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. The halacha is, everyone agrees, punishment by Chanek. L'kayim mitzvahs or l'bakel mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Rabbi Shimon Poter, Rabbi Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. By Shar mitzvahs, din l'Rabbanon. And so too the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, afilu amr hayom idua u'lemacha b'dua chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Market Yisrael, market Yisrael. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chanek versus Skiva. Good. That's Abaye. Rabbi Sarah Krefamuna. And interprets the price like Rav Amnuna. Hamisnavi Lakar Davar Torah. They Avodas Chab Ben B'Shamis. It's Chayit. Market Yisrael. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's about Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Misa. What's the Misa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokas. Chanek versus Skiva. Fine. The Kayim Mitzvahs or the Bible Mitzvahs, the Shai Mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and agrees part of the mitzvah? What's that? But Shimon Poter, Shimon says that you're Poter. But do the Rabbanon, so do the Rabbanon. Or by others, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Ibdu Alamachar Bekiluha Chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation, is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markid Islay or Markid Islay. That's not focus. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to those who raise this up, so really what it comes down to is the machlokus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up uprooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. What is the chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. A Navi comes along and tries to uproot the truth is any mitzvah in totality. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What? Not Avodah Zarah. What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially confirm Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the Ikar Rokas, everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm not even going to Yochanan. B'chol, Bakol, Yom Lachon Navi, Over Al Divrei Torah, Shema, Lo, Chutz Ne'avodas Lo. So we'll say this is fascinating halacha. So we also didn't know Yochanan. In general, if a Navi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. With one exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, don't listen. Shafidu mamid lo chama be'emtza rakia, al tishma lo. Even if the Navi literally can perform a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and all the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedent for this. This is yesterday's daf. Eliyahu Navi, right, in Harakana. Eliyahu Navi instructed Klal to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e. to worship, to offer kabbalah outside of Mishkan, outside his mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Hey, Harasha, we see this concept. We see these concepts. The exception or the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up to say, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. So you say, one second, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing him to do it, must say Hashem wants us to. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but Yosef Omer, he gears on himself, that's the Shavuos Kochavin. Now listen, this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Kochavim. Mificha nitna Torah memshalava shakinu minded lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmolo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah memshalava kolomar filu tira osu navi moshalava osu kirtzon desed v'nasan elecha os umofet. So what's this? Interestingly enough, when Rabbi Yosef really saying like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Like why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? Like what? So like. What? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here the Baruch is obviously vesting this navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that the Baruch sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Kanya, Rabbi Akiva, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, he goes, Hananya ben Azor, Shenikilas Navi MS, and the Basov Navi Sheker. Rabbi Akiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you of someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It was like even there's like a mission of Allah says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Akiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells you, Chavira, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. Go listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Still listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part is only last coin. Remember again, remember again. Last coin. What's your point? Right? Last coin, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said that interestingly enough, if someone who testify about her, they don't get what that's straight, but rather what do they get? They get henna. So does her adulterer, right? The man who she committed adultery. So what's behind me, the reading of this one? Amrav Acha, Rav Ika, the sign of Yossi, or Rabbi says, Matal Lomar, Basisin Lokasha Zamam, Lasos the Ochid. Pasuk says, for Edom Zolim, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? The Fishakol Hamizominim, Shevatorah, Zomain, Ubalin, Yossi. So in general, again, listen, the way Eden Zoman works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Eden wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen commits adultery. She is put to death with Shrefa. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because again, the Torah hands down that you need punishment to her. Zomamin in Yodea, in Molokshu, or that they can Zomim. Suppose it's now here's the interesting. There are two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight on. The guy is going to get chanek, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer lasos la'achiv v'lo lasos." So, interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given a reciprocal punishment. Whatever they wanted to do la'achiv to their brother. So, what do you see from there? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chanek as well. Hadra Allah Elohim Hanechim. We'll say Mazel Tov. We'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, like what we are about to engage in now. We'll say the next couple of days. It's Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazah. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah. Kol Yisrael. Yesh L'Chelik Olam Haba. Okay. Every Yid has a Chelik in Olam Haba. Shneimar. Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. V'Olam Yershu Aretz. Neitzer Mata'ay Ma'aseh Adai Le'Hispire. So it's the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Quotes the pasuk from Yeshaya. That little yet in your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ay, literally again like my the creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Le'Hispire. And they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the pasuk that you might be focusing on over here. Listen, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion here, right? We were like knee deep in death penalty, right? And now, so that's exactly look what Rashi says. Most of Rashi is on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, this is not what Rashi is saying. What Rashi is saying in just a moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation, right? And even those who are killed by Nisas based in, ultimately, as long as they give shuvah before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael Olam Haba. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Beis Din, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, it's going to be about shuvah literally again until their last breath. So here we just finish about chenek. Okay, it's not good to chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do shuvah before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kol Yisrael Yisrael Olam Haba. Every Yid has a portion in the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by chenek, by skila, by streifa, by herod, whatever it is, you could still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Shuvah. Incredible. So let's say, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the pasuk that the Mishnah quoted, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Va'amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every Yid is a big tzaddik. Right? Every Yid is a big tzaddik. Right? So, in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rebbe Shalom sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rebbe Shalom is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every year has such incredible potential, and therefore the income that's the first line. And then the Mishnah says, obviously there's an inherent contribution. Yeah, in other words, so what's the shot? Everyone has every Jew has a portion of the world to come. The Elu Shein L'Chezramba, and these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So we'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the between the first line and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Klal Yisrael, in other words, if you embed yourself within the Klal, you have a portion in the world to come from the Klal. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall be Yisrael Shem. It says the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of apples and embedding yourself within the Klal, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Balach Lotus, you're in dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Achdus, you remove yourself from the Klal, then you could lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the Klal, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the Klal, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Homer in Tchias and Ismin HaTorah. Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. V'apikoris. Again, we see Rashi says on the first note, see what apikoris is. Rabbi Kiva says, Apakori b'sfarim achitzoni. This is very interesting. So I love saying, even one who reads Sfarim achitzoni, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, I have to define exactly what that means. As someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abba Shalom says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with this letter, like that's the UK name, someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim Lacham were 3 kings, Yeravam, Achab, and Menashe. Listen, Achab was just around yesterday's daf. Rabbi actually both Rabbi and Achab. We may mention yesterday's daf, right? They're both evil kings and Menashe. We'll talk about Menashe in the Gemara. We're going to say something. I don't know if I mentioned the ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. Rabbi Yehuda says, Menashe is Rabbi Yehuda says, no, King Menashe, by the way, is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar vayiskalel elov vayishma tchinaso vayishivu Yerushalayim afuso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. Diving to Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what he sees over there, Menashe diving, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Menashe became about Tshuva. They said to him, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, below the Chaya Olam Haba Yeshivu. The Menashe was returned to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion in the world to come. Arba had Yotos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion in the world to come. Bilam, Doeg, we'll discuss him. He was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom, and Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. Which Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama. Well, Gemara Trump goes ahead and denies resurrection. Like someone denies the transformation. Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, now, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there's the machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to bring up the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the nice stuff for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba is how we constantly use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal, what we'll call it. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But again, we'll see some allusion to this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all this. The Gemara says, I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, the Kol Rach Lama, Tano, who covered the Tches HaMesim? See, he rejects the notion of Tches HaMesim. The Fichach, well, yeah, no, Chelek, the Tches HaMesim. But listen, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara's makes it sound like Olam Haba in this context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, there's like a Mida K'neged Mida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Because we'll say the way that devotion works is with reciprocity. Tit for tat, reciprocity. How do you know? That Baruch works reciprocity. Listen to this. It's interesting where the Gemara learns after, even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this. The Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Vayomer Elisha, Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar Sa'at Solas B'Shakel, Usasayim Solim B'Shakel B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the north of the city and says, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayayin HaShalish, Asher Melech Nishon Yado, Es Yisrael. Vayomer, Hine Hashem Oseh Rubos B'Shamayim, Hayiyeh Hadavar Hazeh. So one of the commanding officer of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is there's no food here. There's no food here. In other words, when you go from no food to overabundance of food, that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. So what happens? It's interesting. So again, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. You might say, I have a Dilma kill us on Elisha Garma, right? So maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. Again, the curse of the Chacham is very powerful. Even if it gets just any other exposure to come true. In that's the case, it should just several of them died. My Bashar, why does it say by the gate? I'll just say Bashar, because this conversation that happens between Elisha by the gate. Rabbi says, therefore, Allah Lamaisa, you see from here, Mida K'neged Mida. So the Shfarach operates again because we, therefore, again, if a person don't believe it, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Mida K'neged Mida says, this is one of the most important episodes in Torah Kula. The Rabbi actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rabbi says, no, it's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rabbi says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The Baruch works in our relations with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain I don't want to be chayik, right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that I am embedded in this framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want to listen in the flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behavior. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Incredible. Says in I'm Rabbi Yochanan, fascinating. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to chesed? Very specific. By the way, this begs the general question of all of this stuff, chesed, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in general? Right? The Rabbi includes it as Yud Gimel Ikarim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikarim, 30 principles of faith. Chesed, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with the Rambam. It's the Rambam. So what's the pshat? Something that is so core, that is so central. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, it's incredible by the way, Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not an excuse. Right? But Lamaisa, that's not Church of Hirsch makes an amazing observation. The Hirsch says, by the way, if you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls and cemeteries like in Europe. And that was because of land donation. Like that was just often because Jewish community was given a plot of land. You had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, right, no one ever, it's not like you could have a nice small courtyard over here, but right? So certainly generated much easier funds, right? But Kiddush clubs and your parents, it could have really been beautiful, right? All together. Right? So the nice stuff, why do you think that should go to cemeteries? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been giving. That's why, again, you'll find those because Gemara asks, by the way, at least give me a hint. This is so beautiful. Because it says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You must fly. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. She was supposed to give my truma to Aaron. Here's the bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron at 25, behind the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him a truma? So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life, and in Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael will be so good to give him the truma. You can't. Let Chesed Nissim. And here is a remes to Chesed. So we'll say, how beautiful is that? Which means that we'll say that the day is going to come. Mashiach's going to come. It's going to be a result. Aaron is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron HaKohen. The fact that the pasuk phrases is that way, that is a scriptural allusion to Chesed. We'll stop over here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Both sides tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Palestine, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Torah. As a first Baruch Hashem, to begin the week, turning up the Pesach and Eretz Hashem. Beautiful God, really. Actually, I want to give you coming instructions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be legal. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Top 10K Hay. The Tosin Mishpacha to solve for dedicating all the children's ROTHSCHILD as a support for the sales levels to Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying through singing and loving their Speak, Hirsch, Tosin Fakoi, and the Zib, Nudin, and Berman families of Yemen and Abus Music, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zipur. Rafa, the upper American Talmud Torah, all of those shall be the families in the all of those who shall be the colleagues. All of our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful before Maaseh. Was with that, let us begin. Today's daf is page test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on page test. The Mishnah says as follows. Last night at the end of Shir, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have something incredible ahead of us this week, but some very long doctrine ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. So, we are on page 89. We are still on the incredible saga of the subject matter. Should be out there. So remember again, we learned already the halachas concerning when is Zakir is put to death, what type of mahlokes is individuals Zakir Mamre. Now it comes to the actual execution of the Zakir Mamre. So the Mishnah says, we do not base it in Yavna. So by the way, what's the basing in Yavna? So look at Rashi. Rashi is about 2 lines of the top. All of these are Mishkas HaGazis. Because we made love, Shal Yavin, Ad Shekosa Sanhechi Bidova Yavna, Ba'adain Habayis Chayot, Yachar King Horek Yisrael, and we still from Yavna. So again, interestingly enough, Yavna was one of the locations that the English was exiled. So the Mishnah is saying like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakir Mamre, this Global has to be situated in the Mishkas HaGazis in chamber of hewn stone in the English compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the English is still standing, you can't execute the Zakir Mamre. Now we also look at the Haggadah in Yerushalayim. We take the Zakir Mamre up to this Haggadah. Also Berega. So what we do is we incarcerate it. We put him in a hole for himself, but so the next upcoming Zego, the next upcoming young people are going to go based on Shia Sukkis. Let's just point out how terrible is this. Remember again, this is the first daf, the first part of the daf, and what does it make reference to? To the Golan. Like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone mamish is like, we're always journeying to something else. That's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So part of this job behind us is, again, we're not yet the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of the Bali Israel forms a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us. There's always something new right in front of us. Pesach is head. So it keeps, so again, what's the first thing in the Mishnah will see? It keeps the Zakir Mamre in a whole itself up until the next level, up until the next level. And when we say level, you execute it on your own, which is fascinating. Now, why should I not? The color on the Shmuel, the row, for the Yizidin of the Rabbi Akiva. Because the Pasha says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and the fact that they will not follow in the footsteps. These are Rabbi Akiva. Well, the Satan Rabbi Akiva says it like this. You gotta make a spectacle out of this. People have to see this, people have to see this, people have to understand this. There has to be public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this thing, and you see this by cell phones, or people see certain things, sometimes they don't change. But the Kiva says, the doctor don't execute it over the moment, so that should become public spectacle. So Rabbi Kiva says, no. Even the honest, you know, so Rabbi Kiva says, no. You do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. Element also yard. What we need to execute on the day, because when the shop and the shmita become more colors. And what do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Nidalai so needs some element of publicity. The great the publicity component essentially is established by holding on top of the government and executing again on the level. But you say, no, you don't do that. No, say, you do not corrupt the judgment. Somebody's liable to that penalty. You execute it. We're not going to go ahead and work it potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the community saying each one is going to be celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll perform the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. There's a couple of my focus about how we go ahead or just say when we go ahead and execute something of it. Good job on it. That's how it was. In recent also, nobody officially was what they said, you're not called the right self, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The right says as follows. In the recent also, nobody based in Shadiah, so he's not extreme, nothing not in his local basing, but nobody based in Shadiah, not even in his Yagna. Once again, you based in Yagna, with something as itself was exiled to. Ella, Margaret also based in Rabbi Yerushalayim. That is, then when we bring something number up to the high court of Yerushalayim, the Sham is also Azarado. And we wait, we hold it, like the holding himself up until like this. And we see also the level. And we execute the money of the Shema, the Palah, the Shmuel, we yell it, we get that Yeshiva. Because the Prophet says, someone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear. This is the word of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Kol Ha'am. We're even going to have a time that everybody can hear about this. But Rabbi also said, when you try to put it out, I'm going to let you go. Does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? Or that the Kiva is making this about that people should see the Zakin Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, does the Pasuk say that they should hear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So exactly again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't have to see it. They don't have to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? They don't say that we should think the thing that Yehuda understands this to be like the corruption of the day. It's interesting something like, you know, life is, every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over. So that's why I do another joke, like the lunch joke. Like I really try to come up here is whatever is going on in life, you need to just need to like, you know, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or making things that don't go our way, or trying to kind of relax. Just being into it, sometimes in life is so much about thinking about it for circumstances. Just being into it and just go. You're going to be great, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, are you waiting for it? I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. It's like, sometimes you don't know how things are going to turn out. That's one other anxiety. But hey, I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this, why don't you do this to this person? You got it. You know, he's really executing something on, right? So you got to execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why did you delay it? What's the point? Because we've seen this motif before, that when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanis. Now, that might sound like a little bit of contradiction, but do understand that Sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanas as well. So if there's a memory, okay, you bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Just means let get there, do it, and that's it. So Rabbi, if you have any resource and you have to come to the shop and become local, just blowing the sky in the basic. And again, how do we fulfill the facilities? Like letters, to send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so's executed as was up in numbers. So once I see the one of the focus, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi how you execute this up in numbers. Okay, turn about it. I thought you can have lots of. Now, the truth is, because clearly, once you see this up in numbers, it's not just that we execute it. But there is this thing of this publicity tool that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You must, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just an execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis, this is the one who goes and incites others to worship a holy God. Then Solar Umora. Something memory and aging soldier. Interesting, all of these four new taxes in the United States, Rashi says over at Raza, slowly reach the Beki Ansha Abraham and Sue, to the Yurdas as happy. So literally, they go around, so-and-so execute the president of the Avera, and all of this is done in all its peers of public sphere, but I think what you find is, you know, that Kulik Sefer, the Kolaan, the Kol Yisrael, the ultimate again, that's right, the Kolaan. So like all of these situations, because the Kolaan, the entire nation, will see. Interestingly enough, the Kol Yisrael, the Kol Yisrael, the Kol Yisrael, the Yisrael, the no Kol Amma, Fashim Sudasa, Yisrael Sahad Yisrael. So it's interesting enough that in Zonin, the Russians behind Yisrael, those who are left over, like those who remain, why doesn't the group the same explosive Russian ultimately again as Kolaan, the Kol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because like Avis, not everyone is fit for Avis. Avis is always more limited for why? Because one of us have certain things to person gamble. They can't go out and do Avis, right? Person is not Avis, I can't, oh shoot, I can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to each other, the public, therefore the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be, is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, the parallel side, beautiful, Imam Mishnah, and each father is saying you're going to go a whole Mishnah, no Yishakir, no Yishakir, next guy is Kyrie something. No Yishakir, okay, so what is he? Hanisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So what's another Yishakir? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who's prophesied something that you do not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting enough, which was a very discipline. So let's say again, I'm standing right. Right, so what happens? My friend gets the blue at finish. By the way, many people think you get the blue at finish, right? Especially by your third finish. Suddenly they're getting the prophesied these are going to be said. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to you, you even get the blue. Now it happens to be right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the Bible did not say. Case number two, the Bible shall give my friend the law. I heard right? I heard the law, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Rabbi Shaka. Because in these cases, you substitute our court. Like what? About a Kovish is new also. So let's say this is fascinating. Kovish is new also is someone who receives the Ruah or refuses to share it. Like Kovish means like to conquer something. So receive the Ruah and refuse to share it. Or when you go down and see this disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi. The Rabbi Sha'aba Agire Asmo, or the Rabbi who receives the Ruah. The violates the only Ruah that he receives. So all these cases, most of us are not, we suffer the Shemayim. Only individuals again get into the Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Everything of the heavens. Incredible. Shinemar, I know he as most of you know. And the sun is here all this stuff. I'm going to all these business a little bit. And it's not a vision of others to Rabbi. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and when I was over camp, I'm not Avodah Zarah. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Zarah says. After the GUINNESS, even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay? Right? So, even though you're not seeing anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually aligns with what you believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Abba, Al-Mishish, a person who's adultery, even Shinishis on the Shus about the Nisun, Abba, Abba, Allah, is going to fight. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had innocent and not Nisun, or they just got married, they had Nisun, but again, they do not yet live together, the halacha is, Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Philip. There's someone named Baskoy of Allah, so ultimately, there wasn't remember, a Baskoy commits adultery, what's the din? Straight back. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Ibn solely. Like even witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shakal Amuzim, Maximin Olsen, is supposed to join us going to Val, because now again, the way it works with Ibn solely is not. You get a typical punishment. Basis and Lokasha Zama. The exception to this is Ibn solely would buy a Bas coin, because she gets Swefa, but they, and what is the adulterer, will get Kanet. Okay, incredible. So that's how it was. Says the Gemara. Shloshim Misashim B'Adam, Shloshim Misashim B'Shemayim. So there are three, these are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately again are killed by a court, and three of them need to be Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hanisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Leh. Yes, so ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, like I should say, it was a prophecy that was not set. Essentially, they were inventing prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of Allah, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and invent prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or, and it's not even share of all those co-fathers, right? You can't even share of all those co-fathers. Or a person goes ahead and prophesies it in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As you said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, now look is Misasan Bide Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKovish has Nebuah, so a Navi who receives a Nebuah but does not share it. And the Bata Divrei Navi, or somebody who disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi Shaba Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa Bide Shalayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. You will say, it's interesting to know this idea. Misnade Mashalo Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesizes, puts themselves, I received the more information, more information that they do not receive, I understand what is the fear of yourself. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense when it doesn't prophecy. But I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a fear of yourself? Like, what's I'm not making up the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the positive. We'll see why it is. But we'll see like, practically what's wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? The worst Avera a person to commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the Avodah life is never to be someone else. The Avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruben. But the Avodah of trying to become someone else alike. That's such a purpose. That's such a purpose. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like the mother of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. As we just talk about Roman and Chabad, I'm like, I have to learn from every person. But my hope is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the Nebuah that was given to someone else, and you make it your own, That is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best version of me. You pick someone else's reward and you make it your own. Tell yourself, what are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you're not, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Like you're always, because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone who's like trying to do that to other people. Rather, you're like trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to second class. So you know all this from already the Amr Prophet the Prophet says, so it says ultimately again, the Nabi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That first the Nabi will invented a prophecy and he's giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, fine. Next. Vasher lo tzivisim. I do not commanded him. But then refers that I did command it to another Nabi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. Therefore, for someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, remember, what's the case of that? The case of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Allah makes it liable to them. Okay, and all of these cases, what does the Pasuk say? The race are not even fair. And once again, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty the default is. Then I could, most of that's our first thing. Next, according to the law. So, the Nabi Sha'aba Aguda Asmam Nisazim Shanaim. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vakar disregards the words of the Nabi. Or number three, a Nabi who violates his own Nebuah. So all these people are put to death in Mishnah. And where do we know this from? It says, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So once in the Pasuk, it says the person will not the Nabi will not listen. Karibei Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Karibei Lo Yashmiya, the Karibei Lo Yishma. El Direi, Sid, Anoki, Adrosh, Imo, Ide Shemaim. Okay, so once I saw again, in that one pasuk, there's someone who hears it, disregards it, like somebody hears it, prophecy disregards it, and somebody else who hears it, another disregards it, and another ultimately, again, who is Kovish Es who also does not share his Nebuah. And it's not Shama. So now we're going to give some examples. One second. Okay, fine. We'll expound on it a little later. Understanding National Shama. The person prophesizes something he did not hear. So you might give an example. This is on Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? It says, Bayas, Lord Sidkia ben Kinano, Kaime Barzal. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story of the Nabi of where Aram was attacking Israel, and the interesting alliance. Remember, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Judah. The kingdom of Malchus Israel is now the name of Achab, and the kingdom of Malchus Judah is now the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat is very righteous. Achab, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat that on. So Yoshaphat, like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a super unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need a Nabi. So Achab produces. Achab's got no choice. You get enough money. You could find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achab's producing hundreds of prophets. And so Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kinano, which is really interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kinano do? He fashions, he makes iron forms. And it's supposed to symbolize the fact that Bali's was going to gore around. They're really successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was one guy. Sidkia he really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, if we're going to see it, it's such a false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this hoping with the Baruch was raised to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My having on the other, what should Tzidkiah have done?" This is a wild story. So Tzidkiah was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Was that name sounds familiar? Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So, but Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Izel. Izel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and had him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Tzidkiah, making it look like it was Achab's in order to get Achab to go out to battle, so Achab would fall in battle. Okay, you must have said, Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifartes Achab, v'yal v'yakot v'yivov v'moskilat, Baruch put out a call to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achab into going to war? So Spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. Ve'omer Tzidkiah, they got two thoughts say, but also or Yudah might say, what is the meaning of the Baruch who said to the Spirit, which turns out to be the Spirit of Nabos? Go, say to Kisasi, you have to leave me. There's a this is actually incredible. There's also a essentially the change for the Neshamas. Whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this Spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. The Rebbe all of this all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbe Shalom celestial sphere. Maria, and then Yochanan, yes, so Nabos was Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Tzidkiah ben Kenana. So Tzidkiah should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signals Achab all over the community. The Ishmael is starting to signal Achab. There's an interesting enough. You can have no prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets that give the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, can convey the word about the Baruch in the same way. So in other words, like the Obadja Amar, Zodon Bidach Yisiacha, Yemir Amar, Kifatas Yisiacha, Zodon Bidach. The Hasaga just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them is receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relation with our first party. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It's really profound. So you can put the message true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with our no two Jews have the same nature of the same type of rituals, the same halakhos, the same shulchan aruch, but at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, varies. Even slightly, but nevertheless, there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, it's a situation of Eli. Now, what's the situation of Eli? So Achab had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. It's not exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's you realize there's something wrong over here. The Gemara says, so what's happening? Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know this little bit. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe they didn't know this halacha. The Gemara says, Yoshaphat was there, and Yoshaphat means. That's why Yoshaphat, even though Achab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshaphat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it looks like, how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how we should respond, that all of us interact in relation with Hashem. Sometimes we think that let's keep talking real about stuff. Can you imagine 20 Jews sitting together saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. Scripture where it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want to hear people Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being mad and loving. That's actus. That's actus. You have this very skewed view of actus. That actus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never ever. I've said it a million times. Like what does Rashi say about Har Sinai? And I said it in Isha Chad. I know that part. One people with one heart. Rabbi always said, it never says Isha Chad B'Dea Achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart.
I feel like I should know because I see that on the subreddit. Alright, well, YouTube, you can make fun of me and call me an idiot. Or at least something good. Yeah, please. Here's one thing like a Jordan 6 there.
Everyone, my wife, you know, one of those looks. Okay, so I had to do that transaction, but let's do that so they could not. And it jumped on this particular number of my account. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful. Is that right afterwards, after this went up about 3 hours, but it was 20 times, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was slower. So that's what it was, but at the end, like, the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other sobbing. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and miss the mark every single step of the way. But you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, you know, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. And an echo chamber, that's not right, and it's certainly not clubs. So if you just clubs, so let's say there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. People are seeing acquisition for all the correct opinions, right? Shoot us in positions in life, and not in right? But Lamaisa, so what happens? We see hundreds of people, they're all saying the same thing. That's like, something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people, and they're all saying different stuff. That's right. And actus is that moment where you can embrace, even after all those sickness arguments. All right, great then. So one of those arguments. I'm going to go behind me. So what happens? So no Shaphat says, I need someone here. So Achab says, what are you going to do? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Ka'afiniku Mlayin Yves Abi Abba, I learned this from my father, Signon Echad Olim L'Karmen Nevi'im. The ancient Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, that's what I learned is, this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be that 500 nothing about. Right? But they don't. But none of them give it over in the same way. Like we all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there and these hundreds of prophets, I try to point out, These were not followers the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the Baruch Hu wanted Achav to go out to war to fall in battle. So Yehoshaphat was saying the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Yehoshaphat needs unity. Okay? So remember like that. So much of the good. I'm still not sure what's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over. Didn't keep going. Can I get that? Azor, because you, so you say, can I even Azor? What happens when I even Azor? Because you're the Shita Azor, you know what's going on in the upper marketplace, but the Amar, Korma, Hashem Tzimakos, in the shoulder as Kashas, that as well, who's going to go ahead and break the bar Elam. Elam was another nation, Elam. I'm going to break the bar in order to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Not so Hanania Kavakor Biatzmo. So Hanania hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he needs to talk about the Kavakor. Might Elam Shemova Allah. I'm not going to start with you shoulder and catches Elam. So Elam, they came to help Baruch. And the Baruch is going to say that he's going to break the bow of you, going to defeat them. Now, Allah has come to the Kama. Allah has come to the Kama. And the Baruch is coming, is breaking the primary fold of Klal Yisrael. So he's going to break the secondary fold of Klal Yisrael. What's the secondary fold of Klal Yisrael? Baruch. So can I even come up on that? And Baruch is going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's going to go ahead and defeat Baruch. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies his Asi, who shook attack on Amar, Kama Hashem, Shabbat as all Melech Baruch. Fascinating. So when I hear the prophecy of Yirmiyah, he needs to have a comment from that prophecy. And then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. That's why he didn't say it. Shmuel didn't say it. Only from that line. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and he gives it over. How do you make this up? He made this up. Which the much stable is and Kavakon and Mekish, and then the Ikma. So I'll do it again. Ikma, you will not know them at all. Those are ultimately because of have comments. He does seem to have comments, and because Kavakon was on the exegetical principles, he might treat this like a case of straight over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. I'm a time share of all this Kohabim. What's an example of one who prophesizes in the name of Chak? So what's the last line? You go with the Habal. So this is the easy one. The Habal. What is the Habal? And again, obviously, prophesizing in the name of Baal, things that were not true. Next, that's always just what was incredible. What's an example of holding your own prophecy? Yonah Benamitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy. What does he do? He learns it. Let's say, just in the ministry that the publishers was lost, so many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we go to see all of this person right now, what does he say? What does he say? You could be great. You can accomplish great things. And that's just like the day the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzes and says, Shuvu Zvanim Shofedim. Every day Bas Kol comes out and says, Shuvu. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this Bas Kol, what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's published never also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day it's far from this first God. Every day opportunity comes to us. The Sabbath doesn't become great. And if we suppress it, or we don't utilize it, or we don't actualize it, that's called Kodesh Esrei also. Yonah Benamitai. From the Bible of the Navi, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's it on the days? On the days, so the Gemara says, Chavrei B'Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Actually says, Chavrei B'Micha. It's simply Isha. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day, about Achav. The sin, the Ishakam in Yanadin, on the Bidvar Hashem Kanina. So this lovely Micha, when it goes to his Messiah and saying, in the name of God, kiss me. So this is part of the prophecy he's trying to show ultimately again that Father Hashem was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achav was going to fall in battle. But you know, in the also, the man refused to hear Michael, and what happens? You see, no, Ya'an Hashem lo shamata, Another shot, fine. No, yeah, so the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so not because of Aaron, right? And because again, in this case, he didn't listen up and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but a different guy. Another shot, I'll give it Aslo, was an example of a Navi who violated his own words. Not violated his own words. He goes ego hanavi. He's not ego, what's what happened ego? It says, he can see the old see. He didn't see what this was, so ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This is the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. Like Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus. Rabbi ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by his father. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has yet correcting good people. Rabbi ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his leadership over Malchus Israel, he had to prevent the Jews from going for this interest. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be this interest. Everybody had to be over Rego. And that's the case. Your Rabbi said people are going to be subservient with the Davidic king and not to you because he has an interest. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? That's what we're going to do. We go two golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not about desire. It's wonderful. Just I'm saving you a trick. You don't have to go ahead and go only to the base. Just to serve Hashem, serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Rabbi Israel. So ego confronts your Rabbi when he's offering his kavaras by the Zizgah by the Adon, and your Rabbi sticks out his arm, like an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So ego was that Navi, but the Bible commanded ego, when you go, so go through your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You gotta be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Ego's constantly like, okay, mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I've gone on a mission. You guys says, you're not going to leave. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We can eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake. And it goes into this guy's house and eats. By Yashab, by Yashab, so it's Sid, by Yelachim, Sid, what happens? When ego left, after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately, again, for violating his own rule, violating his own word. The Jewish letter is also such a, the story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord Christoph will tell you that if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to listen? Just be focused. Don't be focused. So that you feel uncomfortable about this in Shah's Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? He says, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason you're accomplished in life is why? As it is, everyone here in the I'll tell you why. Because you get distracted. I'm on task, and I get distracted. Distracted all the time. I do this, I do everything in life. Just get distracted. And so, I'm off. So how the whole use of this useless is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Navi saying over here, this story is, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphor, it's an actual story. But the metaphor has to show up as far as you don't have a mission, don't go and eat, don't get distracted, don't do anything, just stay focused on what counts. And ego gets distracted, and what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it, you lose the momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I will say, for example, even by learning. Like by learning, there's this soul of learning through sequence. Right? What does it mean to learn a sequence? To learn for a certain amount of time, undistracted. Like even 5 minutes of learning through a sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. It's just in our own lives. Because what happens? Like, I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm here. Okay, it's better. And at the end, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And some total, like, that's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. Because what he wants about this, be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get deceived by the line. Such an incredible resource. First time I saw this stuff, I put this movie are so local. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy. He gets Malchus. It's Malchus. Amalari, mind up of Hamed, the Arabal Lucky. They will say, this is for community structure. Which literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression of slip burning out. Right? But in other words, it's an expression that seems like, what did we do wrong? In other words, they're looking at here. You might not ask me over here about what a person did wrong if they told you a prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? So you have another A, right? Another A called the prophecy. Okay. How exactly does anyone know that he would help the prophecy? So you must say, my master day. Who's giving you master off? I'm going to buy it. How big is it? I'm sorry. I'm going to buy it. How big is it? So I'm going to buy it. The 6 kilo. Now, Sancho, King Davar, so who's giving us fellow prophecies? This was what we said before. And this is interesting. That how the prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique health prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know a particular level do not share. Okay? If you're not Haji Day, so that's an issue. Or maybe if it's powerful, retracted, or maybe given a one changed their mind, safety changed their mind. And you see the Haji Day is really other modes of cool in the view. Again, it's possible as well as sometimes changes the view. And if you were to do that, then what? You would inform the group of Nevi'im as well. The hard Yonah, the Haji Day below. 1 second. Yonah, after the Father changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out with everybody else the Baruch is not destroying Noonday. The Baruch did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. To which the Imam says, no. Yonah made kara, Noonday ne'apakas ami. So it's very important. The Russian of Yonah said, but owned at one Yonah, the Noonday ne'apakas. Now, what does ne'apakas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant, in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in the city. The change could be they can all become ridiculous by the or the change could be the city will be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for 2 circumstances. Again, it was an open-ended Nebuah. Again, and we'll say incredible. I don't point out. Part of the reason, ultimately, why we read severely with Gipper is the kind of nice it's Shiva. It's also kind of nice story. The metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As well as the thing that all our body number in many attacks. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you live in it. It means what you live in it. As long as we know what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Our life are this open-ended, user-only nature of us. And another 40 days, it's sitting there like being overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. But your life is going to be who you're going to be. Person who comes, it's up to you. On the last side, so we'll say, so ultimately, again, one ignores the weight of another. So here's what's interesting. Now, if another says something, and I don't know if so somebody says, I sing the name of God, right? So, right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi? He's saying, obviously, once again, you got to prove, like, the Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just roll in his own saying Nabi. You got to prove it in some way. So the boys I Baham Nikah. And the people first that you do not refuse to or not giving you is Nikah. Here for the Mukhans at least in the rather than say why. Once you're not using Mukhsak, what Mukhsak means, then not the obviously means what this is ridiculous. People came off this, if you don't say this, Avram Baharam Mori, a big Yitzchak was listening to his father. Right, so again, when Avram Mori first the old man lost it. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why was Yitzchak listening to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak never said that, hey, maybe that's a little bit, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God. Perhaps you missed something or nuance, maybe without speaking a metaphor at all. Avram says it, and this is why, because Avram was Mukhsak. Avram was another, was Mukhsak as another. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Uriel Barakando, and his son Kelly, the Abish with the quotes. What's that? Uriel, Uriel Barakando, right? What happens is, this was the ultimate showdown between Uriel and the Nevi Abba. Remember the story? Like they told you, everybody built an altar. Uriel built an altar. The Nevi Abba built an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? Remember again, then they did another thing that we have about is crying out, the last reading of all kinds of things to start. What they puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Fire comes down from heaven, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. If you top off the carbon outside of the so what's happening over here? So how do you know to be able to use scoop quotes? Again, Rabbi told him, now I believe you see the word, says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every word. Let's say, by the way, you know what the post-it story is, right? You know the about what happened in the next paragraph? Rabbi starts worshiping Baal again. This is if you are not to give this famous statement, as much as I can post in Ashkenazi, how long are you going to straddle the fence for? I will say this also is that a very important issue, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They don't. Again, listen, it's just passing touch also. Probably so standing behind Sinai. And what happened? They go to Golden Calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many, do you think? How many missiles were fired to Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired to Iran? And not one hit. So you would think again, fires would have undergone massive triple movement, octopus everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. So what happens when you go watch fireworks? What happens? Ooh, yeah, there's someone who comes back from Portugal for like 5 6 years. You know what? That was my fault. I was like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? So what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. And what happens? People just go like, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from avoda. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort, getting in the out. Miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work, being in and being out. Incredible. All right, that's what I think. We should push the second music on the all right, fine. Versus, now, by the way, that is not really Gary. Looks like I just think this is ridiculous. You want to watch this? But now that we mentioned Avram Avinu, that Avram did not need to give. Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Mukhsak. So he goes at the Akiva. Avram. After what? It says it was after these things, and I'm saying that's Avram says the Akiva. So after what I'm going to go with Yossi Ben Zero, after Dvorak shall suffer. After the words of the supper, what did the supper say? It said, Vayikda Hayolet Vayikdamal. The concept said, Vayitzchak, after the Yitzchak, the boy got up and he was moving. He grew up and he was moving. And then he was the big suit. for reading. How about something else about it? The Satan said to Hashem, you don't know them. The Satan is that. But if you suck in the first time, you so be bad, and like this old man. So Hanata, when they're showing off the button, so you do the talk at 100 years old, you don't do the shot, you know, how you look for echo, go for echo, so the Satan says here, from God, we gave this old man so much. And all these things that he made, he had to open up a little cup, like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. He gave out a little animal, a little bird, nothing. I'm going to throw us out of the show to know. Everything Adam really did for his son. Imagine all of those Americans being called the Banai, the Yadizot. Parents to tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Something is going to give me. But ask Adam to give him his own son, he would do it. Miyad, Elohim says Adam. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Adam. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the genesis of the Akedah with this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. But I know that. Half the to be close. I can't take down the really two things that we fucking over enough. I'm going to be shooting the Abba. Aim not Elohim Bakasha. Now, Noah is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Imam says, Moshe will not like Basta the God. So I'm going to go on target. So what things can we prepare to? So to be there for a few things, we're way too many wars. What's the first of the intermediate guidelines? Via that, we were Echad. We're not starting. And it's since we have like one, like, we had like the guy, like one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of these victories. Remember, Amja Allah Muhammad the most intense battle of his life. I don't know, he says he was most valiant soldier. Please, I'm most either of stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So the Yomu showed us in Bayan Mamish. Because if you don't fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away all the previous victories. But if you stand from this to make intense of battle, not only you have victories here, but it's to make the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all of the Adam Ravinu, Shokah Tzad Adam, Nisisita B'Kamei Sionos, and giving you many tests over the years. But Amarta the Kulo, and you've been successful in all of them. Akshav Amor Leading Israel, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Shalom Yomu, and management. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous study of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. When people like to fail someone, generally human nature is that what? We remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. This is just interesting. Nice to decide if the value of warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are those that want to see. First the prophet of Hamilton, he's a beautiful idea of Sassas. Sassas, our co-chief, he says, something amazing, he says, I do as son is Soros. He is not family. Mispash to Kora Kohos Shiish the Minister, with the Skaba Azar on the Senate. With every single one of Hamilton's Soros, what he did is, he embedded another color in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Hamilton was our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every sign that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akidas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Kora Meruba Shamasiras Diyash. That Akidas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to do everything for God. Hamilton already demonstrated willingness to do himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to do anything that every big was of his own Shalom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be up on please with Amar Avinu, it says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embedded this core within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son and you wait to offer him as a carbon, but you're embedded within Klal Yisrael with the clock and the ability to do anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch. And that's HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, but the truth is, you make people deficient. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Rabbi passes this test like we know, and he is dead with a mass. This stuff he said, listen, we're living through times like this. We're living in times that are obviously not that much. Now, I think those times that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? Those are just one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of someone photos. These little girls who were dressed up as a gun broker. Dressed up as a gun broker. Who should go to every single block in Shemaim. I've never asked him to why, what does she represent? What does she represent? She represents this incredible car. This car of Shabbos, this car of Yiddish, this car of Amino. And this car, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does it grow? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that koach? Comes from Avinu. When Avinu was willing to go and give everything for the party, he's embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And in fact, this part is captain of peace. And this is the shape of it. You have to pass this test. This is not strength you're going to summon up. This is what you're going to muster for this Messiah. This is strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children. And the strength that you are going to access throughout the ages. Because Rabbi was successful in his Messiah. He gave us the power to be successful in our Messiah. As you will say, tremendous, right? Again, come right much again. I would say a lot of these people are listening, a lot of our guys teach are tremendous together of us.
I always want to, these clips, I always want to know the context. Like, why is he talking about dinosaurs? He's so confident, too. Yeah. They just they isolate on like the dumbest videos they can find.
It always balances out somehow.
And then they play it out, so we just see him being like a complete fool without any context. And it's great. It's like, why is he talking about this?
Do you think you can outrun a dinosaur?
Probably not.
All right. So it's like, good morning. Let us begin a good kavah. Let's Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Journey up to Pesach, the special Shem, Abba Alinu, with Tovo, with the new daf, and Eretz Hashem, beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to hear your coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should change our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechon Lebracha. We hope that in America, Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Stavim Aviyah, the families in the Hama, all of those who need refuah Shabbat for those called Holy Israel, Yishmarach Mishlim Eretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Let's read that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Tes 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Tes. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Rector assigned some homework last night at the end of this year. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agadah ahead of us this week, but some very long daf ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on Pei Tes 89a. Remember again. We are still on the incredible sugya on Zagim Mamre. Same Amisno, so remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zagim Mamre is put to death, what type of mashlooks and now it comes to the actual execution of the Zagim Mamre. So the Mishnah says you cannot execute him in the days in the city, nor to be executed in the basin in Yavne. By the way, what's the basin in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 3 lines down from the top. And all the basin in Yavne. Initial the basin shel Lishkas Hagozis. Hagidolo Yavne. Va'adayin habayis kayum. Yachar ekein horek b'tchilot. Inu mitznos of Yavne. So again, interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah says is like this: in order to go ahead and situate the lishkas hakazis and chamber from stone in the base of the compound, so if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the base of you can't execute the second member. Ella, Malin also a base in Yerushalayim. You take the Zakin Mamre up to the base in to the high court in Yerushalayim. Umishamrin also ad haregel, umimisin also beregel. So what we do is we first put him in the holding cell until the next upcoming regel. So next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the regalim, based on Shavuos Sukkos. Let's actually find out how terrible is this. Remember again, this is the first godly, the first Purim da. And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-Mish is like, we're always journeying to something else. Right? It's never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. We're not yet privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of the probably comes a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Pesach is ahead. So again, according to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, they keep the Zakin Mamre in a holding cell up until the next Regal, up until the next Yom Tov. When we start Regal, we execute him on Yom Tov, which is really just fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar v'chola ad yishma'u v'yirau v'lo yizidin od Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. So what essentially Rabbi Akiva says is like this. We gotta make a spectacle out of it. People have to see this, people have to understand this, there has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing, see this by Sota also, people see certain things, it has a roadshow. So the Akiva says, you have to don't execute it over the government, so that should become a public spectacle. The Rabbi says no. Imma anias dino shows that. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. You do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also so what you do is you execute immediately because then the shulchan the chol. And what do we do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Mikra Raisa needs some element of publicity. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and executing him again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no, we don't do that. But we'll say Ima Anyas means we do not corrupt the judge. If somebody's liable to death penalty, you execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the community saying, and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. We'll say about how we go ahead, or I should say, when we go ahead and execute the judgment number. Let's analyze. Also, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Rabbi says as follows: also, should be so we don't execute the judgment number in his local basin. The local basin should be Yavne, not even in the basin Yavne. Once again, the basin in Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malvin also the basin of the Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what we do is bring the Zakin Mamre up to the high court of Yerushalayim, and we shamin also ad haregel, and we wait to hold him, in the holding cell up until Yom Tov, and we misin also beregel, and we execute him on the Yom Tov. Shne'emar b'chala am yishma'u v'yirau divrei Rabbi Akiva. As the pasuk says, everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? When Rabbi is also assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal. Rabbi Yehuda, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? In other words, Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakin Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Buddha says, as long as people hear about it, you don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Buddha shows that. It's interesting that Buddha understands this to be like an innoy deen. Innoy deen really means the corruption of the thing. It's interesting. It's something like life is. I have like a little bit of an ongoing joke. Okay, I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that their parents will always say over and over and over. So in my kind of a little bit of a joke, like I go to try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to feel like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. It's great, fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. It's not just sometimes in life you don't know how things are going to turn out. That's one level of anxiety. Sometimes I know. I know what's going to happen. So it's almost everybody says, why don't you do this to this person? Yeah, I got it. He's going to be executed. He's like imam, right? So you got to execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point? We've seen this motif before, that even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanos. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but if you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanos as well. So the Zakir Mamre, okay, he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just let get it over with, and that's it. So, Rabbi, if you know somebody, as the Kosim and Shofim, the Chomakom, Ish Pony is Chai Misa Bebezin. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, just send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as the Zakir Mamre. So we'll say, so this is the fundamental focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the Zakir Mamre. Okay, incredible. Tana Banon. So says the Bible. Tana Banon. Now, it's interesting also because clearly, once you see what the second memory is, it's not just that we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity to it, that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. The Gemara says, by the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorer Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Edom Zolomim. Interesting. All of these four need hachraza. They need announcements. Rashi says over hachraza, floating means the Bezin Avra Avedazu, Kede Lirdos as Hachir. So literally, these will announce so and so is executed and all of this is done in order to create a public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, "Kuluk sebu b'chol ha'am b'chol Yisrael." So ultimately, again, b'chol ha'am. So like all of these situations, this is b'chol ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, b'chol Yisrael be'edim zomin, b'chol Yisrael be'edim zomin k'sev anisharim, v'lo kuli ama chazulus v'dasa, l'sahadusa. Sorry. Because I say, interestingly enough, by edim zomin, the lashon is the hanisharim, those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because the other side, there are some occasions the person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? The person commits Nadeira, or certain Nadeiras can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, let's say beautiful Gemara Mishnah. Only 12 and Sunday we've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim Nisa. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavim Mashalo Shama, umashalo ne'emarlo. So we'll say, so what's a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. I'm standing next to Ruven. Ruven gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the Rabbi did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend the nebuah. I heard how that happens, right? I heard the nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, misasa b'di'adam. So these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Aval chovesh is nevuah. So let's say this is fascinating. Chovesh is nevuah. So someone who receives nevuah or refuses to share it. Like chovesh means like something. So receive nevuah, I'll be afraid of. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi sha'avra al direi atzmo, or a Navi who receives nevuah but violates the own nevuah that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals again get into Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Ejrosh Me'imo. I'm established B'Shem of all those kochavim. Again, we're going to get into all these pieces a little bit. I'm established B'Shem of all those kochavim. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and whatever, so Omer Kant, Omer Avodah Kochavim. And again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Kochavim says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling a fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al ish, a person who's adultery, kevan shenichnas al rishos habal l'nisun, achaf ishton nivala. Haba aleh harizeh b'chelek. So again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had Yusin and not Yusin, or they just got married and had Yusin, but again, they do not yet live together. The halacha is the Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Chenek. The Zomamei Bas Kohen Ba'ala. So ultimately, again, it wasn't remember a Bas Kohen who commits adultery. What's your din? Sreifa. So remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Eidim Zomamim, right? Meaning witnesses who testified falsely about her. Shekol Amuzmin Makimin La'osim. He's supposed to be Zonin Bas Kohen Ubal, because in general, again, the way it works with Eidim Zomamim is we get a simple punishment. The exception to this is Eidim Zomamim by a Bas Kohen, because she gets straight. But they, as well as the adulterer, will get Chana. Okay, incredible. Supposed to analyze. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a corpse. And three of them needs to be Shemayim. Okay, so what are they? Hamasnave Mashalo Shama. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, or I should say, that was a prophecy that was not said. Or essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So a person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. Or I'm Isnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Or a person goes ahead and prophesies in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Bide Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. Hakovish is also a Navi who receives the law but does not share it. And the back of Divrei Navi, or somebody disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi Shava al Divrei Atzmo, or Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasan Bide Shamayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnada Mashalo Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the law from Hashem, and you give over information that did not receive, I understand what is a fear of Nisa. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a fear of Nisa? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the positive, we'll see why it is. But what's it like? They will say the worst avera a person to commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best. So when a person becomes a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Rabbi. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Rabbi. But the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's such a toughness. Such a toughness. Such a thing. Trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to learn from that. Right? I can learn from every person, but my avodah is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my avodah is to be me. And to be the best version of me. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because listen, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone else. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. This says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? The Pasuk says, so we'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. Who's that? That refers to a Navi who invented a prophecy and he's giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that refers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the proof of that? The cause of that is even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that you over the name of avodah zarah makes it viable to that. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? This prophet will put to death. I will say again, stam, whenever the Torah says death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first three. Next, Hakovish has never also. The Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmo Misas Shamayim. Also, what about the next? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own Nevuah. So all these people are put to death b'dei Shamayim. Where do we know this from? This Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's the Pasuk says the first one, the Navi will not listen. Karibei lo yashmiya. So we can learn as not only lo yishma, but what? Lo yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Karibei lo yashmiya, Karibei lo yishma. El divrei straight out the way. Sit, Anoki, Adrosh, Ni'imo, Idei Shemaim. Okay, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, cites someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it, and the Navi ultimately again was Kovish and Shalosh Shama. Now the Gemara gives some examples. Also, okay, fine. We'll calm down a little bit later. I'm studying Shalosh Shama. So the Gemara gives an example of this. Kigon Sidkia ben Kinana. Like Sidkia ben Kinana. Who's Sidkia ben Kinana? Vayas lo Sidkia ben Kinana, Karnei Barzel. So it's interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Israel, and there was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Yisrael, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael was a member named Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was a member named Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need a Navi. So Achav produces. Achaz's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achaz's producing hundreds of prophets, and still Yoshaphat is not exactly true. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kinana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kinana do? He makes iron horns, and it was supposed to symbolize hope. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit so now I want to point out, Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy, but ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtickle false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achav is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch's way to lure Achav into battles, so that Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My what should Sidkia have done?" This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Novos. Let's say if that name sounds familiar. Remember, Novos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much wanted, but Novos wouldn't sell it. So Achav has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Novos up on false charges and have him executed. Novos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Novos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle, so Achav would fall in battle. Okay, Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yav v'yapa v'yivav v'ramos Gilad. Baruch Hu put out a call to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achav into going to war? So spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer Tifta, they got two chalds say, or Yudah might say, what does it mean when the prophet said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Novos. Go, say we have to leave you. So I said, this is actually incredible. The Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. All MS. And it's something that is not MS, cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach? Rabbi Yochanan, Ruach Shel Novos Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Novos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achav going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. But so one second, so Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Because Rabbi Yitzchak, Signon Echad Olam HaNeviim, Ve'in Shnei Neviim Misnavim Signon Echad. So it's interesting enough. You could have many prophets that have the same prophetic prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually really fascinating that prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. The one goes right to Obadja Amar, Zodon Libecha Hisiyacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzaska Hisiyoska, Zodon Libecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. So it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's the Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with Kadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. A really profound saying, which of course is not just true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same Taryat Mitzvos, the same Avokas, the same Shulchan Aruch. And at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? Today, so Ahab had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. And Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know the same with Rabbi. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. To which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamra Lahu. The Siva Yomer Yoshafat Ha'ein Ho Navi. Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Ahab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here, because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem, I would say it also plays something of proud and strength. I would say, sometimes we think of what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. Especially when it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with them. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened. Never said it a million times. Like what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, the Levi heart. One people with one heart. Rabbi always said. It never says Ish Echad the Dea Echad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says so. Somebody was and he's kind of going and my family. He's a little bit more he was he started going on about and there's Hashem, there should be a world in which yeshiva students are drafted. And he went on and literally everyone, my wife looked at me, she didn't see anything. You know, it was one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the people I super didn't. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was turn time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, but whatever, like everything was slower. So also, those beautiful thing was that at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was, there was just a circle of grown men holding each other solid. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But Lamaisa was like, it's wanted to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about saying, no, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, and it's certainly not Klal Yisrael. If you give Klal Yisrael, what says there's a lot of Jews, a lot of us Indians, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this year for all the correct opinions, right? Shitas and positions in life, and it's going to be free, right? And I'll say, but Lamaisa. So what happens when you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing? That's not something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's Christ. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, then. So the Gemara goes right there. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achra says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam L'Kamen Nevi'im. The ancient Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, so what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up from the bottom, right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way, right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shepard is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets, who I just want to point out, these were not followers, the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted Achab to go out to work to fall in battle. So Yoshaphat's like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Yoshaphat needs unity. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So good. What's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over? Things keep going. Hananya ben Azor, the Koyi. So this is like Hananya ben Azor. What happened to Hananya ben Azor? The Koyi, Yirmiyah was standing in the upper marketplace for Koamar Shem Tzavakos, Hinini Shover as Keshes Elam. So Yirmiyah is speaking of prophecy, right? And Yirmiyah says that Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. I'm going to break the bow in order to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? So Hananya hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah and he makes Kavachor. What's the Kavachor? My Elam Shalopa El Lazar as Bavel. Amrakadosh Baruch Hu Nishover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to tell Bavel. And Baruch Hu is going to say that he's going to break the bow of him, he's going to defeat him. Then Al-Gafas Kama Vakama, Kasim Atzman Alachas Kama Vakama. And the Baruch Hu is breaking the primary bow of Klal Yisrael. Soon he's going to break the secondary bow of Klal Yisrael. What's the secondary bow of Klal Yisrael? Bavel. So Hananiah made a couple of homers, and Kosh Baruch Hu is going to go out and defeat Elam. He's certainly going to go out and defeat Bavel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies this when Amar Koamar Hashem Shavarti as old Melech Baba. This is fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah. He needs to have a comment from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Kosh Baruch Hu didn't say it. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who heard a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Hananiah made this up. First, the Gemara says, "Kevan de Yisrael Chavachomer leMedrash, Keman de Itmar leDami." So ultimately, again, Keman de Itmar leDami, Udni Lo Ne'emar Lo. So let's say ultimately, because his name is Chavachomer, it's interesting. Because he's the Chavachomer, and because Chavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, so the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the Snaivishan of all this Kochavim was an example of one who prophesizes in the name of God. So we'll say last one, keep going, Nevi Habal. So we'll say this is easy one. Nevi Habal. For Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was an Abba Zara. He had his own Nevi'im. And again, obviously, he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Takovish is Nidlos. So it was incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Keep going. Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah gets a prophecy, and what does he do? He runs away. You know what I'm saying? Just so you understand what the coverage is. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that Ibn Shem over this verse in my ear, what does he say? What does he say? It could be great. It could be great. You can accomplish great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzes and says, Shuvu Banim Shovetim. Every day Bas Kol comes out and says, Shuvu. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this Bas Kol, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's called Vishnevu also. Everyday prophecy comes to us. Every day Hakadosh Baruch Hu whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes for us. The self-actualization become great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called Kovesh Esnevu also. Yonah ben Amitai. Who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the word of another? We'll say, on the base. So the Gemara says, Chadrei B'Nicha. These are the friends of Nicha. Now, who are the friends of Nicha? Rashi says, Chadrei B'Nicha. It said, Ish Achar L'Nei Nevi'im Omer Al Re'eu B'Gar Shemikani No. Hayim Nichayo Ben Yonah Shemisna Ve'osai the prophets was prophesizing that day about Ahov. It said, Ish Achar L'Nei Nevi'im Omer Al Re'eu B'Gar Shemikani No. So this Navi Micha went over to a guy and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achor was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hit Michael, and what happens? We say, by Yomer Lo, the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so if the Navi tells you to hit him, right? And because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Navi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story is but a different life. The Navi Sha'avar Al Divrei Atzmo. What's an example of a Navi who violated his own words? Navi violated his own words. To go and Ido Hanavi. There's Navi Ido. What's what happened with Ido? It says, he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. Like Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split Malchus. Remember again, Rabbi ben Nevat. Interesting enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has a way of corrupting good people. Rabbi ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Israel, he had to prevent Jews from going to the Beis Hamikdash. Because remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier is going to be the Beis Hamikdash. Everybody has to be on the leg. If that's the case, the Rabbi said, people are going to be subservient to the king and not to me, because he has the Beis Hamikdash. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? He built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, if you do a trip, you don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hashem. Serve here. But what happens? Again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Edom confronts Yerovam when he's offering his kavanas by his death, and Yerovam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Edo was that Rabbi, but the Bible commanded Edo, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay, so Edo doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? He said, by Yomer Lo, Kamani Nabi Kamocha. So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Edo's passing by, getting mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. Edo says, sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. You're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We eat together. So Edo goes ahead and makes a mistake. And he goes into this guy's house and eats. What happens? When Edo left after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion. Ultimately, again, for violating his own law, violating his own word. Which of us I value is also such the story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord's Hashbar will tell you that. If you want to accomplish something, I think also the Grand Classics that is in the Shara Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? He says, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Why? Oh, everyone here in the okay, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. Right? I'm on task, and I get distracted. Just have to go on I have to do this, everything in life. Just get distracted. That's not me again. I'm off. So how life, what you say to Jesus is, when you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted, because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Navi saying over here, this story is, I mean, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphor. It's a metaphor for us to show back. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens the moment you get distracted? You get consumed by the mind. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I was saying, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this soul of learning through Cephas. Right? We're going to be permanent Cephas to learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Like even 5 minutes of learning through Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. We know this just from our own lives. This is what happens. Right? I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. Okay, it's fair. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And it's some total of like, that's not all this Hashem. What he wants us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the line. So incredible. So try to kind of look at this stuff. The COVID system is so local. So listen to this. The person goes ahead and he holds his prophecy, he gets Malchus. Amalei, man ba'achad kamei ba'ar b'lo loki. They will say that this is a community expression. It literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. Right? It's an expression that feels like, what did he do wrong? In other words, there wasn't here. You might as well ask me over here about what a person did wrong if they hold your prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Like, in other words, so you have another prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he would help his prophecy? So you must have my master again. Who's giving him master off? I'm Rabbi, having a deed. I'm sorry. I'm Rabbi, having a deed. So I'm Rabbi, so who's going to know his fellow prophecies? This is what we said before. Then in general, it's interesting that apparently prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, or each person communicates it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi with a prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and don't know if a particular Navi did not share. Hence, the Yoma Haji Day, so that's the issue. Well, maybe after this article will retract it, or maybe giving us one and change his mind, so to speak, change his mind. And you said the 100 day will create other modes in the community. Again, part of the problem sometimes changes the list. And if you were to do that, then what? You would inform the group of the being as well. The Yonah, the 100 day belongs to. One second. By Yonah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else was watching at the same time. His Baruch Hu did not go ahead and give him any advance warning, to which he said no. Yonah made Kara, Min Beinei HaKafas. Those are very important. The Russian Yonah said, Behold, I'm going Yom, Min Beinei HaKafas. Now, what does that have to see? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in this day. The change should be that they can all become ridiculous by the Torah, but the thing is so in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Amalei, Ihu lo yada, Ihu tova, Ihu lo. Again, it was an open-ended rule. Again, and we'll say incredible. And by the way, I want to point out, part of the reason ultimately why do we sit here and learn the Shuvah is the charismatic story of Shuvah. It's those charismatic story or the metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rabbi says in days, all our body knows the name of what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as Rabbi knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, yet for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of nonsense. In another 40 days, we're sitting here and being overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Incredible. The last time today, Rabbi. So I will say, so ultimately, again, one ignores the words of another. You do not yada the yonish. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, how do I know he's a Nabi? Right? So someone says, like, saying the name of God, right? Right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi that I have to answer him? That I have to listen to him? Do you have like oaths? Gives a sign. Use a sign. Obviously, I will say again, you gotta prove like your Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just roll it and say Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, the law you have an oath to be on. I go, Micha didn't give an oath. He didn't give a sign. And yet people are you're not adhering to it, and not eating it, is the law. Here's like the Muksat Shem. No, it's different. I will say, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says it. Rather, I will say why. Once you have a Nabi who's Muksat, what does Muksat mean? No, he's a Nabi. You know he's a Nabi. Okay, so once you know he's a Nabi, I'm going to listen to his words. You will take off if you don't say this. I'm from Bahara Moria, again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? So again, when Avraham Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was a prophet. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak was that age. Maybe when a woman comes in with God, right? So you missed a little something, a nuance, maybe it's without speaking in a form, but if you notice, by the way, there's no give and take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was muhsak. Avram was muhsak as a Nabi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Ba'ara Carmel, and Isamkel, Ba'akim close. We'll say Eliyahu Ba'ara Carmel. Right? What happens here? This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Habal. Remember the story? Right? Everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. And Nevi Habal builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Nabi says in about they're crying out, all kinds of crazy stuff. What is Eliyahu? Remember Eliyahu does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? And with all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. There's a huge Nisa to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is Eliyahu able to do shmita? Again, Shmuel told him, now I've been here, yo, come on. Right? Don't you need to be an oath? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, rather, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every single. Listen, by the way, you know what the post gets that from, right? What happened in the next parak? A lot of these fellows worshiping Baal. This is where Eliyahu gives his famous statement, how long are you going to straddle the fence for? I will say this also gives rise to a very important story, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anything. Miracles don't create anything. They don't. Again, listen, this passage Parsha also, Parsha was saying about Har Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they built the golden calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many, all right, you think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? like having this fight from Iran, and not one hit. So you would think again, Christ would have undergone massive tshuva movement, actions everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. Like what happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? Yeah, you hear someone who comes back from forth with the life. You know what? That was life. That's what I call you. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Like, no. What happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining. You go. It's like you see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. What happened? People just go by some hard work. Change comes from avodah. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target comprehension. That's how you come from inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Sunday's the best. Sunday's the best. We should push the second reading to 9:30. But all right, it's fine. So it says, so now they mentioned Avraham and Gary, both sides. I just want to tell you, this week is ridiculous. So watch this. Okay, go. But now that we mentioned Avraham Avinu, Avraham did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Mopsa. So we were talking about the Akiv, Vayechad Karmai, Lav Elokim Yisas Avraham. After Mai. After what? He says it was after these things. Hashem says Rabbi Yosef Keza. So afterwards, I'm going to be opening Rabbi Yosef and Zimra. After the words of the Sukkah, what did the Sukkah say? The Siv, Vayigdal Hayelad Vayigdamal. The Pasuk says Vayitzchak. It's after birth. The boy got up and he was weaned. Grew up and he was weaned. And then he was finished with a big sukkah for weaning. Amar Satan and Hashbachu. The Satan said to Hashem, Yivolish Olam, Sakin Zeh. The Satan. The first time being so disparaging, like his own man. So Kananta, when they Shana Pivashem, she gave him a child at 100 years old. He goes to the Shasamo, Ayulo, Tur Echa, Sozo, Echa, Haku, so Satan says, he gave this old man so much. And all of these students that he made, never even offered you up a little carbon. Never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. Yeah, that has to go back. A little bird, nothing. To tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Trying to ask Avram to give him his own son, he would do it. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So we'll say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Sukkah. Now we're not finished. Vayomer, Kach Noas Mincha. Hashem says to Avram, please take your Hashem, he's fucking over the law. I'm going to be Shimon Abba. Aim not Ela Lashon Bakasha. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Mashal Melech Basha V'Dam Sha'amdulam Nochomas Harbe. So what could his benefit have? He's going to be direct to a king who waged many wars. We'll say first the intermediate white lines. Va'ayallah, Gibor Echad. Enough sons. And this king, he had the guy, this one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The king faced the most intense battle of his monarchy. He says to his most valiant soldier, please, stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand from this most intense of battle, not only you have victories here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything that you came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Amar Avram Avinu. So Hashem said to Avram, I've given you many tests over the years, but Amaratar B'Kumar, and you've been successful in all of them. Now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. that people should not say that there is no merit to the previous fast. So this is a fascinating. What does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous assault in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done to me. And people, right? If you fail someone, generally human nature is that you remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. It's just interesting. Right? If the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are erased. What does this mean? What does this the beautiful God He's fascinating. I'll quote you. He says something amazing. He says, "Aide asar nisyonos, shenasnas alavinu, yispashti kol hakofos sheyesh l'bnei Yisrael, v'hiskaber al hakel Yisrael." With every single one of Avinu's nisyonos, what he did is he embedded another koach in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Avinu was our father. He endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says Akedas Yitzchak represents, at the end of the day, Koach Yeruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. Avinu already demonstrated a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for him to be vulnerable. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleads with Avinu and says, "You need to pass this." Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this koach within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Haran Moriah and you take your son and you're willing to offer him a korban, but you will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people deficient. Isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avinu passes this test, as we know, and he embeds within us. Listen, we're living in times of incredible Mesiras Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? One of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of that show recording, this little girl who dressed up as a down Baruch should mention with every single bracha and shemaim Amedes and Shanim Tovos. Why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible koach, this koach of Shabbos, this koach of Yiddishkeit, this koach of Emunah. And this koach, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that koach? Comes from God. Adam Avinu was willing to go and give everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy and peace, he becomes a shaker. You have to pass this test. This is not just about you. The strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this Nisayon, is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that we're going to access throughout the ages. Because Adam Avinu was successful. His Nisayon gave us the koach to be successful in our Nisayon as well. I will say, tremendous. All right, again, I will say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agadah this week, so tremendous together of us.
We tried to put up the video of it. It was live. What does premiere mean again? Premiere just means that the episode is premiering. Premiering, yeah, okay. I thought it was like live. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. It's basically the same kind of component as live, but it knows it's not live. Yeah. Well, anyways, they're gonna take it down, but not a copyright strike. Yeah. Just a regular old strike? Yeah, no, just a claim. Just a complaint. So it made a claim against us.
Good morning.
Not ours to use, but the audio episode is up. You can listen to it on that. And, we came to an agreement. Let's show you something really crazy. No more full show episodes. Actually, you know what?
as a Muslim service promotes for all of us. And those others carrying in Laminaria and Shabbat and Caesar, then Yossi HaKohen. The Zid of the Din of Holy Family, where we are going into a projection of the front end of the house. And I'll be completely having had others, many of them, others, Ali Hashem, Chayim, very much all of them show Shabbat. Families in it, all of them were four Shabbats in the whole this will allow us to allow our Holy Spirit to be successful. I'm not saying they am.
Definitely like a racist tweet, but I'm ready to cover that. But could you, how long can I video be? TV and IGTV? I think it's like an hour. You make a special IGTV next week. Dicey. It's so fun to do it. Should I shout out to Patrick Williams who's on my chatterbox? And the guy he was like, I forget what I'm like Dicey.
I come over to the solar more, I come over to the solar more,
Blockbuster Group, we're having a good time. It's weird and outside. I don't know, you probably can't see, but good the Gringo Coffee t-shirt. Thank you to a friend for sharing it. And Bushers for sending a birthday gift. Like I always didn't ask, but you showed me a picture of the shirt. Maybe I should have figured it out. Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of wanted you to know that I didn't pay for it. I'm not talking about it up. You make sure you post on nation. I don't know whether I'm more thick boy squad or more fighter the kid subreddit. I think you're getting thick because you had some steak today. Because I know one of the firms dollar went to Houston's. God, yeah, real crime rip. Very gay, minded guy, minded dine, favorite. Got some shirt and key lime pie. That was pretty good. It's been a good day for me, some might say. Best day I had a Braven's bagel chef afterwards. Feeling a bit full. I have an update, by the way. So I went to Tacos El Pollo today. And it was a different cook. If you remember the story, do you remember the story? The story about Miguel fucking leaving the country, ready to pay for his brain out. Yeah, if I did the lady on the side, because said that it was a different cook that was there. This was the fucking cook, because he treated us with fucking attitude. What I do. So we ordered stuff for here. And he put all our stuff in the to-go stuff. And you know Miguel. Right. I walked over to the guy and he was like, but I ordered it for here. And so the guy grabbed his food with his hand. Just like next to the plate or whatever. Grabbed his shit, put it on the to-go or for here. If I was a taco truck guy, I could see it. Fun disrespecting Miguel. But this is so good. Yeah. And then just like up before this guy. So this soft-spoken nice guy. What are you going to say about this? Looking at him the whole time. Put your shit on the plate. I don't know why I'm turning him into some vegetables. Aren't you a bay racist? Look at this. Yeah, so it's 10 minutes shop. I promise to be right now, 10 minutes. 10 minutes will help, but alright, let's see what's starting. Once you pull up with the boat, literally, I will put it on my watch, 10 minutes will shop. Alright, you know, but it's like there was a study done, and that's all people can take. Doctors say to go for 10 minutes of shop is not can cause migraine headaches and anal bleeding. Trust me, less than that guy.
In order to be reliable, you have to be testifying without any kind of remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's back. Hold over and that's the cover. I'm going to evaluate. You put up bundle. You have arguments. When it comes to that bundle of parents and about what we just said. How the first come? We just said a moment ago that the law for the race law, the defendant could say himself, how to exempt himself. So he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say,
right after the South Street shooting, he's doing this. Oh, really? Wow. Damn. There was a shooting. There was a shooting. That's so crazy. That shit is insane. 3 people started just shooting people randomly on South Street. They have no idea why. I don't think there's many arrests or whatever. Maybe it's because they were trying to prevent shot from accidents there. Jesus Christ.
say that we don't do that. So eating the tefillah, but you don't have eating tefillah. You have to mind remember all that. If you have you only have witnesses that we don't have soul children, but no witnesses that we don't kidnap children. There's no punishment. What are we talking about? We don't know that. The Apadat, the Ashu, the Basso. No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha myself, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Back up to my level. Okay, but if you came later on, again, the fact is that the witnesses are testifying that we didn't show truth. It is not yet accepted testimony that we didn't kidnap children. How could there be liability for the Indian Mafia if we have not yet accepted testimony of the kidnapping itself? But because the commonality in this resolution thing, what happened over there, the witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the second thing you have to listen to here, the witnesses that testify that we made soul children are the ones who appear first in case. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that we kidnapped children. And like they're both to each other. Not much in a bad way, not much in a community way. We just have to listen to each other. Like, oh, you know what, we'll talk back to you. So you might have thought, no, the thing about the reason was, you might have thought, practically, you're only communicating a lot of nice stuff. You should always be like you have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which is not such much more like the Misa last. But ultimately, the signaling with the witnesses is halacha witnesses. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses, you no longer say we saw within self-ship. And those witnesses a deterrent that can't be executed. Why? Because there's no formal testimony that really kidnapped. Okay, good. Don't say Mishnah. Moving along. Zucking numbers. Alright, so let's see very important. Remember, we've spoken about the students' references before. Zucking numbers really translated is the rebellious sin. Essentially, the left of the rebellious sin is the number that we'll discuss in a moment. He chooses to yield the majority and remain set in his personal opinion. Again, but that is in circumstances that says in Zucking numbers not be based. He comes to Zucking numbers based on the Shinema. He's always so now going to use the process for Zucking numbers. What scares me about this witness shop ain't no more situated only because he just read what one case was situated at the edge of the one was situated at the entrance of the court, but it was and one was situated between the what we call the Sanhedrin, the High Court. That was the last one, that's number 3. Situated in Mishkas HaGodah, the backstory is, I will get into the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local base. Life is, and there's everyone is on one side, there's something numbers on the other side. Okay? First step, they go to the station, at the entrance to the Rabbi. They come there. Boy, look, that's not like the Rabbi. It's all that. Cops are on scene. The cops are coming in. And they got the right to do the politics, the minorities. The minorities, he comes along and he said, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Talk to me about it. The cops didn't do copyright. Ultimately, this is how I'm showing. Show me how. So, again, and the doctor essentially says to the baby, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? But I don't heard that it's no question has to be. You do not get exactly numbers. But he's just the guy. He's just the dissenting judge. We'll see when he becomes a Rabbi. So it's first of all, what does he say? This is my position. We are able to articulate our own position. So a lot of difficulties. It's a mind lock. It's a mind lock. Not only to be able to celebrate someone else's opinion. I mean, disagree with it like yours, but at least it's the word that informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life, where you just kind of without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godless in this, but the Zaki Mamre is going to articulate the position of the other. He goes on, fine. So in other lines, in life, so what happens is the first case, in the business of the Harabayas, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? Fine, we're going to open up as a Hazar. We go to the next case. This basin is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the courtyard of the once again, the Zaki says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say, it's okay, so once again, the Zaki is listening several, basically, do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, sometimes they get in love, they will be able to button the basin like everything this much about this. And if not, then everyone, I'm not saying that everyone sounds like even the members of the other group, I think everyone's now coming along with a high court in the Mishpah Haggadah. That's what they're coming. Many Yotze from the police now. This is the basin from which Torah goes out. All the Kali tells Shana and Mar, in a Mokam of Rosh Hashem. This is what they suppose. So now, it turns out that the part of the Yusha doesn't share together is that they get this stuff like this. This Kasai does this rules in favor of the Messiah team and against the suffering, against the soul of peace. Okay, because of it, Shalom Lamad, the suffering goes back to his town, and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. In Torah, last is high. When does he become a sucking mamre? When does he become a sucking mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that. In other words, if the sucking mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching, right? He's espousing his Torah. Fine, espousing the Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process, this is what you have to do. Clearly, in the funds of the majority, that's who becomes a Zaki Mamre. Interestingly enough, all of this is a Zaki. Now, what is a Zaki? The Zaki is your belief sage. That's what becomes a Zaki Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zaki Mamre. Let's say it's a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shalom, Pia Lo Lo, and that part's our basis. So this is a guy, this Talmud is someone who might be coming from, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Allah, what we call constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and dispute with the basis, and even instructs others to possibly like this particular opinion. Ultimately, his partner why? Because the women sucking mamre is only someone who has smichos, someone who has reached the level of Allah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to possibly Allah. Nisa, Kamuro, it turns out that ultimately, again, his kumra. What's his kumra? His kumra is that he's not allowed to pass the halacha. But that kumra that don't pass the halacha ultimately turns out to be a kumra. What is it, a kumra? It's not put to death, but being a Zaki Mamre. Incredible. All right, let's go to Gemara. Here we go. Keep on the cover line. So now, we just outlined the process for Zaki Mamre. So now we know exactly how now the interesting part is what kind of machlokas, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zaki Mamre and between his fellow sages. So turn up on it. He's telling him top of Paysan, and he said it, the mufla sure things are custom about it. So first of all, we're talking about someone like a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. An expert. In order to become a Zaki Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zaki Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. That's mincha. So okay, I'm going to point out what's happening. The Torah is you might analyzing the puzzle. You might analyzing it is. You find the puzzle out of the spot. It's some matter of halacha. You unclear to you. And down
So whenever we're seeing on Twitter, because one of these like news journalists that's like retweeting, I think he has a cartoon profile. I don't trust people with cartoon profiles, yeah. But so he apparently tweeted he retweeted somebody named Cam Harless who said, every girl is bi, you just have to figure out this person. Another journalist at the Washington Post retweeted that, and I don't, because I did the article, which he said, this is some mess.
You have to be holding on a certain
I'll
level.
tell you what,
So
there's
this
things
part
like,
actually says you're
why
going
go retweet
now,
that? You know,
most are giving examples
so
of types of
she said something like, oh, I was great to work at a publication that allows retweets like this or something like that.
refers to intercalation
But
of the year.
I thought they were trying to find some sarcastic word on Twitter. Oh, here it is. Fantastic to work in a new fantastic.
So you
Yeah.
might say,
So,
you
just right off the bat, the phrasing lets you know this is sort of an annoying person. If we can be honest, when you tweet, when you write like that, or talk like that, whatever your side is that you're on, even if you're right, when you're like fantastic to work, it's like, it's great. Fantastic to work in a news outlet. Retweets like this are allowed.
The
Washington Post allowed David Weigel to get the retweet button.
you're just going
So
through different
my
examples
problem,
of
my view,
things
this is
that
gonna shock you,
ultimately
we're not
again
gonna tweet
could
these listeners,
result
but my views
in
on
a
this are
ducking
nuanced.
memory scenario.
I
Fine,
believe they're
they
nuanced.
down.
My
They
real
down
problem,
into
it
a
really is
down.
gets
For example, there's
upset
not
about
focus
it.
in distinguishing
My real
between
problem with this is that the tweet itself, every girl is bi, you just have to figure out if it's homosexual, is not funny.
something
You know,
again, whether it's
it's not funny, so if you retweet something like that, you're a moron. Because you're tweeting something that's just not good. I'll break it down as to why I don't think it's funny, just like I would shock. So, every girl is bi.
Of a
First of all, like,
homophobic
that in itself is like, no, that's not true. That sounds like something like a weird lefty person would tweet. You just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual. What's funny about that? And he's saying, I guess he's saying that like every woman or every woman is crazy. Hilarious. It's no different than, lefty Twitter, like the viral tweets about like men are trash or are men okay or men.
You're supposed to get left the ship off
That's all funny. It doesn't make me mad, and I don't think these people should be canceled. They're just hacks. It's
all the
hacky
different
shit, right?
possible areas of
Like,
halacha where you
you
can have an
shouldn't,
argument
just because
which
some
could result
viral, and
in
it can be man or woman, because both men or women do the whole, like, men suck or women are dumb. Just because one of the, like, the men suck tweets,
from the local court,
they do that does not mean that they should get fired from their, like, 15-hour-a-week work from home barista job, you know? Just like, whatever it is that they do for a living shouldn't be affected by their tweets. The only reason he should get fired for, like, tweets or something like that is if you tweet something, like racist thing, or like say something, like if somebody was like that shooting was great, but there's this other tweet that says, I'm not mad at the every girl is bi, sexual, or polar joke because it's sexist. I'm mad because it doesn't include biracial and left out.
So I understand why you say that the Beis Hamikdash
I guess,
is
yeah,
taller
I
and one of the tallest
don't
parts of
understand that at all.
because
Oh,
Lashon
she's making a
Ba'isa,
joke.
you go up to
I
the
don't think
Hamikdash.
that's funny either. I
Eretz
didn't lie, I was laughing because of,
the
I
word
don't know,
of
but like,
Eretz Yisrael
just,
is
and so,
higher
this shit
than
blew
the other
up
lands.
like crazy. This guy retweeted it as being like suspended from his job. And then this woman, Felicia, a bunch of face or whatever, is like going off saying that like she's being attacked or whatever. Like
How
nothing is
incredible
happening
is
to
it?
this
You
guy,
know,
Cam
he's part of the
Harless,
temple for
who's the one that's tweeting it. He's the one who's not funny. So in my opinion, he's the most guilty out of all of them. Again, if you find this tweet offensive,
right? And if you
should
notice,
it not be the person who did the tweet that you're angry with? Like, I still don't think that you should be that angry with it because it's like so dumb that it's like it should be below.
So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the sanctuary to Shabbat, but rather what? We refer to ourselves as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, brought us up. Hera, from all the lands.
I can't believe that this person who I've never seen do anything good, who I dread seeing in our likes, always says something offensive, yet shocking to me that they would again say something offensive and unfunny. And that's why I look at this guy's profile picture. He's a big fat guy, big beard, cowboy hat. His name is Cam. When do you think is going to come out of his mouth? David Michael has a tweet from 2015 that says you shut your mouth. No way. Is he replying to somebody or what? Yeah, but you know how Max Roth, he's replying to my intellect. He's replying to Jesse Birdie. Who's Jesse Birdie? What is it, like a joke? It was in the old days of...
incredible.
There was no reply, it was just your attitude. See, because that sounds like a joke. You know how you joke with your friends? You say you shut your mouth. Yeah, you say that to your friends. You do that. You're not coming up bitch all the time. Yeah, exactly. I think it's funny. Sometimes with your friends, you say you shut your mouth. You're not serious. That's what I don't like about today's world. Is like they read when people in trouble, they read text messages and tweets, and I can't believe you said that you would sever them in half. But they're not really gonna do that. They don't literally mean. It's just shit you say. It's not going to talk. You know, it's like there is some truth to it. Look, I mean, what Trump said was about that's kind of crazy. I've never heard somebody say, you know, like whatever he said about Jesus. You have to like grab by the posteriors or something like that. I've never heard another guy say that. But shit, like right before that, yeah, sure. This guy Cam Harley said, Cam Harley has a show called Soup Can. August So Soup. Soup Can, yeah, August So like a Tuesday prepper guy. Let's see Soup Can interviews. I briefly looked at this profile. He seemed like he was just like a conservative guy. So he was retweeting like Jack Cusack or whatever the hell. Just looking at Jack Cusack or whatever. Cusack has like a professional right-wing troll or something. And it's saying that I saw briefly where he was going to the pizza game place, which is just a pizza restaurant in DC. But people think, oh, Cam's a pedophilia. Why would you do anything? It sounds like pizza. Was that the Don't Expect? That's what you don't expect. Yeah, that's where you least expect it. A place where children always are.
What's his logic? Davar. He makes his dinner shava ultimately again of davar. So he knows that Sipapa, he hardly cut davar in his butt, so also first the widest line. It says over here, he finally cut davar in his butt. Sipasa, the Yalam davar me'ene hakal. That's talking about the high-level governance. People in financial custody incorrectly ultimately lead the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there talking about something, the intention of the mission is courage. Davar shechai about going to courage, Baal Shida Gasa Papas. Okay, so Mary lays up in the Zero Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi will say this. Remember, Rabbi's opinion was that only goes up in Mamre, on something you cut on the Zivay Torah, and the truth is certain. Right? That the Ikar Alaka is Midaraisa, and the details are learned out Midrabana. What does it mean? So Rabbi Yudah, after I told you, how do you the Torah being taught? It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage of the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that the big something on it. And I see Rabbi Shimon. Actually, if you do a kind of a Makarahu, I think Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Bezdin, anything they argue about, if the Zakin Mame remains in the fixed in place where it chooses to yield to the majority, that could change Zakin Mame. I'm going to bring up asking it up. Shirgama the Hamas is a little bit there. But here it's like, we're not going to say, take the vice, and I was saying, if you take the vice and you swung it up on the beginning of the dance, take the vice and interpret it in your front of this. What's this? What is it? It remains a brief opinion that Halacha myself, you can only become a Zakin Mame
like,
there is a
he
machlokas
said,
regarding something
this is what
that
bravery
is
looks
done
like, and he's retweeting
intentionally
Felicia's
has
son
a
as the girl that
colors, and it's
started this whole thing.
unintentionally,
Oh, he retweeted
unintentionally
her? Yeah.
carries
Oh,
the
he's being
two
sarcastic.
katas. That
Yeah.
the only that those
She apparently
it's a
lost,
limited body of
in
halakha.
the article that
That
I
so
clicked on,
again,
the first
so
thing
like
I read,
if
she
they have a
lost
machlokas,
a
if they have a machlokas, you
court
need to
case
read them and
against
give a
Washington
second
Post
time,
for
during the
discrimination
day.
already for
It does
something
mean a
else.
focus.
I
That
wonder what
could not
that's about. We
result
should
in
look
a
that up
second
too.
money
We'll
scenario.
figure it out
Why
here.
not?
All right, keep talking.
Because it's a din
So
drabanan.
this,
Right there it says it's
like
only
what
if you're
bothers me
machlokas that
about this
something
is that
intentionally give colors,
she
unintentionally
seems
give
like
katas.
one of
So
those
now
people
listen to
that
this.
just likes to start shit.
So that's what about in the second Rabbi.
Dear
He took it to
colleague,
the vice president of the
retweeted it. If
Tell
it
me
really
how
bothers you,
this
why don't you
making
just
this for
talk to
this.
me?
Watch this. I'm going to Rabbi
You know,
Papa.
like say, hey, why don't you
Here
retweet
you go.
If somebody like,
So
I do think it's kind of weird to like follow and care what
the same
people
exact
tweet.
puzzle
I
that we
don't
started
like
with
really
that
think
with
that's
today.
great
So
or like
Kimi Pole.
mentally healthy, but
Some
if
people
it's
be
your
so the
friend or
mufta
colleague
because
and you're
what it
worried
means,
that they're
they
doing
say,
something stupid,
in order to
just
go ahead
mention
and
it to
become a
them.
second
If you
man,
know
you
me,
gotta be
if
a
you're any
mufta.
people
You
listen
have
to
to
the
be
show,
someone who's an expert.
Jay
Somebody who's
Lai,
an expert. Fine. What's next? Mimcha,
Kayla
Sig
Jeffers.
Sheodela Adar
Let me
Shanad
know
Mufrach
if I'm saying
more.
something
Not only
stupid
experts,
instead
not
of
only experts,
saying,
but the
oh, Brendan
experts of the
Cunningham,
experts. What the
raccoon
experts of
tweet
the
said
experts?
this. I
Someone
can't
who
believe
knows
I
about
have
the
to listen to podcasts like
interpolation
this
of
in America
the
in
moon.
the year of
Again, one
2022.
second. Understand what it
It's
means
like,
to know about the interpolation of the moon.
I don't know, I
First
just
of
don't
all,
think it's healthy
none
to
of
do
us
that.
really know
And
what
then the
interpolation
whole
is. So
victim
back to
sharing,
right?
where you say
Or the more
something,
so,
you
I like
retweet
to do
this
that
guy,
way, right?
get him
Like,
fired
so,
or
or the
whatever,
more so, the
and
actual
just stand up for
process
yourself. And then
for
you're
the
like, and look at
interpolation
all the
type
people
of the
replying
moon,
to
of
me.
the year, of the month. So
There
we're
is
talking
truth
about
in
the
it,
expert
like
of the experts.
the
Fine.
guy saying
Next.
that when he's not
Next.
serious,
We'll
I
say
don't think,
what's
but he's
next.
saying, oh, women are bipolar. And then you act kind of crazy.
Fine.
It's
So
like
give
it
us nine.
doesn't help
Hey, you should not miss that.
doesn't
Okay,
help
let's say
defeat that
get ready
image
for
of
this.
women.
What's an example
Okay,
of an
so
focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Yeah, sweet.
basically what I'm getting from this, because the first
Listen to
article I
this.
tried to click on
Hey,
is,
you
they
should not
also
miss
can
that.
read it.
Call Adar.
But she,
Show
I
you
guess,
out
alleged misconduct, sexual misconduct.
I'm done.
Against the
I feel like
Washington
this is just,
Post, the
totally
entire newspaper, against
absolutely
the executive.
ridiculous. How does
Oh,
this
no.
happen?
Yeah, against
7.5
somebody
year
at the paper.
cycle. How does it
And
happen?
then,
And it's not like the judge, it's not like the lemon. It's
the
not like the
defects
naturally
alleged by Ms. Saunders
literally
do
again
not
a
support
pulling
plausible
case
inference that the
on
laws discriminated against the
we
victim
say
of a sexual assault.
sometimes we get up and the
So
product
she,
of
it
this
sounds
is
like
we
she
push
was
ourselves.
assaulted
We're
allegedly
going
by
through a lot of
somebody, and then
information,
she
not a
said
lot of
because
time.
that
We
happened,
wonder like
the newspaper
how
did
do
something
you feel about this?
that
Is
wasn't
this the
good
proper
around.
level?
Yeah,
And
but
then
the judge
every
said it's
once in a
bullshit.
while,
Yeah.
and not so infrequently,
Yeah, I mean,
you
I
know
don't
some
know.
gives us
I
just a
couldn't, who
beautiful
knows, maybe,
kiss,
but
and
it
not kiss,
definitely,
and
like,
not kiss
it leads you
to
to,
my
like,
children.
with that,
I
and
love
then this new thing where she's going crazy
Thank
about
you
some
for
tweet.
waking up early, or whenever you do
It's
the
like,
job.
it paints a
Thank you
picture of the
for
person,
carving
and then
out
show
the time to
a
learn
picture
my
of her,
tongue.
the
When I'm
right
and if
image
you
on the
think
screen.
that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive
Images
to you,
here.
and it thinks out of however many blocks there are in Shas, that a
It kind of
Purim
looks like
Sugya
Cameron.
should come
I can't
up
really
in
see.
Purim.
I'm
I
just
was
kidding.
like, one day later, poked
I
on
can sort
Purim
of see.
the Purim
Throw a
Sugya
picture of Dave
Jerusalem.
Weigel.
Just
Dave
know,
Weigel
just know.
looks
Sometimes, you know,
at
every
best.
child wants to know deep down. Every child wants to know that I give my father nachas.
I don't
What I
know
want
how
to
to
do
make the
is
face bigger.
spend our lives trying to give my parents nachas.
Weigel.
So
You can
again,
kind of
all the
tell
more to the
stuff
bonus
about
and
people
more like this
sometimes
comes
by the
along.
pictures they
We
pick,
know
for
that
that are
Abba,
online.
we know that
Yeah.
Abba
Like her
so
profile seems very intense.
intense.
Yeah, just intensely choose
And maybe that's
picture.
what I'm talking about. So
That's the
so
kind
again,
of person
we
that
want to give
tweets
the
like
example
this.
over here. What's the
But I
case?
could also be, and then look
For
at this
example,
fucking fat
hey,
loser. I
you
mean,
should
he's
not miss a
Joe
for
Biden.
other.
He looks like Ian Carmel.
So they have enough focus
But
about
like,
how to go ahead and declare a leap month. A leap year. So again,
yeah.
the other members of the
I
Senate
just
said
thought that
that they
my
could go ahead and
main
make
issue
the
with
entire
this is like,
Adar
don't
into
retweet stuff that's not
create
funny.
an Adar shady, right? Up
Yeah,
until
just stupid
Purim.
shit. I mean,
Up until
he's
Purim.
gonna
That's
go
not
back to
focus.
work, right?
Up
He's
until
just
Purim.
spending.
After Purim.
It's
Yitila
crazy high piece of the Torah from the base. The high piece of the Torah from the base. And also, the ramifications, of course, of that machlokes is what? The ramifications are you going to end up even calling something up? Right? Because remember again, the barrier is going to be a leap year, and as the shame and as the day, that's going to be the when Pesach falls out. You have published ramifications. There is an example of a machlokes where again mistakes are colors versus katos. Look, you know those like the
I've heard of
Zu Hilchos Achadasai. De'itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasai. So what's that? So again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Hilchos Achadasai Yom Achon Shayut Aleph Shmei Nidra Nida. So what's that? So remember again, from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida, from Shephet Nida, so we have this concept, Rashi points out over here, that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again, the way Hilchos Nida works with the Oraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Siva. So you might focus over here, again, we're not going to get in depth with all of these, we're not focusing partly because only because they're all fascinating over themselves. These are all just, I want to explain what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show the strength of my hope. Remember again, we're trying to find the mirror. The mirror holds, anytime you can become in something memory, is if you have in my hope is regarding something which if done intentionally is a key of colors, and done unintentionally is a key of pathos. We're just trying to interpret the classic that we interpret at the beginning of this dot and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This is first of all, Hilchos Achadasai. It's not Asiri. What happens if one of these are Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kikishi? That is better like the ninth. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasai. So as I said again, remember, you're coming to Machlokas about what happens if there's Machlokas about the status of bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her Nida? Does that make her Zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially to a key of colors. Rabbi Yochanan Asiri Kikishi, not the she by Shimon, Ab Asiri by Shimon. Fine, the Shvakish Asiri Ka'achadasai, Ma'achadasai by Shimon, Ab Asiri by Shimon. So again, that's what we need to go details right now. The fundamental machlokas about readings that extend from the days of the Zivos, ultimately they get into the days of the Nivos. What's the status? If there's machlokas regarding that could lead to potential key of colors. Fine. Next. Zeh Hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk, the first of Zeh Shabbat. Then the focus on Zeh Shabbat. What does that mean? We'll say on the base. These are on a sasso. So for example, we have my focus regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who is violated. Let's say you've been violated a woman, you violated Rachel. That is daughter. What's the herbal status of that daughter to Reuben? Reuben, Gamalava, I'm going to read about the Asya, Hena. Asya Zima Zima. So let's say, so again, for example, we saw this again. So we constantly ultimately using a daughter from a woman who was violated, who was back to his daughter, and therefore again, she is an heir to the father. She's an heir to the father. So let's say there was like a Mamre asking, says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who is violated. So again, this would be an example where my focus would be a key of courage of unintention, a key of practice unintention. Then down the down. Then down Nida, sorry. Then down Nida, down Leila, down Shiva, one of the cases over here. Down Nida, the Turka Akabia, the Hamara Varabana. So for example, by down Nida, the Machlokas, the Lila, the Machlokas, the Akabia, the Hamara Varabana. Down Hayava. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood? Blood that has a yellowish color to it. So down I go. A Kabbalah and the Halal Mitame. The Kabbalah and the Halal said we say that it is Kahar. Let's say so once again. Just say one of the implications of this matter, yes? But implications are three parts. Because relations with one is the Nida and the Halal colors. So again, these are examples. Down Leila, what's the down Leila case? This is very interesting. If we take the Rab of Leila, there's nothing to Rab Leila. If not, Rab on a Mayan Echadu, Hadon tell us it's very, very great work. Fascinating halachas in the Oraisa with child. What are the halachas? We have halachas in the Oraisa, and we don't constantly this way today. We can read a whole system of like Damida, Damsiba, putting them kind of morphed into one framework called the Nida. And then in the Oraisa, the way what a woman can put, and after she gives birth, she leaves for a certain amount of time, the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tougher. These are the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Echad. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Hatar Shivasa, Hatar Kirasa. And again, at a certain point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says, also, the blood is tougher. These are mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Echad. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Hatar Shivasa, Hatar Kirasa. And again, at a certain point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says, also,
again, the dam is Tahor. The Rabbi says, Shema Yonos, no, it's not true. It's two different kind of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam HaTamei Niftach HaTar, Nistam HaTar Niftach HaTamei. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now we'll say, now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately the woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stop it. So can we say that she switches over from what we call down tummy to down tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are a few colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zachary man will be arguing with the rest of the Beis Din, and the stakes of the case are current intentionally, status unintentionally. Dan Siva, what's the time to the case? The book of Rosh Yeshua. According to Rosh Yeshua, this spell Kishkosh Rosh Yeshua, that's how you know the Open went ahead. And then we have the Kishkosh, actually says over here, Siva Parsha, Sava, Bahada Sanchez, Nico, and Rido, Shemai will be in the case. But the Kishkosh feels off the mark, so here was a let's say she has a situation which is flowing. For 3 days, which for 11 days, it was Bishop saw Meis La'is. If it stopped, if it subsided for Meis La'is, usually means 24-hour period, the Yolda, how did the 11 years old? So if it stopped for a 24-hour period, and she gave birth during that time, which was called the 11 years old. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of sleep. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Here are the Rosa. The Shur says, Laila Yom, Kaleli Shabbos Yolo. Listen, how terrible is this? Like, the word Gemara, like a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Shur says, Laila Yom, Kaleli Shabbos Yolo. Okay, I was like, okay, this one, you probably could share the Shabbos day, as the Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know how I would. Right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, Sheshav Saminat Sar, Phenomenal Dam. And also, the thing that subsided, right? A little bit that subsided, not the blood. Anything that did, okay, so also, once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the machlokas, because we're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's unintentionally next, they really mamlech in the process. The machlokas is on both sides. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases could result in charge? This is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in monetary case? The book of the Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. My book is Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. It's my book. Shema Shmuel. Shnayim Shedonu B'nei and Din. This is what the Shmuel says. If 2 people act as a Beis Din, so their judgment is valid judgment. However, Ela Shinit Yoin Beis Din Chutz. They're called the Chutz B'nei. Okay. Rabbi Yavo Amar. The different have called Din B'nei and Din. Rabbi Yavo says, no, everyone agrees that what? Based on the 2 people, if the issues are not including, and if they are not including, are totally invalid. That will say, how is this okay? I did not know this. How did this result in a current case? That will say, watch how rational it is. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say that based on the 2 people. Based on the 2 people, it's really good to Ruben and Shimon. Like Ruben claims that Shimon owes him money. Based on the 2 people, Pastor says Ruben is right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Ruben uses that money to make a woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's encouraging money that does not belong to him. So now to create a potential ish, right? A non-woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and all the whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a curse. Like on different lives, it could become a true curse. So again, and that will start from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. Let's say the second memory says, I hold that a baby could be 2. And the other you say a baby could be 3. Personal. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases could result in the potential of currents. Fascinating. Give me the Pashas. So it's looked at the Rabbi Rabbanon. What's the name of the Pashas case? Rabbi Rabbanon. The Sami Rabbi Omer. The Asata Nefesh. That's Nefesh. Right? It doesn't really mean a light bulb. That's not what does it mean. It means monetary compensation. Atol. In our Nefesh Mamish. We say money. Maybe it means actually like, yeah, minus 0. So again, not fundamental focus. How many units are based in ultimately again Malchus? So all the things it says are based in the monthly, what it says are based in the customer. So almost like you know what we're going to stop over here, we're going to stop over first. I know we went a little bit past one to be able to do it, but again, I just want to here's the takeaway. We know that right Mr. Portas for sucking numbers. Now we know the entire process of sucking numbers. Really not ultimately again about what are the pieces that make one instructing mammoth. When we just bring over here is really focusing on the things up in there, which by the way, I want to start with the small stuff. That's how I love for myself. In order for something to become a sucking mammoth, then the focus has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a key of colors, and it's done unintentionally would carry a key of habit. That's the thing. That's how I love for myself. All your intention doing was interpreting the concept that we started with that with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could eventually be a key of colors / so it's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from my public powerful, and I'm also again a prayer from Purim, and God, and the Rebbe, and the Shul, tremendous Shvat, tremendous sleep, and a good night of Shabbos.
You can say that shit on fucking Instagram, you can say that shit on Facebook. Yeah, but it's not the same because Instagram has pictures. Captions doesn't even matter. You can no cap, that's where it came. So you're telling me Instagram has a third dimension, dog? You like text-based shit? I don't understand what you mean. Right. You can share a story post of this fucking flapper shirt, dude. I'm there for it. I'm retweeting that shit. Can you share stories? No, you can't. I know you can. I do it all the time. I just don't. Stories are like, I don't know. I don't want to film something. I don't want to have to like edit whatever the fucking thing is on the thing. I don't understand that. I like writing. I'm a writer. Oh my God. I'm a writer. Oh my God.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning, my friends from Parliament. Good night, Shabbos. Such a close watching to return back together on this holy and incredible day. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning here to thank our responsible for Trupshin Hey. He comes in Shbach of ROTHSCHILD. Dedicating all the Shurim and Trushes this year as a supposed for Besoros Tovos for all of our Israel. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yossi HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Tzvos Rafa. And I'll be learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, Zichron Rafael, and the grandfather Hamzora, all of the Nisham Satanavia, the families in the family, all those who report to our hostage, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol Maseh Yadayim, we should just be Zochim Eretz Hashem to Nisim and flows for all of Klal Yisrael. Because with that, let us begin. A lot to do today about Hashem and less time than usual. So let's maximize it. Today's daf is page 987. We are picking up on page on the date. So if you see where it hosts this, Almaris from Rabbi Yosef on 86b. Just move your finger to the left and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just repeat it now. I'm Rabbi. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. What focus Ben Sora Mora? Okay, so this enigmatic statement yesterday. Rabbi said this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora high. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora are butter. And everyone agrees that there's not focus. So what's the case? Hakom Ben Sora Mora. Everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses from Pesach Ben Sora Mora, if they are made in the Hebrew zone, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Hakom Ben Sora Mora. Se'idin Achronim Shinera. And the mentioned the Chol Davar Ka'av.
everyone agrees when it comes to the second set of witnesses, who testify about Ben Zora and Mora, that if they are made into Eidim Zorin, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Zora and Mora hinges on testimony. Because the first set of witnesses can simply say, we only came in order to make them type of this, and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. Machlokes Ben Zora and Mora. Where's the Machlokes keep Ben Zora and Mora? It's actually very interesting. Shnayim Omen Lefanenu Ganav, Ushnayim Omen Lefanenu Achal. The kid, right? We saw the Ben Zora and Mora steal the money from his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally again you're having one set of witnesses testify about the both events, now you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. Rabbi says this, even if you have been like a shulman, ain't there right? So what's this interesting? It's back to kidnapping. Right? You've been kidnapped Shimon. So now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw that they kidnapped and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zorin. Gemara says they are not killed. Right? Eidim Zorin are not killed. Why not? Ain't there right? Because Reuben can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant technically exempt himself from the claim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Eidim Zorin would not be able to be executed over this. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Akiva, whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Amar Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Rabbi Akiva's order says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire Eidim. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's talk. Whole davar and not chatzi davar. Amri Abaye, Ikir Abanon, Neragin. According to Rabbanon, apparently again, the witnesses could be killed. What about what we just said? We just said a moment ago that the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon. Shimon is my Eved. Alas, even Timur Rabbanon, over the law, us to Eidim Neiva. What's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here was where the witnesses claim that we saw Reuben sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. So you have Eidim Nechira, but you don't have Eidim Neiva. You have to remind them of 1 second. If you have, if you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no kiddus over here. What are we talking about? You got one of them, right? No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on. In other words, again, the fact that the witnesses are testifying that Reuben sold Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And how could there be liability for the Eidim Nechira if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? So the Kamaramzi Ramuzi. So this is interesting. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the second interesting enough in this case where the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold Shimon are the ones who appear first in the case. And that's fine. There's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a solution. We just have to motion to each other, like indicating, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the J law, reasonable. You might have thought, in fact, the witnesses are already communicating. We should always feel like we have testimony about. We have testimony about but ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon, and those witnesses are made into Eidim Zorin, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony morning that we didn't kidnap Shimon. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Zakim Mamre. Alright, so this is very interesting. So when we've spoken about this, we referenced this before. Zakim Mamre, literally translated, is a member of the Sanhedrin that we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, he's put definitely to the circumstances of that right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakim Mamre, Zakim Mamre only becomes a Zakim Mamre based on this Shneimar, he probably called Davar Mishpat. Now we're going to explain the concept of Zakim Mamre. Shlosha Batei Din Sham, right? There are three different Batei Din situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. Echad Yoshev al Pesach Harabayis. One basin is situated at the entrance of Harabayis. Ve'echad Yoshev al Pesach Hazorah. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. Ve'echad Yoshev al Lishkas Hagazis. And one was situated in the chamber of the Story. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin at the High Court, that was the last one. That's number 3, situated in Lishkas Hagazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Boy was said, so let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local base. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, and Zakim Mamre is on the other side. They can't seem to reach the resolution. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this gate, and ultimately they get at the entrance to the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zakim, right? We'll call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the baby. He says, listen, Hebra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. So my friend told him, in Shamu Amar Lahem. So, and again, the Zakim essentially says, to the baby, Hebra, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Remember again, you do not get a Zakim Mamre. Right now, he's just the guy, he's just the dissenting judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. What's beautiful about this? You notice how the Zakim Mamre talks. What's the case? What does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, articulating the positions of others. It's a mitzvah. Not only to be able to serve, but really take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I mean, I disagree with it at the end, but at least it's informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all throughout their life is we just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound like us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. So there's a lot of godless in this, that the Zakim Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. So he goes on. Fine. So, what happens at the first base? In the base of the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this passage. What happens? Go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entrance rate of the Azar. Once again, the Zakim says, and once again, the Zakim says, listen, Hebra, basin at the entrance of the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Right? Anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic. They involve. They will be able to button the things like others will discuss psychosis. And if not, then everyone, I must say that, everyone sounds like, even the members of the other three parties, everyone is now coming along with a high court in the discuss psychosis. That's where they're coming. This is the basin. This is the basin from which Torah goes out. So all of the parties are Shana and Marit. So now, it turns out that the part of the issue of themselves is that they get Lishkas Hagazis. Lishkas Hagazis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zakim, against the soul of the okay. The Zakim goes back to his town and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine. Fine, it's not a problem. When does he become a Zakin Mamre? When does he become a Zakin Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakin Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, right? He's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in the of the majority, that's a problem. That's when it becomes a Zakin Mamre. Talmud Shehora Lasos, Potter. The boy said, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakin. Now, what is a Zakin? The Zakin is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakin Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakin Mamre. Let's say it's a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shalom, Piyah Lahora, V'nechak Abezim. So this is a guy, this is a Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Horah, what we call Paskin Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disagrees with the Bezin and even instructs others to Paskin like his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter is Potter. Why? Because the Guinness Zakin Mamre is only of someone who has Simcha, and someone who has reached the level of Horah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others for Paskin Halacha. Nimtza Chamura Kulo. It turns out that ultimately, again, his Chumrah. What's his Chumrah? His Chumrah is that he's not allowed to Paskin Halacha. But that Chumrah that he's not Paskin Halacha ultimately turns out to be a Kulo. It's not put to death for being a Zakin Mamre. Incredible. All right, Gemara. Here we go. So now we just outlined the process for Zakin Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, right? What kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakin Mamre and between his fellow sages? So turn up on it. Top of Pesach, first of all, we're talking about someone who said a mufla. Now, what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zakin Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakin Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. And that's mimcha. So we'll say, I point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk the Gemara is analyzing is, when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, being dam l'dam, between blood and blood, being din l'din, judgment and judgment, nega l'nega, right? One type of nega. What is it? Affliction. Good affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, well, good. Different people's b'shara, or any arguments you may have in your case. It comes to about this entire process. So what does it mean? Mincha, davar. So mincha, the mufla. Good. Mincha, say yoetz. Furthermore, mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zakin Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So many Rashi says we're very unique. Now, Gemara is also giving examples of types of machloksim which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to interpretation of the year. Right? Ibar Hashana. Right? Leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that it is to speak about that. Next, so the Gemara says, Mincha, Omer, Mincha, Yotza, Choshev, Hashem, Re'acha, Yois, B'liyav. Davar, next is Davar. So halacha, this refers to the dispute in halacha. For example, there's a dispute between Zakin Mamre and the other individual about halacha Moshe Sinai. Right? So that's what they're disputing. The mishpat, zehadin. What's mishpat? This refers to din, gzera shava. The machlok is not a particular type of gzera shava. This is gzera shava, not a gzera shava. Being done with that. So remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine, being done with them. Being dam nida with dam leida. For example, there's machlokas in distinguishing between dam nida and dam leida, dam siva, being din v'din, being din in the fashos, din in makas. There's a dispute. It's something again, whether it's din in the fashos, capital cases, din in mamanis, monetary cases, din in makas, lashes, being nega l'nega. What does that mean? Being nige adam, nige batin, nige begatin. something concerning again the Kohen Saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei Edu Charamin Va'erchen Va'kdishos. So Divrei means again Keren vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zuashkas, Soto, Va'arifas Eglo, the Tanas Misora. So Rivos, literally arguing with this refers again to Sota situations. Egla Arufa, to capture the cat, to find the body where someone gets killed. The Tanas Misora, Bisharecha, in your deeds. You Leket Shikacha Upea. This refers again, Leket Shikacha Upea, different tribes, so left in the agricultural tribes, the left of the board. The Kamton, so what I saw again, what the Gemara just put over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a sucking mamre scenario. Okay? The Kamton, so you will get up. Where is that? Where you get up from? You based it from the local court. So you will go up. Malamei, Shadis Hamikdash, Gava Me'eret Yisrael, Me'eret Yisrael, Gava Mikol Ha'aras. What is it? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again, the Lashon of Hallelujah of ascension is used with the Sanhedrin, which is located in the base of Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. The Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for more. Tishon base on Mikdash, from Eretz Yisrael, the Siv, Va'alisam. So I understand why we say that the base of Mikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael. Because Lashon is Ba'alisa, you go up to the Beis HaMikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael Gavon Mikol Ha'arasos Minalei. And where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? The Siv, Lachin, Hine Yomim Ba'in Nu'um Hashem. Lo Yom HaChai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, Esbei Yisrael Eretz Mitzrayim. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, B'Asher Hidi Ezera Beis Yisrael, Me'eretz Yisrael, Mikol Ha'arasos Asher Hidachtim Sham, Yeshua Ha'arasos. I will say, how incredible is this? The Gemara is quoting the person from Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. The days will come where we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what I said, the Lashon over here is Ha'ela, as Bnei Shomer said, Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Hello, Bashahidis, from all the lands. What do you see there? You see there that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? Aliyah. Oh, the Lashon, first thing, point out how overwhelmingly amazing it is that I'm calling this topic of Geula and Torah. Important. It's not even the best for references. Hold on to this. Wait, right? Let's say, but just amazing. A passage about Geula, we're really talking about the fact that He's welcoming from us. Introducing us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim is Kasya. It's covered in miracles, it's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles cloaked in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful names, because of that incredible Baruch, it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want Nisim is Kasya. We want Nisim is Galia. We want to feel miracles. And here, as we're yearning for revealed miracles, what is Gemara give us? Gemara reminds us, the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, He's going to He's going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Come on. Zagin Mamre. Eno Chayiv Ela Adavar Shes Doro Kares. Shir Gaso Chadot to very near. So this is very interesting. So now they're going to see there's essentially a 3-minute focus about what type of legal matters can make someone employ Zagin Mamre. So Remeir holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a fee of chares, and accidentally would be a fee of kadas. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Al davar she'ikara migdivei Torah." Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu diktuk echad b'kivei sofer." Shimon says pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the thing of law, b'kivei sofer, ultimately again it still become a sakin mamre. So my Rabbi Meir. So it's Rabbi Meir's life. So Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. So ultimately again. And Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally is kares, unintentionally yachatas. So the Gemara says, what's his logic? Davar. He makes a gzir shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, sit haka, he probably been called davar l'mishpat. So I want to say first of the widest lines. It says over here. That's talking about the Har Halal Davar Nasi, where the Sanhedrin constantly incorrectly ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Where intentional commission is kares, right? And a shogig is chatas. Afkan, so by talking mamre, davar shechayv al dono kares. Okay, Shemir learns that from the Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. That you do only on something Ikara Midivrei Torah and the Kike Sofer. Right? That the Ikara Halacha is Midaraisa and the details are learned out Midrabanan. So where did we get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, Al Pia Torah Sheyerucha, Ad the Ikar Torah Yerucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something. But based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that could create Zakin Mamre. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, but the Zakin Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create such a memory. I'm going to go for back in enough. Don't say you're ready for this. Rafuna said, like, Rafuna back in said, fine. Take the Bryce, and I was referring to the Bryce we spoke about on the beginning of the talk. Take the Bryce and interpret it to your friend Rabbi Meir. So I'll say, Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you only come as a mamre. There is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a chiyuv kares, and if unintentionally carries a chiyuv chatas. That's the only error. So it's a limited body of halacha that again, so like second time, during the day. If that's the machlokes, that could not result in something that is why not? Because it's a thing drop on it. The Meir says it's only if the machlokes is about something which is done intentionally chiyuv kares, unintentionally chiyuv chatas. So now listen to this. Interpret between the Bryce and Rabbi Meir. Tell me how this whole thing works for Rabbi Meir. Watch this. Here we go. He poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So he poly. Something will be so the mufla baby. So first, I want to please say, in order to go ahead and become a zakin mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Okay? Fine. Next, mincha ze yoetz sheodeh la'aber shonav le'kvach. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert sheba experts. What's an expert sheba experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I want to say, you understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon? First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? So all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Fine. So Kidisnan. Okay, let's get ready for this. What's an example of a focus that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay. Please. Listen to this. I'm done. I feel like we should just call it a day. This happen? 7.5-year cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like a drasha, it's not like a remez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I'll say, just always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper avoda? And then every once in a while, and not so infrequently, the devotional kiss is just a beautiful kiss, a nachas embrace. It says, my children, I love you. So thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think out of however many blots there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I always say, one day earlier, one day later, pumped on Purim, the Purim Sugya comes up. I always say, just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to give our parents nachas. So again, all the more to the Ribbon Shalom. And then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. We should be zocheh to continue to give our father nachos. So again, so the Gemara gives an example over here. What's the Purim case? For example, so for example, I will say they have a machlokes about how to go ahead and declare a leap month, a leap year. So again, the other members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into to create an Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. So that's machlokes. Up until Purim, after Purim, the ilahai gisa kashari chametz v'teisach, the ilahai gisa kashari. And I will say that the ramifications, of course, of that machlokes is what? The ramifications are you going to end up eating chametz on Pesach? Right? Because remember again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another sheni, another base, so that's going to determine when Pesach falls out. You have chametz ramifications. So here's an example of a machlokes where again the stakes are kares versus chatos. Good. Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalacha. Zu hilchos achalasar. The Itmar Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kitishi, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'achadasar. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Hilchos Achadasar Yom Achron Shal Yud Aleph Shebei Nida L'Nida. So remember again from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida, from the second Nida. So we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Remember again. The way Hilchos Nida works with Doraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Ziva. So the Gemara quotes over here again. We're not going to get in depth in all of these machlokes, partly because only because of time. They're all fascinating in of themselves. These are all just. I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of machlokes. Remember again, we're trying to go according to Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds it's the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre. Because if you have a machlokes regarding something which, if done intentionally, is a chiyuv haris, and done unintentionally, is a chiyuv chatos. We're just trying to now interpret the pasuk that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So, for example, again, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha: Zu hilchos achadasar deitmar asiri. What happens if a woman believes on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kitishi. 10th is reckoned like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ke'achadasar. So again, remember, you're talking about a machlokes about what happens if there's machlokes about the status of her bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications, which could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kitishi, Matashi Ba'ishimer, Af Asiri Ba'ishimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar Asiri Ke'achadasar, Ma'achadasar Lo Ba'ishimer. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokes about bleeding that extends from the days of the zivos, ultimately again into the days of the nidos. What's her status? If they have a machlokes regarding that could lead to potential chiyuv kares. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Gzeir Shabbos. The machlokes about Gzeir Shabbos. What does that mean? What's that on the base? So, for example, we have machlokes regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who we violated. Let's say we violated a woman, we violated Rachel, then a daughter. What's the erba status of that daughter to Reuven? Damarava Amalei Rabbi Yisrael Baradini Asya Hena Asya Zima. So we'll say, so again, for example, the way, remember, we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately, even the daughter from a woman who one violated is still his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father. She's an erva to the father. So let's say again it's like in Mamre, but not from a woman who was violated. So again, this would be an example where a machlokas would be a chiyuv kares if done intentionally, a chiyuv katas unintentionally. Bein dam l'dam. Then dam nida, Then dam nida, dam leida, dam ziba. So what are the cases over here? Dam nida beplukta akavya b'mehalelo v'rabbanan. So for example, by dam nida, the machlokes could be like the machlokes in akavya b'mehalelo v'rabbanan. What's the machlokes? Tisnan dam hayara. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam hayara. Akavya b'mehalelo metame. So akavya b'mehalelo says ultimately again that it's tamei. The chacham metarim, and the chachamim ultimately say that it is tahor. So I'll say so once again. What are the ramifications of this? Yes, ramifications are a chiyuv kares, because relations with a woman who's in nida carries with it a penalty of kares. So again, these are examples. Dam leida. What's the dam leida case? This is very interesting. The chulkas the Rav and Levi. So this is machlokes Rav and Levi. The itmar Rav Amar Mayin Echadu HaTorah. So says, remember again the way it works. Fascinating halachos midoraisa with childbirth. What are the halachos? The way the halachos midoraisa. Now again, we don't pass in this way today because our whole system of like dam leida, dam nida, dam ziva have kind of morphed into one framework called nida. But again, in Dauraisa, the way it works, when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokes about the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Echadu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Hatorah timaso, hatorah tiraso. And again, at a certain point, the Torah says the blood is tamei. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, the dam is tahar. But Amar Levi says, Shnei ma'ayano saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam hatame niftach hatar, Nistam hatar niftach hatame. So literally again, if the tamei source is closed off, the tar one is open. The tar source is closed off, the tamei one is open. Now, both say, what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So can we say that she switches over from what we call dam tamei to dam tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are a chiyuv kares. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the zaken man would be arguing with the rest of the beis din, and the stakes of the case are kares if done intentionally, chatas if done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's the dam ziva case? The book is Rabbi Yeshua. If a woman went ahead, and literally again, Kishta, Rashi says over here, Siva Parshas Zava, Bachada Sam Shebeni Dolanida, Shemaim Avia Lite Ziva, Isha Kiyazov Zoltama. So again, I said, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing for 3 days within her 11 days of Zivos. In Shafsa Me'es La'es, if it stopped, if it subsided for Me'es La'es usually means 24-hour period, the Yolda, how does the Yolda dissolve? So if it stopped for a 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yolda dissolve. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rabbi Lazar, the Bishur Bishua says, "Laila v'yom kalele Shabbos v'yomo." I say, how incredible is this? Right, in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos, reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, "Laila yom kalele Shabbos v'yomo." Now you're going to say. Again, the Purim one you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one I don't know that I would, right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the mice again. So Rabbi Yeshua says if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately again, not just for 24 hours, no, not just for a day, but ultimately again like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day. Sheshav saminat sar, v'lo dam, and also it's the pain that subsided, right? The labor pains that subsided, not the blood. Pain din ladin. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the machlokes because they're dealing ultimately again again with a case where if done intentionally it's a chiyuv kares, unintentionally chiyuv chatas. Next, bein din ledin, bein dine mamanas dine nefashas dine makas. They have machlokes again on both sides. Again, against dine, right? Capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases could result in kares? Dine mamanas is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again a monetary case? Listen to this. Machlokes Shmuel Rabbi Abba. What's the machlokes? Shmuel. Shnayim shedanu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says, if two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, el shenikrain beis din chatzif. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar, the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says, no, everyone agrees that what? A beis din of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi will say, how does, okay, I hear the machlokes, it's interesting, how does this result in a kares case? Rabbi will say, watch how Rashi explains this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a beis din of two people. Beis din of two people, adjudicated case between Reuven and Shimon. Like Reuven claims that Shimon owes him money. Beis din of two people ask him, they say, Reuven's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuven uses that money, and he's mekadosh a woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's mekadosh a woman with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery and a whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a chiyuv kares. It could become a chiyuv kares. So again, and that all started from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a beis din could be 2, and the other opinion say a beis din could be 3. So even though again it's it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential chiyuv kares. Fascinating. Dinin nefashos. Beplugta the Rabbi v'Rabbanon. What's the din nefashos case? Rabbi and Rabbanon. The sign Rabbi Omer v'nasata nefesh tachas nefesh. Right? So the Gemara says mammon. When the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata Omer mammon eno ela nefesh mamish. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. Ne'amar nesina lemalo. So it's Xer Shava, right? It says Nisina above, it says Nisina below. Mala halon mammon, afkan mammon. So we'll say, so once again, let's say they have a machlokes about what nefesh tachas nefesh means. So literally, the second memory could be pasking to put someone to death. The other chevra could say, no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares if done intentionally, chiyuv chatas if done unintentionally. Dine makas. What about makas? So again, fundamental machlokes is how many do you need for a beis din ultimately again of malchus? So one opinion says a beis din of gimel 3, another says a beis din of chaf gimel. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We wanted to be able to get through, but again, I just want to here's the takeaway. We know we have Mishnah taught us the Zakin Mamre. So now we know the entire passage of Zakin Mamre. Three-way machlokes, ultimately again, about what are the cases that make one a Zakin Mamre. What we were just doing over here is really focusing on the opinion of Rabbi Meir, which, by the way, I don't want to spoil it because it's tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass halacha l'maisa. In order for a Zakin to become a Zakin Mamre, the machlokes has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry a chiyuv kares, and if done unintentionally, would carry a chiyuv chatas. Take that to the bank. That's halacha l'maisa. All the Gemara was then just doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a chiyuv kares / a chiyuv chatas. So we'll say, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say again, afraid of Purim, we're going to dive in the Mir Tashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good Erev Shabbos. Yeah. Why Rabbi, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tashim Pei 5785 Mitosim Mishbaba of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Sherman's Rushes this year. In this Chus Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors from the month of Adar, Abba Leon Torah, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, supported Rabbi C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and our accompanying sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, let's look at American Icon Torah, all of the Nisham Saddam Aliyah, families in all of those who were worship and people come for the Israel, which probably should not have hold all of our hostages, and the Hashem of these soldiers should be successful to call it massive. But so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it. And so today's daf is page Bob 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Teheh with days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. So now we're talking about the interesting sugya, fascinating sugya of kidnapping. So little bit again, like Goni nefesh miYisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. They'll say, I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tinius Esther. Like the entire part of the story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordecai's will. And again, the one thing we see about the Hashgacha Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again at Tinius Esther, to begin Hagonid Nefesh miYisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is misa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagoyin nefesh miYisrael, if one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your rishus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. And it goes to the pasuk Shneimar, this Amerbo Umachro. The pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is, Kimatzi ish gonid nefesh me'achav mibnei Yisrael. The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, this Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, Umachro, and he sold him. And the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says that Allah is use of the individual, and number three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. A person kidnaps their son. Rabbi Yochanan ben Broka says, and ultimately the Chachamim say your patron. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes over here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a chatzi even chatzi ben chomer? What's the Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are patron. Okay, so we'll say now a lot to unpack over here. So first things first. The Tanakama law by remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're a chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work with the individual. So the Gemara asks, and according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says, this Amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakh disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, everyone agrees that in order to be for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant rates, less than a shava prutas worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakh and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi asked the following question: Gunba umacho yoshe mahu. So what's this interesting question? What it means? While Shimon is asleep. So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, we'll say what's the halacha? So ultimately again, is there liability? Rashi said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Machar Ishal Ubra Mahu. Well, what happens if Ruben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Ruben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Ruben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech ima b'kaf or in derech ima b'kaf. So is this considered to be imor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which is what I'm talking about. The safer play, the lekka imakal. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again what's the case. Ruben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Ruben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no imor at all. There's no working over here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case over here? Look, Tzvicha Yoshin Tizaga Alal Isha to Ukma Ba'abe Zeka. There are few Bakaf or Ibrahim. No, what's the case? The case is where Ruben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Ruben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing, he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach that once you have the kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person, number you have to bring them into your rishus, and number three, you have to work them. So the shaila is this called working the individual, to which the Gemara says take it. The Gemara explains this constantly. The Gemara says, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale. So the shaila just is this called kidnapping or not? Is that called that? So what if you wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I want to say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shnuch. And people really could sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through kidnapping. People can sleep through selling. And people can sleep through life. And you can see asleep at the wheel of life. You know, through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much. And you don't realize so much. And how so much of our avodah in life is disorderly. Is to be awake. Is to be mindful. Is to be present. Is to recognize what is unfolding all around us. And specifically take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Tana Abanar, Ki Matze Ish Koni Nefesh Me'achad, Imi Ela Ish Shaganav, Imi Ela Ish Shaganav. Ishim Names. What says, so the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? The Gorevish. Pasuk says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Any other ish, I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The isha shekan veish. Similarly, again, if a woman kidnaps a man, isha shekan veish man. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, Havalomar, who makes hagana halu mikol makom. The pasuk says the gana will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific. No person specific. Mentioned in the pasuk. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. Whether you're kidnapping a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunvo v'lo machro. Machro ba'akas. kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell him. Or Reuven sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped Shimon but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishos. What's the halacha? Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's partner now. When we say partner, he's partner from Misa. Partner from Misa. That's not biblical kidnapping. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Reuven goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that halacha? Reuven is chayiv. Okay, we'll discuss all these cases. According to this partner, one who goes ahead and kidnaps an Eved is partner. Okay, top of paper, 86A. Kind of coming to Rav Sheshes. Amalei, and we show Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. So let's say, so specifically, we are focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnapped Shimon, then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, Rav Sheshes said as follows. Before Rav Sheshes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echad, from their brother, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuven were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, someone else, then ultimately again Reuven would be Potter. So Gemara says, 1 second. My question, what's the puzzle here? Perhaps this is a machlokas to which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Stam Matis Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosef Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, B'Kuz Rabbi Akiva. No, we can't interpret about it because since Allah Ramaisa, we have these principles. That was the Mishnah follows a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Brisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuven is Potter. When you say Potter, no, you means Potter from that penalty. Because halacha might want to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoli, So next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was a machlokas. So Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan of Roth, said that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're Potter. So let's analyze. My time with Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that you're Potter? I'm Rabbi, I'm a Rav, because the pasuk says ki matzei prat l'matzui. Because the said lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish konei nefesh me'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? You kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately again say that you are Potter. Okay. You want to only a couple of by Eliminator. So okay, so now what you're going to tell me is he might say means only a new circumstance, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he might say ish shochet in isha v'ulas bal. Also talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. Place pony the shlichin gabayu. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out that base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal weren't very happy with this because it was not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara is suggesting that tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this, because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not say it's not like a new circumstance. You would be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I theory? Which said this wasn't and of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from Matei, rather what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. So I'm going to say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how you pass. Rama passes like Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, again, I'll say, one thing to remember is we hold also Tina the Tina. So remember, a lot of you were talking about in the vacuum, there's halacha. But if use own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not biblical kidnapping. But if Tina the Machusa says it is kidnapping, halacha l'maisa, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's not halacha. So Mersa Amarav writes based on the stuff. I mean, must be Rabbanon. So this is fascinating. So that's based on this. Basically, teachers who teach young children Kriya, Master Rabbanon, and also teach other students. Right? Teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to be nimtzu. It's a technical issue over here, but I guess what the US seems to be indicating that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with Rabbi, which is just an interesting window, at least from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spend with their Rabbi. Fascinating idea here. And once again, you see this motif a number of times of how the Rabbi-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in the circumstances as well. Okay, and then even take away from this, is we pass like Rabbanon, and if our local myself, Rabban means adapt. Father would kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. So says, remember your next map focus in the Mishnah was if you steal, if you kidnap, Chatzi Eben, Chatzi Ben Kohen. What is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says, that's the problem saying that you're pater. Let's analyze. It says the Yeratan Hasim Yudori. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ein la'avadim boshes. So, okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here. Rabbi Yehuda says the Eved has no boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no boshes? Rashi says over here, Ein la'avadim boshes. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. But Yehuda says that Abad and Ebed doesn't have boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Ebed, ultimately, again, there is no payment. You are Semakan Yinatsu Anoshim Yaakov. Ish be'echad. Mish yesh lo achva, yotza evet shehi lo achva. So Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about boshes, that talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of Yinasu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish be'echad. So someone who has echad, someone who has achva, familial relations, from the people who is related to Achva, in a sense of family, he has Boshas. Someone who does not have Achva, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Boshas. Therefore, Eved, and Eved Rashi says, or Eved She'ilo Achva, Ba'afidu in Achav, B'nei Aviv, B'tziv, Amachamar, Imachamar, Imadobel Achamar, Eino Elakiv Ehim. So from a halachic perspective, Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, in a technicality, he is not wise, he is not entitled to Boshas. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Achav B'mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Achav mean? Achav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Achav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvos. Interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvos. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we're talking about an Eved Kanani over here, right? Because an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. But an Eved Kanani. An Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvos. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvos that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your Achav of mitzvos, and therefore the Rabbanan say, does have Boshas? So the Gemara says, V'hachi, if he does, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how he's actually speaking. Rabbi Yehuda Sabra, Me'achav. Rabbi Yehuda says Me'achav. So let's remember again, Lashon over here is, Ki matzeh ish gonev nefesh Me'achav. If a person will be bound to be kidnapping another person, Me'achav. So watch this. So Yehuda dashes Me'achav, Ba'puke Avadim. Achav comes to exclude Avadim. That Avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping. And therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So the Gemara says, B'nei Yisrael, and again, when it says B'nei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi, Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, B'nei Yisrael, L'mi'utim Mishe Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. B'nei Yisrael, L'mi'utim Chatzi Eved, sorry, just the place. Me'achav B'nei Avadim, B'nei Yisrael, L'mi'utim Mishe Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. B'nei Yisrael, L'mi'utim Mishe Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. So this is very interesting. And Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So Me'achav comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So Mi B'nei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. And then again, Mi B'nei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut, a miut achar miut el rabos, and a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. And include, good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why we do the hold that if you kidnap a chatzi b'chatzi b'nei chorin, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are allowed. Also, I think the fast starts in just a moment. Okay, so let's say, therefore, again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. That's a new disruption. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echav lafuke avadim lo mashminu. The Rabbanon don't really hold of the echav. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? Use echav to teach me echav the mitzvos. So therefore, you don't see echav as an exclusion for avadim. The ha'achid hu b'mitzvos. Because ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvos. B'nei Yisrael, B'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nei Yisrael, Mi B'nei Yisrael, Chala Mi'uti Eved, one is to exclude Eved, but Chala Mi'uti Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin, and one is to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machloek, yes? If you kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, Mi B'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the rabbos come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha, and they exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin. For Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin, go say Rambam Paskins. Ultimately, again, I'd like them to come in, and therefore, if we were to go ahead and kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorin, one would be partner. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. From where do you see, where's the law? Where's the law to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signo, Rabbi Yoshe says, we're not from lo signal, don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Milo Yimkuru Min Keres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we're not from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara and the truth is not really arguing. Marka Hashav Lab Gneva, and Marka Hashav Lab Mechira. So I'll say it's very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be viable for biblical kidnapping, you need three steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your shus. And number three, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really four because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really four steps, we'll call it three. So the Gemara is interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshe and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So the Gemara says, the Torah says, do not steal. They go make the fashas hakasav midaber. The Torah is talking about again kidnapping. So we'll say so. You tell me that no signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says, so, sorry. We'll say, so let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halamed mihinyano. So we'll say, so sometimes the way to understand what a particular pasuk is talking about is how to the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halamed mihinyano. Something, a pasuk that to be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says Lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo seshakli ishbani. What are you talking about up here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, I said this. Lo sirtza, lo sinaf, lo sinov, lo signov, lo sanat. Don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which lo signal is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, don't commit adultery and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And lo signal, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah we must be talking about over here, going into the Pashas, time Yeidach, another brayso, lo signovu, the going into Mammon. The pasuk says lo signovu, so we'll say, so this is the pasuk heard before. Lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo seshakli ishbani, don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by lo sechachashu means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says, the going into Mammon, that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, how do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? A mammon. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk of lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo seshakli ishbani is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. B'mammon, afkan b'mammon. So this is very important. So therefore, lo signal in the Aseret HaDibros is talking about kidnapping. The Torah says don't steal, it's talking about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said this neighbor mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, lo sechachashu, do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim. is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, we're talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. So we'll say, now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local Muslims are liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go ahead and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, you have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halachic issue. Now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zolman. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you cannot have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because you were, steal Shimon, you kidnap Shimon because you were with us that day. And they say to the second that you couldn't have said it could be the same set of witnesses, the same set of Mashim would have said it doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei kite Eden, Echa said it's Rashi Ede Gneva ve'Eden Achila. Shnei kite Eden, Echa se'ida shekana v'sanefesh v'aka se'ida shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So the say, so now they're both made into Eidim Zolman. So remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eidim Zolman, right, when witnesses are made into Eidim Zolman, what's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment, Kasher Sama. So therefore again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of who would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. Right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, so the worst things to be suggested. So, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when they're made into Eidim Zolman, Chizkiah says, Ein Haragin, you can't put the witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan or Neharagin. Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar V'lo Chatzi Damar. So I will say, Chizkiah is like Rabbi Akiva. Now the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan, and Rashi points out over here, is a machlokes in Bava Basra, Cheskas Habat. That ultimately, again, can you put Eidim Zolman, can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Akishne Eidim Yakum Davar. Davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Eidim Zolman if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with hazama based on that. Davar v'lo chaz davar. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand was like Rabbanan. Davar ba'afilu chatzi davar. Again, the opposite Rabbanan. The Rabbanan say no. Even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately again they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's his phenomenon of the machlokes? Even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. The Eidim Achron ben Sora or Mora. So listen to this. We actually just lost a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think this was Luke's information. That Sora or Mora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted. right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. It's only the second time ultimately that he's put to death as Ben Sora Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second Umoda Fiska would agree, Beidin Ha'achronim Shal Ben Sora Umora Shuzmu Shinei Ragim. So as you listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine, and he ate, like we said before, he ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen Israel with us, eating Zolomon. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Shecholim Lomar Harishonim on the base, La Kol Salbanu, Bahani Akmini, Kuli Davar Ka'abili. No, because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable for Malchus. And therefore the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So I'm asking about, so I says, I just should appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be eating Zolomon, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental focus between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Because Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Dabar below Chatzi Dabar. The only time you can put a Zolomon to death is when their testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right, had a hand in the execution of the defendant, you could visit reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how much is. Okay, so once I pick all the base, second line down, asking for Rapapa, Ihaki, Edi Mechir, Namulik delay. So that's what Rabbi says, and we should put the witnesses should testify about the Mechira. We should also put them to death. Why? We told Shecholim Edi Geneva Lomar, La'alpon Salvanu. Remember again, the Edi Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv amok. So that because it was like, if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to it is Malchus. It's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah reminds us, we should say that complete liability rests upon the Edi Mechira. If he came with the Kasavra Chizkiah below Lucky, so is Chizkiah suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable Malchus? But Ikmar Baki learned, Edi Geneva Genefesh, Shehozim. So says ultimately they're going to be witnesses who testify that he didn't kidnap Shimon. And then those same witnesses are going to be Edi Zolomon, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Kat Amar Lokim, the Kat Amar Ino. One of the things says that they get Malchus. One of the things they don't get Malchus, but he said, it must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get Malchus. The Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, given them in Aragim, obviously not live Shemikim as far as he says these. According to Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a law that is given over to execution by Beis Din. The Chalav Shnitan as far as he says, Beis Din ain't looking above. And I will say in general, the halacha is, anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, Ihu lo laki inu echilahu. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to give Malchus, so you're going to go ahead and give the Zolomon Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, rather Papa says this also. This is a very important line. Ella Papa, Ve'edi Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Chigi Dinera. So it's very interesting. everyone agrees that witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Reuven sell Shimon. That there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are made to Hebrew Solomon, that there's capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Reuven would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Edi Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a Solomon. Okay, so where's the machlokes? Keep speaking. It's very interesting. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Edom Solomon. What is their liability? Now watch this. Chizkiah says, hey Neharabi, they're not put to death. Why not? Chizkiah essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuven liable to? What are they making liable to? To Malchus. To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be Edom Solomon, okay, they make them subject to Malchus, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses are found to be Edom Solomon, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiah. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Neharabi. It's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuven kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva aschalta t'mechira. Because what I'm saying, kidnapping is the beginning of the fila. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokes. If you just clean it up, according to our Papa's approach over here now, I will say, these are because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rabbi, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the Edi Mechira, if they are made into Edom Solomon, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuven sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for Reuven. So if they're found to be Edom Solomon, they're put to death. What about the Edi Geneva? So again, Chizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Reuven liable to lashes. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Edi Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edom Solomon, and halacha l'maisa, they are put to death as well. Incredible. Even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what's Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses about Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Well, it's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making it liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, they're made into Edom Solomon, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really create general liability. Shabat Sora Mora, was Mushain Herod. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora, if they're made into Edom Solomon, they are not put to death. Why? Because they can very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah myself, there's a separate punishment for them, but also be Malchus. Incredible. Rabbi says, so we'll say it's interesting. So listen to this phrase, we'll have to start with this. Hakomod the Ben Sora or Mora. Hakomod the Ben Sora or Mora. Umakokis the Ben Sora or Mora. So I said, this is incredible. He's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora or Mora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora or Mora. And there's a machlokes by Ben Sora or Mora. So also, we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up with this tomorrow, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. And I say, what is the entire Yisod important. Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the yesod in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces are. Right now, 5:40 people saw you like to come in at 4:30 and we'll go. All right, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. You're not Hashem, but I can share tomorrow morning at 5:00. Just to answer that, we'll be learning in here in the experience, but Amir Hashem davening will be in the main shul tomorrow morning. We'll say, Shkoyach. All right, everyone's doing another wonderful day, everyone. It's important to me for parents. That's the before seeing everybody. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785 of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman's Roshos this year in the Zchus B'Soros Tabos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Habalin Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zechon Lebracha, Tzir Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. And our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, Zichron Lebracha. Let's be up to the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah, Shrev, and Kilat, Kol Cholei Yisrael, and the Shprach, Hashem, Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, and Hashem, all these soldiers should be successful. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is Pei Vav 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Behem with Beis 85. So now we're talking about the interesting sugya, fascinating sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Agoni Nefesh Miyisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tainis Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against her will, against Mordechai's will. And again, the one thing we see about the Hashkachas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, on Tainis Esther, to begin, Hagonid Nefesh Miyisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping or the punishment for kidnapping is misa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagonid Nefesh Miyisrael. If one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your reshus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. And he quotes the pasuk, Shnechnar, v'samer bo umachro. The pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is, Ki matzi ish gonid nefesh me'achav mivnei Yisrael. If a person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, his amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, umachro, and he sold him, then the kidnapper is put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says that Allah Chamaisa, there's really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. A person kidnaps their son. Rabbi Yochanan ben Baroka says, you're chayiv, and ultimately the Chachamim say you're patr. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes over here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a chatzi evan, chatzi ben chomer? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda mechayiv b'cham pochim. Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the chachamim ultimately say that you are patur. Okay, so we'll say, so now a lot to unpack over here. So first things first, the Tanakama lo ba'yimur. So we'll say, remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So the Gemara asks, and according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I both say, and I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and, let's say, generates less than a shava pruta's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda asked the following question. Ganba umachro yashem mahu. So what's this interesting question? What happens for a moment? Reuven kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. So he kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep, and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, we'll say what's the halacha? So ultimately, again, is there liability? Rashi said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Machar Ishal Ubra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuven kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuven is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuven doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imur b'kach or in derech imur b'kach? So I'll say, so is this considered to be imur? Is this considered to be, again, a form of working the individual or not? Which what are you talking about? The sefer play to leka imur klal. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuven kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuven kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold her for the Uber. So there is no imur at all. There's no working over here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case over here? Lotzricha yashin bizaga ala isha do utma ba'abezeka. Derech imur b'kach or in derech imur b'kach. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuven kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imur or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach that in order to be chayav for kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to bring them into your rishus. And number three, you have to work them. So the shaila is this called working the individual? To which the Gemara says, take it. So the Gemara leaves it unresolved. Both sides, there's a tremendous Musar Haskell on this. The Gemara's case, Reuven went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping. He's asleep through the sale. And so the shaila just is this called a kidnapping or not? Is that called derech imur? So why don't you wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shlof. That people really could sleep. And people could sleep through a lot. And people could sleep through kidnapping. And people could sleep through selling. And people could sleep through life, and you could be asleep at the wheel of life, through so many twists and turns, and you miss so much, and you don't realize so much, and how so much of our avodah in life is hisoreri, is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki matze ish konei nefesh me'achad, imi ela ish sheganot ish. Imi ela ish sheganot. Ishim names." So the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's the liability? The Gonedish. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not gender specific. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. Isha shegan v'ish. Similarly, again, if a woman kidnaps a man, Isha shegan v'ish minayin. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes haganav hahu mikol makom. The pasuk says the ganav will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the pasuk. Tanya, you look on the brayso, ki masi ish koni nefesh me'achav. If a person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew, whether you're kidnapping a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunbo v'lo machro. Machro ba'adat. So gunbo v'lo machro. What happens if Reuven kidnapped Shimon? And what happened? Reuven kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell him. Or Machro v'adayin yeshna b'shuso. Or Reuven sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishos. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's pater. Now, when we say pater, he's pater from Esau. Pater from Esau. That's not biblical kidnapping. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Reuven goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuven is chayiv. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. Hagonev is ha'avadim pater. One who goes ahead and still kidnaps an eved is pater. Okay, top of page 86a. Tani Rav Sheshes. Amrlei. Anishon Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me'echov ad shiyotzienu mishus echov viat amet chayiv. So I will say, so now specifically, the Gemara is focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnaps Shimon and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay, so now, interestingly enough, so Rav Sheshes said as follows. The Tana talked before Rav Sheshes. Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echav, from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Pater. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Pater. That if Reuven were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon someone else, that ultimately, again, Reuven would be Pater. So the Gemara says, 1 second. My question, what's the problem over here? Dilma ha Rabbi Shimon ha Rabbanon. Perhaps it's two different opinions. Perhaps this is a machlokas, to which the Gemara said, Lo Sardai Chodo Amar Yochanan, Stam Masnisim Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosefta Rabbi Nechemiah, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, V'Kulud Rabbi Akiva. No, you can't interpret it that way, because since Halakha L'Maisa, we have these principles about who a Stam Mishnah follows, a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Brisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuven is pater. When we say pater, remember again, pater means pater from death penalty. Because halacha, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagonev bino. So next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was a machlokas. So Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan Mabroka, said that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim said that you're pater. So let's analyze. My time with the Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that you're a pater? I'm Rabbi Damar, because the pasuk says ki matzei prat lematzui. Because the said lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me'echav. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? You kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately again say that you are pater. Okay. So okay, so now what you want to tell me is kimatse means only a new circumstance, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, kimatse ish shochev im isha bu'ulas bal. Pasuk talks about adultery. If it will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right, with another woman who's married to another, with a woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Kigon, base cloning the shchichen gabayu. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Base ploni was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal weren't very happy with this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was the situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara is suggesting here, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not kiyimatze, it's not like a new circumstance. He wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, "Hachanami the patiri," which you said this doesn't have. Of course, that would be a double situation. Of course not. In other words, of course, there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from Nimatze, rather v'nimt sabiyado. In other words, what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? V'goni ish umacharo v'nimt sabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So v'nimtza indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately, again, a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting enough, therefore, again, the Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi, and I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he paskin. The Rabbi paskin is like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, again, I'll say one thing to remember is we hold also Tina D'Machlis Tina. So remember, a lot of these, we're talking about in a vacuum where there's halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own lands, so its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not biblical kidnapping, but if Dina D'Machlusa says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. But that's the halacha. So Mersa Amarav is based on this hilchah. Hani mikri dardiki umastu rabbanon kimitsuyin biyadan dami damu uptiri. So I'll say, so this is fasting. So Rav is based on this, teachers, right? Teachers. Mikri dardiki means teachers who teach young children kriya. Umastu rabbanon, and also teach other students. All right, teach rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to be the nimtzu. It's a technical issue over here that I guess what the Gemara seems to be indicating that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with the Rabbi, which is just an interesting window, at least from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spent with their Rebbeim. Fascinating idea over here. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. We see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, and then even take away from this is we pass like the Rabbanon, and then for Allah Rambam paskins that if a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back there. Ganav Mishachatziab. So says, remember again, next machlokes in the Mishnah was if you kidnap a Chatzi Evan, Chatzi Ben Chorin. what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says you're chayiv. The Chacham say that you're pater. Let's analyze. Says the Gemara Tanan Hasam. We learn Rabbi Yehuda Omer ein la'avadim boshes. So okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here. Rabbi Yehuda says an eved has no boshes. Now, what does it mean? Eved has no boshes. Rashi says over here, in la avadim boshes, hamisbayesh esa eved lo chiyarv to Torah lases mebashta. So we know that there is a compensation category called boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone. There is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that avadim and eved doesn't have boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an eved, ultimately, again, there is no payment. Whereas my time, what's Rabbi Tzlach? Kamakra, ki natzu anoshim yachdov, ish ve'achov. Mish yesh lo achva, yotza evet she'in lo achva. So Rabbi Yehuda says, because the pasuk that talks about boshes, it talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of ki natzu anoshim yachdov, ish ve'achov. So someone who has echav, someone who has achva, familial relations, from people who is related to achva, a sense of family, he has boshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately, again, it doesn't have boshes. And therefore, an eved, Rashi says, or eved she'in lo achva, ba'afilu im echav b'nei aviv tichsid amachamar, imachamar, imadom l'chamar, eno eloki behema. So from a halachic perspective, an eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, on a technicality, he is not entitled to boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echav hu b'mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echav mean? Echav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we're talking about an Eved Kanani over here, right? Because, and bless you, an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. We're talking about an Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your echav in mitzvahs, and therefore the Rabbanan say, does have boshes? So the Gemara says, v'halchi hechi darish. And over here, in our context, in our subject, how are we dashing the psukim? Rabbi Yehuda Savra me echav. Rabbi Yehuda says me echav. So let's remember again, lashon over here is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me echav. If a person will be found to be kidnapping another person, me echav. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda darshan me echav la fuke avadim. Echav comes to exclude avadim. That avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So the Gemara says, "Bnei Yisrael, and again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a chatzi eved, chatzi bnei chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Bnei Yisrael, miutim chatzi eved, chatzi bnei chorin. Bnei Yisrael, miutim chatzi eved. Sorry. Just lost the place. Bnei Yisrael miutim mishechatziav eved v'chatziav bnei chorin. Mi bnei Yisrael miutim mishechatziav eved v'chatziav bnei chorin. Have a miut achamir. So this is very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'achav comes to exclude an eved. Good. So mi bnei Yisrael comes to exclude chatziav v'chatziav bnei chorin. And then again, mi bnei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of chatziav and chatziav bnei chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut el rabos, and a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interesting enough, that's why Yehuda holds that if you kidnap a chatzi and chatzi b'nei chorin, you chayiv. Ultimately, again, you are allowed. I think that starts in just a moment. Okay. Okay. So we'll say, so therefore, again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi eved chatzi bnei chorin. That's what Yehuda's drasha. The Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echav lafuke avadim lo mashmulu. The Rabbanon don't really hold that echav. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? They use echad to teach me echad, an exclusion for avadim. Because ultimately the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs, b'nei Yisrael, and again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, chala mi'ute Eved, one is to exclude Eved, the chala mi'ute shechatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin, and one is to exclude chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin. Okay, so I'll say, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machlokas. If you kidnap a chatzi Eved chatzi ben Chorin, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Huda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Huda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the levels come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha and they exclude chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin. Chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin. We'll say Rambam Paskins ultimately again like the Chachamim, and therefore if one were to go ahead and kidnap a chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chorin, one would be potter. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. As far as going to Nevesh Minayim, from where do you see, where's the lav? Where's the lav to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, we're not from Lo Signov. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Mim Keres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out from the pasuk after you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara, and the truth is not really arguing. Marka chashav lav digneva, umarka chashav lav demechila. So we'll say this is very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your rishus, and number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps, but we'll call it 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the lav of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the lav ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. So the Gemara says, good. Turn it up. Go signal. Torah says, do not steal. The Torah is talking about again kidnapping. So we'll say so. You tell me that low signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So Gemara says so. Sorry. Say ulamad mishloshes re'mido shakar l'jeshesbat. So we'll say so. Let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halamid mi'in yano. So we'll say so. Sometimes the way to understand what a particular pasuk is talking about is how through the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halamid mi'in yano. Something, a pasuk that should be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo seshakru ishpa amito. What are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. That was the pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, Asar said lo sirtza, lo sinaf, lo sino, lo signov, lo sanabarecha et shaker. So it's Asar said right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which lo signov is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, now also when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And lo signov, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore it makes sense to say that the gneva that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore Allah we must be talking about over here. Another brayso, lo signovu, begonev mammon. The pasuk says lo signova. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk put before. Lo signovu v'lo sechachashu v'lo seshakru ishvanito. Don't steal. Right? Don't lie. And one by los chashuv literally means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says, that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, how do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? The mammon. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk of Lo Signovu, Lo Sechachashu, Lo Sechakru Shamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the Gneva in this context must also be financial liability. Bin mammon, Afkan bin mammon. So it's very important. So therefore, Lo Signov in the Aseret HaDibros is talking about kidnapping. And the Torah says, don't steal, it's talking about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses, therefore Allah said this, the Gneva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, Lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, Lo sechachashu, do not deny a claim, do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, Gneva is talking about money. Incredible. It's was an interesting case over here. So we'll say, now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that Allah in order to be liable for kidnapping, you obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them into your shus. You have to go ahead and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halachic issue. So now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zomru, right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first set, you cannot have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you're with us that day. And they say to the second set, you couldn't have said it could be the same set of mazim or a second, doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei kite Eden, it's Rashi Ede Gneva ve'Ede Mechira. Shnei kite Eden, achas he'ida shekana v'sanefesh v'achas he'ida shamachar. So two separate sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So now they're both made into Eidim Zomru. So remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eidim Zomru, right? When witnesses are made into Eidim Zomru, what's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. Right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So we'll say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, so the Gemara seems to be suggesting, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when they're made into Eidim Zomru, Chizkiah says, Ein Neragim, you can't put no witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan or Neragim. Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Shabbos saying Chizkiah is like Rabbi Akiva. Now the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan, Rashi points out over here, is a machlokes in Baba Basra Cheskas Habatin. That ultimately, again, can you put Eidim Zomru? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, Al Pishne Edim Yokum Davar. Davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Edim Zomin if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Davar v'lo chaz davar. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand is like Rabban. Davar ba'afilu chaz davar. Okay, Rabbi Yochanan is like Rabbanon. The Rabbanon say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle. Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's his from the Machlokas? So even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually a new piece. I think this was a new piece of information. Ben Sorer Umora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted, right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. So only the second time, ultimately, that he's put to death is Ben Sorer Umora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, Chizkiah would agree, Beidin Ha'achronim, Shel Ben Sorer Umora Shehuzmu Shnei Ragim. So as they listen to this, so let's say again, you have second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuven, right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuven steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine, and he ate, like we saw before, he ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuven steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have seen that because you're with us, eating Solomon. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuven the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Like our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuven the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So Maska above, so I just want to just appreciate what's being introduced over here. So what's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither who are able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even Zomimim, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental machlokes between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Because Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put Edim Zomim to death is when their testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You could visit reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how much focus. Okay, so what's that? Second line down. So if that's his Rav says, then we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechira, which also put them to death. Why? Remember again, the Eidei Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv a malchus, right? Because it was like, if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to is malchus. He's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah and we should say that complete liability rests upon the Eidei Mechira. So is Chizkiah suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus? But we learned Eidei Geneva b'nefesh shehuzmin. So ultimately, again, if you have witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and then those same witnesses remain to Edim Zolomim, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokim, the Chad Amar In Lokim. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says they don't get malchus. But we said Tistayin Chizkiya Damar Lokim. It must be Chizkiya who says that ultimately they get Malchus. Why? Since Chizkiya says they're not put to death, if they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get Malchus. Di'i Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, given they were Neragim, having not lav shenitim as hard as Misas Bezin. According to Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a lav that is given over to execution by Bezin. The cholav shenitim as hard as Misas Bezin in Lokin Allah. And I was saying in general, the halacha is anytime Bezin is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that same interaction. So the Gemara says, Ihu lo laki inu ekilahu. So in that case, if technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given Malchus, so you're going to go ahead and you're going to give the Eidim Zomim Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, rather, Papa says this is a very important line. Ella Amra Papa, the Eidim Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Pligi Dinerag. So we'll say this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, right, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon, that there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolman, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidei Mechira, those witnesses who testified that Reuben sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as Eidei sold him. Okay, so where's the machlokes? Keep thinking. It's very interesting. Be'edei Geneva. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidei Zolman. What is their liability? Now watch this. Chizkiya says, Ein Haragim. They're not put to death. Why not? Chizkiya essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore kidnapping, interestingly enough, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuben liable to? What are they making him liable to? To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, they're found to be Eidim Zolman. Okay, you can make them subject to Malchus, but nothing more. It's only the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses are found to be Eidim Zolman, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiya. Rabbi Yochanan says no. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva aschalta de mechira. Because we'll say kidnapping is the beginning of mechira. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokes. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the Eidei Mechira, if they are made into Eidim Zolman, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liability for Reuben. So if they're found to be Eidim Zolman, they're put to death. What about the Eidei Geneva? So again, Chizkiya says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself would just make Reuben liable to lashes. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? Right? Eidei Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Eidim Zolman, then halacha l'maisa they are put to death as well. Incredible. Even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Because what happens in Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Well, it's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they are made into Eidim Zolman, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really create general liability. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora or Mora, if they're made into Eidim Zolman, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah there's a book of punishment for them, but also be Malchus. Incredible. Rabbi says, so we'll say it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. Hakom Odib ben Sora Umora. Hakom Odib ben Sora Umora. Umachlokas ben Sora Umora. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, and there's a machlokis by Ben Sora and Mora. So I said, we're actually going to end off on this statement. We'll pick up on this, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. Well, so we'll stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, in Eretz Hashem, bright and early, 5:40. People saw a little earlier even. Maybe like Tehillim at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, well, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Eretz Hashem, but I think tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just announcing that we'll be learning in here in the base of Eretz Hashem. Davening will be in the main shul tomorrow morning. On one side, Shkoyach. All right, so we'll say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Torah sponsor, annual Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year. Today's a boost from the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for Adar, Habalim, Rotova, Harry and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, John Yosef, going on vacation at his 12th yard site. The Ziv, Levin, and Roman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and Yisrael Shmuel Bevacha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah, and Zachariah Shmuel Bevacha. And our Datrumi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Moshe Ben David Moshe Feinstein. That's on the occasion of his yard site, and in merit of our Talmud Torah. In the Shabbos Havana, we have the families in the Chama, and the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Because with that, thank you to my sheikhs for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is pay 85. We are up to a merge. We left off on pay down on the days 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed, the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chenek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions, Rav Masno and Rav Dimi Bar Chuna, who both seem to say yes. But then we quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Grade Ravina, who did not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chabura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, 6 lines of v'hadisnan, machat shal yad, litol ba'asakot." So let's remember again, he's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury, and causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately again is an issue d'oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry, maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogi, it's not an intentional kabula, but nevertheless it's a shogi of skila. To which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkohu. That's different, because if there is a kabula that's caused by taking out of the splinter, that's mekalko. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's fine according to the opinion that says mekalko is pater. That in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is pater. But according to the opinion that says mekalko is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, well, listen, the man Shabbos they don't mekalko b'chabura chayiv. Who's the opinion who says that mekalko by kabula, and because of kabula and it's kilkul and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Tapa pehe. Rabbi Shimon Amar Komalach Shimon Tzvika Legufa Hachalach. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shimon Tzvika Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay. So the Gemara goes off. So bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that kind of situation? The Gemara is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a kabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha she'etzricha l'gufa. In general, they'll say, if you don't call Shabbos, what do you call for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately, again, it's not also on Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos, we take splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a davar shel miskavim. Right? Well, even though it's malacha shel tzricha l'gufa, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous sugya, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? Shabbos says this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned in shir yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, being the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchot Kibud Avayim. Fascinating halachas. In Yerodea, Siman Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Haya Kol Tztachal La'aviv. If let's say again, my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo V'Asos Bo Chavura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to bleed. V'chein, it will make his dam or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son of a doctor. Lo yak his dam la'aviv, or lo yachtich lo ever. Afa pisha mechadeh l'refuah. A son should not do anything to a father that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's how it's going to process. So let's say, but the Ramah is in a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? V'shiyesh sham acher lasos. When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this quote-unquote service for the father. Aval ein sham acher lasos, v'hu mitztayer, harei makor makizo, v'chol teklot v'fi masher she'ershuhu lasos. So it's interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. But Shulchan Aruch is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "K'fi masher shuvu lasos." He has to get reshus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the l'chakriva is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the l'chakriva. Right? If there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get reshus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause kabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I must say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give rishus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties. But again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more of this a little bit later on today. Jones like top of pay 85A. Second line now, very interesting case. That's the function of Sheshas. Then Maushi Yasa Shliach Lo Aviv Lahakoso with a Kalalo. Wow, listen to this.
Can his son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi asks a shliach. Rashi says, "Beis din la'avi in yischayim of a midui u'malchus." So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say again, you have right Avram and Yitzchak. Avram, father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis din, was judged by Beis din for malchus, to get lashes, or Avram is going to be put in excommunication. So remember again, so now the shayla is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Beis din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach habeis. So Gemara says, Amalei, la'achar miyatiro. So Gemara asks such fascinating questions. So in general, right, why is, so let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for malchus, or Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother will say, part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis din. So Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. Can you go over to another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to. So Gemara says, someone else stop another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, it's beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim adif. That's what I was saying. So what is it that Beis din in general, right? Anyone in Beis din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kavod shamayim adif. Because the covenant that we are obligated to slave to trumps any other covenant. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving of malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. Or someone is deserving ultimately again of midah of excommunication, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of Kadosh Baruch Hu goes that it comes before the covenant of any other person. Al-Kanami, Kvod Shemaila. That's the logic that ultimately again a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for needling as well. So again, that's what Gemara is assuming right now. So they say, Uma shemitzuva la'koso, mitzvah la'koso, mi she'in mitzvah la'koso in the din shemitzuva shelo la'koso. So we'll say, all right, so a little bit of a strange Brayso, which we'll have to think. So literally translated, if someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the price is talking about. So Mark says, my love, easy a makom mitzvah. So perhaps both cases in the price are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I say if someone is deserving of lashes, then what happens? Habib no, haba'achar. Maybe one price is talking about a son, and one price is talking about someone else. In other words, and the price is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer it to the father. And versus someone else, where even like you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew. But when you're working for Beis din, and Beis din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it, to which the Gemara no, the Gemara says no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? So, what does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah. So the pashtus, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis din. Shelo b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus from Beis din. So someone's chayiv malchus from Beis din, as much as you don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the Gemara says, "V'halikatan." This is what it means to say. Here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah shelo lahakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, in the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this, right? Avram ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son. Let's leave that on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of malchus. Right? There's a considered daraisa to flog someone even one more lash than they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says, "Ma'at b'makom mitzvah." Even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? Mitzvah shelo lahakoso. There's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. Shalom makom mitzvah, when someone is not liable to lashes. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, shalom makom mitzvah, she'enu mitzvah lahakoso, einu din she'mitzvah sholakoso. So it's only where someone is not subject to lashes, and halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So with Hashkos, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So we'll say, so remember again, keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over there? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father, that could potentially result in a kabbalah. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can his son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the market continues. Tashma. Hayotze v'harik. Listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. But the kill a low chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, if another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be potter. All right. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between the son and someone else? It's very interesting. The misarvin bolotses ve'eriyotse. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. And what's the again we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the sector, about the process for leaving someone out of death, specifically again by skila. Let me get into that whole process of leaving them out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go. Which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him, curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rasheshes Mugilot, Vishaim Misarvin Bolotses. Rasheshes sets it up as no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case that he's not refusing to go out, so let's say, again, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his else does it, there's not liability. Okay, Rav Shesha says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not going to go. He's willing to go, right? He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says very simple. So you must say, remember, it's very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? What's his status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's take a different case. Someone like Avram is condemned to death by Beis Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? 0. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. When Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, there's no liability because they hit and they've cursed a dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I want to say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right, but Yitzchak, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows. Most of Amrav Sheshes, Baish is an interesting case here. Baishu Yashan Meis. So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stop. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's probably sleeping. Let's do it sleeping. So I'll say, so what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Like you don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruben's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, but he's sleeping. So once I say, interestingly enough, if he dies, that's the sleep. So Ruben never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? By show Yashem base, chayiv. I'm chayiv. Now I say, who am I chayiv? And Rashi says over here, actually right across chayiv, this by shin banov, chayiv nami loshno. So as I say, interestingly enough, halacha myself, I'm obligated to pay koshes to the heirs, right, to Reuben's offspring, because they were embarrassed with the sacrifice. So I said, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That halacha myself, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are we bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be chayiv. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. What do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and give the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm going to ask, what's the case over here? What happens where, again, the injury to Avram is an injury that's not sharaputa. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a puta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, but we learned that even if you injure someone, and you right to commit someone, you cause them an injury that's less than a sharaputa, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My potter de Kamar, what does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Abram and he struck or he cursed Abram, then ultimately he's potter? What does that mean, potter? Potter, mimamet. It means that he's potter from Allah, there's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal, did you know chayiv the moment? So I say, so again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv moment, which would be strange? To which the Gemara says, Ella, bedino, hachanami bedino. Better if I say, no. What it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So I say, so why is it that another will be potter, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is potter? The Nasi Ba'amcha Losar. The Pasuk says literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Paul says, Maisa Amcha. Well, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael. And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klara. So I understand cursing. So now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew, right? Only when we call them osem ma'aseh, only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, hatinach klara. Hakar, what about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies ba'amcha when the person is conducting themselves in conformance with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, like a member of Klal Yisrael, if he's not condemned himself, a member of Klal Yisrael, then halacha l'maisa, there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him, and therefore the son should be exempt as well. This is incredible. What's like Gemara says, "Ki da'amra pinchas kisha asa tshuva." What's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. Hachanami kisha asa tshuva.
So we'll say, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again, his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So we'll say, this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on their deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So listen, just in this dramatic case, Avram is being sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change within oneself or within one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. But what's lesson number 2? So let's say, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva, then what should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? They'll say just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for protracted. This is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself could really undo everything, right? Like Imam Satsuma says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, even zigonos nas, that is from the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially when it's kind of hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says, let's say it happens to me that the offending party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? And a husband owns it and he understands that he was wrong. He understands, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting, often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? What happens like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. There was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye, right? I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that suddenly everything that just like snaps back to what it was, like everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So it's also because again, our actions have consequences and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important yesodot to live with in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because they understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Everyone may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to kill you. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great about tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible yesod. So much to the okay, that's the case that I was doing about tshuva. So it's not really worth setting it up. It's like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, his son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because Avram did tshuva. If that's the case that Avram did tshuva, then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm not married, but very interesting. No. When are you chayiv? halacha for cursing or for any another Jew, but ultimately again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I want to say this all circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halacha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son is a different obligation. Right? The son is a son. Right? The son always has an obligation. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important, right? In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have cover for them. So with parents, if I go to say, even though Avram is convicted to death, a son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But the way it's by everyone else, Avram is considered dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. Okay, but no, now, I mean, if that's the case against the son should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm a base. Bidi dahabi la'achad son. So this is interesting, I will say. No, here's what's different. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibbud av va'em that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, Mikalo of a bimo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited, because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of kibbud av va'em, even after death, it transcends after death, right? This is why halacha l'maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of kibbud av va'em, which has a lot to discuss. Let's say a father says, parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. And a crazy case like that. The parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or could they dispense with that request? You get a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something. That runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but right now, that point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud av va'em extends even beyond that. So the Gemara says, it's okay. Very interesting conversation. Bottom line, let's remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Right? Yitzchak works for Beis Din. Yitzchak works for Beis Din. His father is chayiv, ultimately again, for Malchus or for Klala. Can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately again, or Hayotze Leharik, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, as is Yitzchak the son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him. So certainly, one thing certainly established is certainly cursing him is chayiv for, right? Because Lamaisa, cursing the parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my what's the bottom line? So I'll say, general halacha l'maisa, a son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Beis Din. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hit your father even as an agent of Beis Din, with one exception. Chutz mi'mesis, Torah, shahari hamur Torah, one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Beis Din, which makes sense once because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely will get them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Again, so the Shulchan Aruch Paskin, this was actually too far. Good, Rishman Aleph House, listen to this. So you're ready for this. The Gemara says, two halachas over here. So, how you avid the imo l'shayim gimurim ha'ovre avera? Let's say one's parents were mamish l'shayim gimurim, right? Over avera. So listen to this. Afilu mikmar dinam lahariga v'yotzim leharik. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, asur lo lahakosam u'lekallah. You are not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. V'mhika also a kolam potter. Now, interestingly enough, the Shmuel Paskins, If you hit them or if you curse them, you're patur. Right? Why are you patur? Because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So this is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being led out to be killed. So first of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him, Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically patur because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this now. He says, however, if Avram did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though what? Even though Yitzchak is being right, even though Avram is being killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maaseh in halacha hey, Rabbi writes over here, Avar Avino Imo Aver Shalokim Alel Chayev Shliach L'Dayanim Lo Yaki Osem V'Chein Nitzchai Lo Nidui Lo Yeshliach L'Dosem V'Lo Yirda V'Lo Yachas. So in halacha hey, Shmuel paskins that his son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malchus or to carry out legally excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamakya Avivi Ino Chayev Ashiyaseh B'Hain Chabura. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last sugya. When you hit is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless a person causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala b'makel, shemekala la'achar nisa chayiv, v'makel la'achar nisa pater. But the Reformer will say, even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that person has over hitting, namely, that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. So let's analyze this. So listen, it's a very important halacha. What this means is right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Avram, like gives him like a fast, gives him a patch. It doesn't give a chabur, it doesn't give an injury. Not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara on it. Aviv v'imo kilel. So listen, when the pasuk says, "Aviv v'imo kilo ki ish asher kalalas aviv es imo." Most you must aviv v'imo kilo. So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ki ish asher kalal es aviv ve'es imo." The pasuk does that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? Aviv v'imo kilo b'mapo. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says, the second Aviv v'imo kilo teaches me that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyachol, I would have thought, since Shabbosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. Someone says, therefore, again, the pasuk extra phrase, Aviv v'imo kilo, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, Kal v'chomer. There is a Kal v'chomer. Uma makeh she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So it's like furthermore again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting him. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to Mekalel, interestingly enough, the din of Mekalel is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not called an Amchol, in halacha l'maaseh there is no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after death. Talmud Lomar, Aviv v'imo kilo la'achar nisa. You know, once I give the extra phase, Aviv v'imo kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. All right, so let's analyze. So let's say, so again, this means we're going to see this in the Bryce in just a moment. That old phrase of aviv v'imo kilo is extra, because the pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, aviv v'imo kilo? That's going to teach you that even after the death of the parent, there is going to be liability. So there was El Rabbi Yoshia, Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, lashon of the pasuk is ki ish ish asher yikalo es aviv ves imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'atrocious. Teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an atrocious, ultimately again there's no liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher yikalo es aviv ves imo, who will curse his mother and his father, in the other other imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Imo shelo aviv minayin. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says minayin. Talomar aviv imo kilo. The pasuk then goes on to say aviv imo kilo. Aviv kilo, imo kilo, the Rabbi Yoshia. So let's say, so now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like in the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says aviv ve'imo kilo, to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read the Sukkah. In general, whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minole, Torah says very interesting. From where do we know this? Minole, not me umekalo avit v'imo most must. The pasuk says ultimately again from mekalo avit v'imo most must be done. When we find in the rabbis that's learned out to teach me. Also in the androgynous state of the most first one, you say for me ish, learning out from ish. The Torah calls from many Adam. Torah is just talking in like a normative way. Listening, Chomer ben Makia reading the Kalo. I so why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah that Makia is over the Kalo? How so? Sheb ben Makia, second wide line. Sheb ben Makia asa boshel ba'amko kiba amko. By Makia will say you're trying to eat any cheese. Whether the Jew is Amkar or not Amkar, you're kind of Mashenki in the Makalo, ultimately again, but that's different by Makalo, but because by Makalo you're only chayiv for cursing the Jews by Amkar, Hasavar, Makshinu Hakpa Mitlolo. You go ahead and ultimately again we compare or we by Makshinu, we compare the halacha of Hakar to Klala, that just like Hakar, you're chayiv for going ahead and getting a Jew. So the Lema, Tiny tonight. It's the same piece, and I like these other Tanakh. So what? Tani Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi ata mitzvah hakaso, yata mitzvah kelasa. Kusi. I want to say now, again, remember, we're going to get into Kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. This word Kusi is the same thing as Akum, right? In other times, what Kusi refers to as who are the Kusim. Who are the Kusim? Right? Remember again when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. You know what's his strategy? His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resettle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so every 10 tribes would be put in a place. The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Abusim were all Diablo Bizarre. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? So just bear that in mind. So the Gemara says as follows. So Kusi atam tzvah hakas, and yatam tzvah kilaso. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. You can't eat that kind of rice. So yatam tzvah hakas. Ultimately, by Kusi, you're not tight for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savua. the Kuli Alma, Kusim Gere, MSA, that was the assumption we're making is everyone assumed that the Kusim were legitimate Gere. Legitimate Gere. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love so what are they arguing about? So the Gemara says, actually called the Klava. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. And therefore again his liability. Umar Sabar, Umar Shin Hakal the Klava. And the opinion says, no, you treat them separately. Whereas the Gemara says, well, not true. The Chuli Alma, everyone agrees. Umar Shin Hakal the Klava. They do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are we arguing about over here? Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. Am I saying Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos? I'm sorry. Mar Savar Kusim Gere MSA. Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. What's the machlokes? I will say the machlokes ultimately is halacha l'maisa. What's the nature of Kusim? What Kusim Gere Arayos means? That's Arayos with an aleph, not an ayin. Right? They converted because of the lines. Those lines, therefore, they were not legitimate. Other opinion says no, they're Gere MS, legitimate lion, Jero Kibi Yisrael. So I'll say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shar of a pussy is treated like the shar of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, Shmamino, that Kesha Pidi Shmamino. Rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is the machlokes? The machlokes ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental machlokes unfolding over here. So we'll say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to understand the takeaways from here. So halacha l'maisa, the Rabbi asking is that hakah and kala are treated differently, right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halacha l'maisa, again, hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right, goes out after the death of the parent. Sorry if we're a little bit fast now, last piece. We'll pick up with Mishnah Hashem tomorrow. Tremendous stuff. Shkayach, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our sponsor, annual sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a zuchus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Habalim Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Lebracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zechron Lebracha. And our Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Adam Plonka, in memory of Harav Moshe Ben Harav David Rav Moshe Feinstein Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. Thank you. To the Neshama and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. With that, thank you to my Sheikhim for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I want to say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Pei Hey 85. We are up to a message we left off on Pei Dalin on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. Hold this line. So once you remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question the Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed, the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chanek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we had two opinions, Rav Masno and Rav Dimi Bar Chinna, who both seem to say yes. But then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Brei Radino, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear, ultimately, again, of causing a chabura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, 6 times over love, hadisnan, machat shalyad, lital ba'asakot." So once remember again, this is now switching over to the Hilchos Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically, you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an Isur D'Oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogig, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogig of skila. To which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkahu. That's different, because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out of the splinter, that's mekalkal. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's fine according to the opinion that says mekalkal is pater. That in general on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is pater. But according to the opinion that says mekalkal is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, well, second man, Shabbos nidar mekalkal b'chabura chayiv. Who is the opinion who says that mekalkal by chabura, that if you cause a chabura and it's kilkul and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Top of Pehei. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shinitzrika Lagufa. Padrala. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shinitzrika Lagufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay? So the word goes off. Shavuot says, so bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that kind of situation? The word is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chavura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha shenitzricha l'gufa. In general, both say for Hilchos Shabbos, what do you feel for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. Need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos, right? We leave splinters in our Shabbos, take out splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a darshan and discarding, right? Well, even though it's malacha shenitzricha l'gufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous sugya, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? Rabbi says this is a big shayla. In other words, again, I mentioned in the shir yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch paskins in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim, fascinating halachas. In Yeridea, Siman Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Hayakot Takav La'aviv. If let's say again, if my father has a splinter, the Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asas Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to bleed. V'chein, it will make his dam, or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo yakiz dam la'aviv, v'lo yachtif lo eiver, afa pisha mechavin l'rfua. A son should not do anything to a father that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's how Shulchan Aruch. So I'll say, but the Ramah is a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this quote unquote service for the father. So it says, interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. But the Shulchan Aruch is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Kafi mashir shuhu lasos." He has to get reshus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatchila is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the lechatchila. Right? If there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get reshus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause a chabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give reshus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties. But again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more on this a little bit later on today. So what was like top of pay 85a, second line down. Very interesting case. Yes, the father shall Rav Sheshes. Ben, will the kalaro. Wow, listen to this. Can a son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Beis Din la'aviv in this chayiv of a nidui or malchus. So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have Avram and Yitzchak. Avram's father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for malchus, to get lashes. Or Avram was going to be put in excommunication. So remember again, so now the shayla is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach HaBeis Din. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. So in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for malchus, or Avram is judged for need to excommunication. Brother will say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get, in other words, can you go over to another Jew and flood them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? Someone says, someone else stam another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Well, it's beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim adif. Brother will say, so why is it that Beis Din in general, right? Anyone in Beis Din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kvod shamayim adif, because the covet that we are obligated to display to HaKadosh Baruch Hu trumps any other covet. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against HaKadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving the malchus, we're going to flog them. Or someone is deserving ultimately again of needle of excommunication, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes and comes before the covet of any other person. Hachanami kvod shmayla. That's the logic. That ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for nidui as well. So okay, so that's the Gemara is assuming right now. So Meisvei Uma mi shemitzuva lakoso mitzvah shelo lakoso mi she'inu mitzvah lakoso in the din shemitzuva shelo lakoso. So we'll say, all right, so a little bit of a strange brayso, which we'll have to explain. So literally translated, if someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the Bryce is talking about. So the Gemara says, "My love, makom mitzvah." So perhaps both cases in the Bryce are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I see someone who's deserving of lashes, and what happens? Habib no, haba acher. Maybe one Bryce is talking about a son, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer it to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it, to which the Gemara says, lo, idi v'idi loshna b'no v'loshna acher. The Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. V'lo kasha, kan b'makom mitzvah, kan shelo b'makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? Both say so. What does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah. So the pashtus, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shelo b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus in Beis Din. So someone's chayiv malchus in Beis Din. As much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Vot shemayim adif. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa. So it is prohibited. So the this is what it means to say. Here we go. Mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah shalol lahakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, in the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this, right? Avram ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak. Let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son. Let's leave it on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not daraisa to flog someone even one more lash than they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says ma b'makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah shelo lahakoso. There's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. So the Gemara says, Shlomo mitzvah she'ino mitzvah lahakoso eino din shemitzvah shelo lahakoso. So it's only where someone is not subject to lashes, in halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So b'pashtos, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So we'll say, so remember again, keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over here? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a chabur. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma. Hayotze b'harei. Listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Uba b'no v'hiko v'kilalo chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, ba achar v'kilalo v'hika v'kilalo pater. If another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be pater. All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between his son and someone else? This is very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. Remember again, we spoke about much earlier in the Sefta, about the process for leading someone out to death, specifically again by skila. Remember again, we went through that whole process of leading him out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go. Which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says, so that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukila, B'She'in Tarvin Bo Lotzes. Rav Sheshes sets it up as, no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case that he's not refusing to go out, Ihachi Achar Nami. So we'll say, if we're talking about a case where Avram was condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay. Rav Sheshes says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. B'she'in misar, he's willing to go. If that's the case, if he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says, very simple, Achar garva katilahu. So we'll say, remember, this is very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's take a different case. Someone, right? Avram is condemned to death by Beis Din, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? 0. Why? He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, okay, there's no liability because they've hit and they've cursed a dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I must say, this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death, you're right, but a Yitzchak, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, "V'ham Rav Sheshes." Baish is an interesting case here. Baishu Yashan Meis Chayiv. So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stop. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. Sorry, while Ruvain is sleeping. Right? Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the chayv of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, right, he's sleeping. So I will say, so interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? Baisho Yashen Meis Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. Now I will say, who am I Chayiv? And Rashi says over here, actually Rashi is right across Chayiv. Taha Misbaishin Banov Chai Nami Loshna. So as I say, interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, I'm obligated to pay boshes to the heirs, right, to Ruvain's offspring, because they were embarrassed with this act. So I say, what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov is not going to be chayiv. Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. But one second, what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never even realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. I'm asking, what's the case over here? Where what happens? Where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shava pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a pruta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, "V'hamar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, hikar kashem shava pruta lokat." But we learned that even if you injure someone, and you're right, if you hit someone and you cause them an injury that's less than a shava pruta, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus. To which the Gemara says, you're right. My pater de Kamar. What does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck or he cursed Avram, that ultimately he's pater? What does that mean, pater? Pater mimaman. It means that he's pater from mammon. There's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Mechlal dibino chayiv b'mammon. So I'll say, so again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv mammon, which would be strange? To which the Gemara says, Ella bedino hachanami bedino. Rather, no. What it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So I say, so why is it that another will be pater, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him. The pasuk says literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Well, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klala. So I understand cursing. So now, by the way, this is actually very important, because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when what we call osen masa amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, "Hatinach klala haka minalan." What about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? Hatinach haka minalan. The makshinan haka leklala. we compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies ba'amcha when the person is conducting themselves in conformance with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. Ihahi bino nami. So we'll say if that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael, then halacha l'maisa, there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him, and therefore the son should be exempt as well. This is incredible. I'll say, Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. So we'll say, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again his son Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on their deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So just understand this dramatic case. Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change within oneself and within one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. But what's lesson number 2? So he says, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva, then what should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? Notice that just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effect of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time, you can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Gemara Saksuma says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, the Gemara calls tshuva me'ava, even zidonos na'as lo kizuchurios. Even your intentional averos can become like mitzvos. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. And we see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says, let's say it happens to you that the offending party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? Then a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now, it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? What happens like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. There was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye, right? I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything that just like snaps back to what it was, right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So I said, also, because again, our actions have consequences and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important yisodos to live with in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important, because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Avram may be about tshuva. But what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to tell you. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva. And in Shamayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal Tshuva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I will say, So how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal? I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible yisod. So Gemara says, that's the case that Avram is coming about Shua. So it's not the way the Gemara is setting it up. It's like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, the son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about Tshuva. Because Avram did Tshuva. If that's the case that Avram did Tshuva, acher nami, then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm Rav Mari ba'amcha b'mekoyim sheba'amcha. Very interesting. No. When are you chayiv? Halacha l'maisa for cursing or for hitting another Jew? When ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I will say this all circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halacha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son is a different obligation. Right? The son is a son. Right? His son always has an obligation. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important, right? Otherwise, a parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have cover for them. So with parents, we talk differently. Even though Avram is convicted to death, a son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But by everyone else, Avram is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. If that's the case, again, so the son should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm a days. So this is interesting, I will say. No, here's what's different. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibud avva'im that are in effect. Now, again, you could hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse, right? But lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right? So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of kibbud avva'im, even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why halacha l'maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of kibbud avva'im, which has a lot to discuss. Let's say a parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. I have a crazy case like that. The parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or could they dispense with that request? You have a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something. That runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but not for now. The point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud avva'im extends even beyond death. So the Gemara it's okay. Very interesting conversation. Bottom line, also remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Like Yitzchak works for Beis Din, Yitzchak works for Beis Din. His father is chayiv, ultimately again, for Malchus or for Klala. Can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition? Right? Or ultimately, again, or Hayotzi Licharik, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death. Is Yitzchak the son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him? So, by the way, one thing we've certainly established is certainly cursing him he is chayiv for, right? Because Lamaisa, cursing your parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my what's the bottom line? So I'll say, Amar Rabbi Barafuna, Techein Tana, Debei Rabbi Shmuel, Lakol Eina Ben Nasa Shliach Lakosa Ulakalalo. So we'll say, in general, halacha l'maisa, a son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Beis Din. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hit your father as an agent of Beis Din, with one exception. Chutz minesis, shari Torah, shahari amr Torah, lo sachmo, lo sechasal. With the one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Beis Din, which makes sense also because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Again, so the Shulchan Aruch, this was actually too far. Good. Reish Mem Aleph does this. So the Gemara says, get ready for this. The Gemara says two halachas over here. So let's say one's parents were mamish v'shem gimurim, right, over avera. So listen to this. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, you are not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. Now, interestingly enough, the Shmuel Paskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're pater. Right? Why are you pater? Because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So let's say this is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being let out to be killed. So first of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit or curse him, Yitzchak is technically pater because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this. Rambam says, however, if Avram did tshuva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him and cursed him, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though Yitzchak is being right, even though Avram is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about tshuva is about tshuva. And again, halacha l'maisa in halacha hey, Rabbi writes over here, avar avivel imo aver shalokim alav vayeven shliach l'dayanim lo yakir osam v'chein nischayvol nidui lo yeshliach nidosam v'lo yirda v'lo yakas. So again, in halacha hey, Shulchan Aruch paskins that the son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malchus or to carry out nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamakya avivi imo ino chayiv ashiyase b'hin chabura. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last sugya. When you hit, this is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala b'makya shemekala la'achar nisa chayiv v'amakya la'achar nisa pater. Furthermore, I will say, even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that person has over hitting, namely that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so a very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him like a frass, gives him a patch, but doesn't create a chabur, it doesn't create an injury. Not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara, Tanabanan, Aviv v'imo kilel la'achar nisa. So what's when the pasuk says? Aviv v'imo kilel ki ish asher yikalel es aviv es imo. Most you must aviv v'imo kilel. So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says ki ish asher yikalel es aviv ve'es imo. Pasuk does that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? Aviv v'imo kilel dalavo. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says, the second Aviv v'imo kilel teaches me la'achar misa, that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyachol, I would have thought, since Rabbosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So we'll say, so therefore I get us extra place of v'imo hilel to teach that there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, v'od kal v'chomer. There is a kal v'chomer. What's the kal v'chomer? Uma makeh she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So the Gemara says, lo chayiv bo la'achar misa. So I'll say, furthermore, again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So also what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately, again, is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not, there's liability for hitting them. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to Mekalel, interestingly enough, the din of Mekalel is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amcha, then halacha l'maisa, there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after death. Talmud Lomar, Aviv v'imo kilo la'achanisa. See, Rabbi say again, the extra phase of v'imo kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. All right, so let's analyze. So I'll say, so again, we're going to see this in the Bryce in just a moment. That whole phrase of Aviv v'imo kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv v'imo kilo? That's when we teach that even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. So there was Rabbi Yoshia, my opinion, Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish ish. The Pasuk says ish ish. Now again, Lashon is key. Ish ish. Asher kalal es aviv ves imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'androgynous to teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately, again, there's still liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalal es aviv ves imo, who will curse his mother and his father. Imi el aviv imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Imo shelo aviv mina. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Minayin. Talmud aviv kilo, imo kilo, di Rabbi Yoshia. So I'll say, so now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the Pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that Pasuk is, there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says, therefore, the end of the Pasuk says, aviv ve'imo kilo, to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mimashma shneim ke'echad u'mashma echad b'fnei atzmo ad sheyifrod l'cha kosav yachdav." Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read psukim in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately, unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minale, for us, is very interesting. From where do we know this? Minale, nafle mi umekalo aviv v'imo mos yumas. The pasuk says ultimately again from Mekalo aviv v'imo mos yumas v'ida umibayli the rabbos bas tumtum v'androgynous. That's learned out to teach me bas tumtum v'androgynous. Teifuk the pasuk first while teifuk me ish ish. Learn it out from ish ish. The Torah kolosha mani adam. Torah is just talking in like a normative way. But listening, chomer ben makeh meaning Mekalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a chumrah that makeh is over Mekalo? How so? Sheb makeh, second white line. Sheb makeh asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. By makeh abo say you're chayiv for hitting any Jew, whether the Jew is amcha or not amcha. You're chayiv masha'enkim b'Mekalo. Ultimately again, but that's different by Mekalo. Because by Mekalo you're only chayiv for cursing the Jews ba'amcha. Chasavar makshinim hakha miklala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare or we right makshinim means we compare the halacha of hakha to klala. That just like hakha you're chayiv for going ahead and hitting any Jew. So to klala lema hani tanai kani tanai. So I say that these time I like these other tanai. So what like what? Tani chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi ata mitzvah hakha. So yata mitzvah kilasa. Kusi. I will say now again. Remember. We're going to get into kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes kusi just means a guy. That's what it means. It just means a guy. In other words, kusi is the same thing as akum, right? In other times, what kusi refers to is who are the kusim. Who are the kusim? Right? Remember again when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. What was his strategy? His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resettle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when he exiled the 10 tribes, who did he put in their place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Kusim were all devil Zara. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? So just bear that in mind. So the Gemara says as follows. So Kusi atam tzuvah haka. So yatam tzuvah kill also. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse a Kusi, you're not chayiv. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not chayiv for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savrua the Kule Alma Kusim Gere Emesein. The assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusim were legitimate Gerim. Legitimate Gerim. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love back in. So what are they arguing about? So the Marsaram action hakal klala. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Umars, and therefore again there's liability. Umar savar lo makshin hakal klala. Another opinion says no, we treat them separately. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, not true." Tuchuli alma, everyone agrees. Lo makshin hakal klala. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. Bahacha miflagi. So what are we arguing about over here? Mar savar kusim gere arayos. Am I saying Umar savar kusim gere arayo? I'm sorry. Mar savar kusim gere MSA. Umar savar kusim gere arayos. What's the machlokes? I'm saying the machlokes ultimately is what's the nature of kusim? Where kusim gere arayos means that's arayos with an aleph, not an ayin. Right? They converted because of the lions. Those lions. Therefore, they were not legitimate gerim. Other opinion says no, they were gere ms. Legitimate lion, legitimate gerim. So the Gemara says, so I'll say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shar of a kusi is treated like the shar of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is the machlokes? The machlokes ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental machlokes unfolding over here. So we'll say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to understand the takeaways from here. So halacha l'maisa, the way we paskin is that Hakah and Klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halacha l'maisa, again, Hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right, well, so after the death of the parent. Sorry for being a little bit fast on the last piece. We'll pick up the Mishnah tomorrow. Tremendous staff. Shkayach, everyone. When you will say it is supposed to be able to flow with you, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person. Look forward to Yetz Hashem back by Tuesday afternoon. Look forward to Yetz Hashem to see everyone each year in Yetz Hashem B'Shad Tov So, but it is supposed nevertheless continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is 8 hours. We are picking up the Yetz Hashem on a Gimel of days 83b, and we are picking up Krue Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two lines are from the bottom. About Orel, Odin, Yoshi, Basras. Remember again, going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are Chayiv Nisbidei Shemayim, or let's just say circumstances which generate liability of Nisbidei Shemayim. And then the Mishnah created a list. The Rabbi created a list. Then Avel, a Kohen who does the Avodah as an Avel as a mourner. Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshi, sitting. So the halach is all three of these things is much different. One doesn't apply it to a law, and not in certain minds. That's too much. Now, you might be able to teach one by one. The way we notice a song has the avodah that is quote unquote only a law, not in certain minds. So the Shem part much of it a little bit. So the truth is, this is not just did not learn this in the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. It was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, but it has to open Lucy Balama. Let's go to Lucy, every festival tomorrow. What did you say? And then it's Ring Har Orel, Ring Kappa Nidala 848, but Orel Foster or Yava on the Show. You know, see, festival starts open cards. Again, these are non-Jews. Orel Ring and circumcised part, but Orel Foster. Which means physically uncircumcised should not come to the Mikdash. So ultimately, again, here we see now, obviously, this is not a God I saw, but rather, again, this is a somebody, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's allowed, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, behind you, as part of the different Kabbalah, the Hamal, the Lolo, the Allah. When we see Allah, is what we call different Kabbalah. So the coin was important. The coin was to do the service as far as uncircumcised. I remember again, the coin is not circumcised is the case of Mesu, where they couldn't do a bris milah. Right? If someone again can have a bris milah but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin did not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of a bris milah before. Especially although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to circumcise. Where do you learn that from? Good. Next, Onaim. I remember again, Onaim is someone never seen by the. You notice the Gemara uses both lashon of Onaim and Havel. Now, for our purposes, again, Onaim is the slave of a period of time between death and burial. The halachas that a coin change to the Avolta greater. If he does so, he is hanged. It's a lot. Just remember, where you know that the Onaim, second line from the top, 84a, Midal. He says, in the Mikdash, lo yizeh, v'lo yichalel es Mikdash Elokai. And the pasuk says exactly by the coin God. Pasuk says by the coin God. Actually, specifically by our act, we got another activity. Aaron should not use the Mikdash, and he should not profane the Mikdash of the God. Now, the pasuk is telling me, even though Aaron had encountered a very certain kind of long loss, he was not committed to leave the Mikdash. He had to continue to do the Avolta. The Gemara actually says very plain. The Gemara says, what do you see there? It's after the plain level who has to continue to serve as a pastor. But if someone else were to serve as a pastor, they would in fact feign temple service. So here's the fact that the plain level has to serve as an Onaim / although indicates to us that other Onaim may not serve in that service. I'm going to the nail of Pillow Shimon. Now, okay, so where the Imam told me right now, therefore, Onaim does speak about this. He's in violation of a law. Let's see, 1 second. Maybe we should make a clear Shabbat. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avengers it says QL, and by Truma it says QL. So you should say, just like if a coin who is coming tomorrow, Yisrael, Misa Yishamayim, so if a coin who Avel does the Avolta, you should also be Chayim Misa Yishamayim. I'm under the Akbar Rabbi, and you know, Mal Havanda Misa. And say just like again by a coin who's coming to use Shuma, we'll just call it Shuma for now. But again, in case of the coming coin who uses Shuma is Chayim Yishamayim. Just like by Shluma is Misa Yishamayim, so too again, Onaim should also be Misa Yishamayim, which means it was that. Misa Yishamayim, well, call it. First of all, let's understand. The prohibition for a Kohen to do the Avodah as an Onaim is not really it's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to use the Mikdash has to serve even in the case of Anino, it tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve. So it's not explicit. It's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle called Never have long enough child being done in also with yourself. The Gemara is about the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be partially clear. Logically, it's saying is, in order to hardly clear so many flips with this concept, we need to go through the people. If one of those concepts is not a principle, rather learned out by inference, cannot use it for serious Shalom. Interesting. Okay, no shipping dollar. Next, how do you know that if a friend doesn't have only sin, that he is in violation of the law? Allah says, "Yivol b'achar Hashem l'siyach ha'mikosh b'atachon la'amod in this sharet." The pasuk said by the Hashem chose the Goyim to go ahead and serve chose the Kohen from among all of the tribes, La'amot, stand and serve. What is this here? La'amid b'atzad v'lo v'yishiva. The Dafka, all the sacrifices of the temple that have to become standing, not sit. Therefore, one point was that is six. During the Avodah, in Halacha Romanis, are using by the Talmud. Next, what about a blemish Kohen? What happens to blemish Kohen of the Avodah? Rabbi only so Rabbi says, the come say last part, it's a lot. That's not a word. My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic that he said about you have all these Chinese, so what's his logic? Said, Lo Yavo. Plus it says, again, if the Kohen has a womb, he should not come to the Parochas. The rest of the pasuk is, the Lord Yichalel has to be Doshi, Gani Hashem Yikadasham. You should not put him on the question of Hillel. Hillel, the Gemara says, Yolid, Hillel B'Shuma. They could get a Shabbat from Balmon to Shuma. Just like it says, Mala, just like Shuma. If you have a Tanakh question, Shuma is Chinese Kishanayim, Afghan the Nisa. So if Balmon does the Avodah, he also kind of stuff. That's what he's watching. He'll Shabbat Hillel from Shuma to Balmon. And they look Hillel Nosa. He was like, yeah, he's like, but remember it also says Hillel by Nosa. Nosa is the cards. So he did this to Shabbat in Balmon Nosa. It's like Nosa is the cards. So do Balmon is the cards. To which the Gemara says, Mala, I don't have kind of cards. It's kind of a Shuma of it. It's not important for us Balmon from Shuma of it and Nosa. Why? She came Suha Gof to Suha Gof. Because remember again, something running between Shuma and Balmon. In both cases, they didn't be disqualified cards. Right, Balmon, the Kohen himself has a blemish. And a piece of Shuma is written. Kohen was targeted. Even Shuma, including Shuma. So it makes more sense to learn how to physical qualification from physical development. How can I go? You don't have a little bit. You should learn to know so. Why? She came Kodesh. Nim, Tigel, and Nosa. That's going to have a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, all taking place inside of Yush. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Tigel and Nosa. Ella, Mitame, Ella, Mitame, Shama, Suha, Kodesh, Nim, you know the she can Kodesh, Nim, Tigel, and Nosa. Local nights again, we should learn how from Nosa rather than from Shuma. Ella, Mitame, Shishinish. Rather than his learn how in the case. Where that's what she did. We're going to learn how, ultimately, again, because we got yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Elami, how many people do you have? Suhago, Mishuhago. Kodesh, Nim, Tigobenosar, Kodesh, Tigobenosar. Okay, so we'll say, so this is Rabbi class. Rabbi class ultimately making it now. So again, different ways to learn out. Who's learning it out, but when I saw results in the community, that one. Okay, so let's say, remember, try to figure out the Balmon does the apple. What is that? Rabbi says, so again, a couple of different possibilities this way. What about Rabban on Amar Shra, Bo, below the Balmon. Rabban says the pasuk says Bo. The pasuk says about this guy calling from the apple. It says ultimately again, this individual is tied with some, but not a Balmon. Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So you learn the logic.
Does he have an eating shovel?
He must,
because we watched
his opinion, what about this? Focus again. My focus is my focus is not size, coin Balmon, the Avodah, Halacha L'Maisa again. What this you heard is right. This is I'll just tell you. Read the Rambam class. And a coin Balmon, the Avodah, not use which I have again. Please okay, so next, is it the Nilo? What about a case of additional Nilo? So what's the status? Rabbi over the Nilo. Rabbi says that if you Nilo, if someone over Barashal, someone say that it's a right on Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately the Nilo is in Nilo? Rabbi Abba, some are hate and ultimately by the Nilo. It's That's very cool. Mama, how long do we just like all the teachers are calling this commission. So just like by Truma, there's the Mitzvah Shamayim. After this stuff, so to over here by this video and intentional will be Mitzvah Shamayim. But Rabban on the other hand, say no. Say no, Rabban on the cross, goal for Rabban Mitzvah. Rabban say again, once again, when is there or where is there Mitzvah Shamayim? That'll be the case ultimately again according to the head and intentionally of the apostles. Come on, so the mice and not do the once again, incredible. All right, so let's now back to this. Starts to use the Mikdash. Remember, we're going to look at this was Shabbos' God, right? The Mishnah says this was the end of the hour of the days. Starts to use the Mikdash. The non-point intentionally, right? Serves as the keep on the Chenek. The Chachamim only use it. The Kiva says Chenek transition, and the Chachamim says Misa b'Yisrael shrine. Either way, not good. Not good. But the nice again, not good. This is what the we're done. Kind of. But this one, man. Lema and Gaza Makoi Jumas. The Nema Lahalon, Kalakore, Bakar on this them. Yomos, the what they say, not all the years, so the small nice up, and the small says and one of the says, Gaza Makoi Jumas. This is talking about the man who does the other. Then he goes to the second one. Kalakore, of Mishkan Hashem Yomos, in coming to Torah. So again, this guy is talking about by Adam's Torah. But again, in any event, there's another process, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos, will die. Mala Haron, to be affirmed, just like by the second process, talking about mediation, right? Now, that's the point out here. Look at that. Mala Haron, the last is right across the process. Mala Haron, mediation, right? The Messiah comes to the this truth. Remember again, this is fine. You get to follow the Torah who were killed for incinerated. Alright, when it was Torah. So they were told to be tonight. Interesting enough that the sponsor was there. It says by 9 calling the Don Diaboda Yamos, Bazara Khalid or Yumas, and it says by Adas Korah, Kalakari, Hakore, and Mishra Hashem, Yamos. Now they were also so they were killed. Mala Haran, just like by Torah, mediation. After mediation, still go here and use mediation. Therefore, I get this Rabbi Shmuel's Naya, that if a non-Kohen doesn't get hold of this, he's still used mediation. I have a people of the Yamar Khan Bazar Kari Yumas, the Yamar Lahalon, the Hadabi Havu, O Mei Hasalomahu Yumas. So what's the difference? You make the difference here. It says by the non-Kohen that we have all the Yumas, and it says by the Rabbi. This is the false prophet. The false prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get bodies of worship of all these. The prophet says Yumas by the Nebel. Therefore, what? Just like by the Nabi, by the false prophet, Mala Hawan the Sila, Akam the Sila, just like the false prophet is killed with Sila, so too the Zah, the birthday of is also killed with Sila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says, no, Mala Hawan the Chemek, Akam, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. In other words, he disagrees on your people about the death of these false prophets. Whereas when the Akiva says Sila, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's Chemek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Shabbat between false prophet, the false rights between the Navi, between false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the Avot. So again, according to the Akiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Sila, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Chemek. So the Gemara says, by the way, I'm not going to look for you to be told already Akiva. So first of all, the first method is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shabbat of Bazar Kari Yumas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Mishra Shanayim, so again, the Zah, the 9-point does the Avodah, also killed Mishra Shanayim. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zah to the false prophet. just like the false prophet is still with Tefillah, it's not restricted. It's like, you want to watch them at focus. When I come to the Torah, what's the first white line on the bottom? $3.84. Now the Yeshiva stuff is done in Yumas. And then done in Yumas, Yamos. Oh, the Yeshiva says like this. Never if you're making Zir Shabbat, like you make it right. I make it Zir Shabbat with two identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Shar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Atas Torah, by the other words of Torah, the Russian of the process is Yamos, not Yumas. And the Yeshiva says that I didn't make Zir Shabbat like the word. The Shmos Rabbi says, done in Hegel the Hegels, then done in Hegel the Yom. So the son of the answer, no, it's better to say Shabbat between the Zar and the Atas Torah. Why? Because they're both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a person of the guy. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is that someone proves himself to have an opposite of God. Therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Atas Torah, and not learn the Zar from the Navi. Which the rest of the Akiva, given she here, in the Hegel the Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time. But once he's not trying to worship idolatry, in the Hegel no more ordinary person than this. Very difficult. Not just like this. So it's almost as if it's an Akiva saying your identity and your status will not simply be based on your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are. Incredibly so. And Mike goes on. Mike looked at the Akiva of Yochanan. By the way, now you understand we have a fundamental focus. Ultimately, we see that he's talking about the Akiva. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is not focused on the Akiva and the Yochanan. Now the Akiva says, the Yochanan says, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, what's going on? The Gemara goes to the Yochanan, the Maklos to the Akiva of Yochanan, and the quote of Rabbi Shimon Rabbanan. Their argument, their Maklos is the Maklos of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's the Maklos? The Samuel, Rabbi Shimon, another type of works idolatry, and even still, Akiva, and it's not a Kinnick. It says, no, Kinnick. So the Gemara says, it's not a Kinnick. Ha'anan Tanan, that the Akiva over the Kinnick. One second, have on record that the Akiva also says Kinnick. You can say that the Akiva holds, but another type of people to do idolatry, ultimately is still less Akiva. They have to have the Akiva on record, and the Mishnah says, saying that it's a straight command of God, people got yet. It's not like two different kinds. One kind of study people holds that the false prophet is highest evil, and one of them said that the people holds that it's highest Kemet. Machlizim that B'Shimon V'Ali B'Drabi Akiva, Reis Rabban V'Ali B'Drabi Akiva. Okay. This reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon and B'Drabi Akiva, and the right reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, how do we translate this? Last case over here, last case, we have all the in the base of the Shemam point does the all the base of that halacha l'maisa, he is chayiv misa b'dei Shem. We'll say, Chag Shalach Elohim Safin, Mazel Tov, we'll say, now we begin Amud Beis, Amud Beis. 84, it's like new Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are clearly doing is moving Baruch Hashem, through the various weeks of days. Now Mishnah now says, these are the individuals who get counted. Now, what's already we spoke about translation a little bit. Like again, we have the cloth around the neck, all the rope on both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So who gets counted? Okay, we'll talk more about the actual who gets counted? Right? When is there kind of liability? I'm not getting when a person takes his father or his mother, only if necessary to yourself, kidnap someone, something mommy occupation. We're going to talk about this. Something mommy occupation. This second one is the men. If you have a situation where David rules a certain way, and there's a particular judge from the minority. Remember again, the way that it works is that you're not what happens if you have a judge who refuses to deal with
like BGL for one of them. 10
That's
minutes.
called the
Maybe
suckling
I don't know. If we get to 20,000, I'll do it.
So again, I'm glad you put the death with kind of, again, worry about that later. Another abstract, right? False prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Right? Because you can reflect that view. And ultimately, you build it, right? It's not a mission of all the Sokhanim. Some of the breakfast on the new idolatry. Now, all issues. Some of the permissible. The Zohar Baskoi. Alright, so remember again, this last case is interesting. The Zohar Baskoi, remember again, we had this case that Havok and I saw a Baskoi permissible, is given the unique function of Shimcha. What happens if Rafa, or like we'll call Rafa the Baskoi, witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they bring the Rafa to the They're trying to make Rafa liable. Now if you take a 2 moments to impossible, you cannot have seen Rafa why? Because at the time you're seeing the results that you were with us. You went on, you were with us. And that was us. Now, internally, again, even zooming in, reciprocal. Just sits there and lets him say, like, your uncle be like 7 times. Just like they want to be first slave up, so today should be reciprocal. We'll see it, and we'll see this more tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that we're going to have to stick in, and it's really about points of self-defense. They even zooming don't get saved. So what do they get? They get kind of same idea of Baal. Same thing, the man who commits adultery is about Baal. He's also picks up, but not with spiritual favors you need for her, rather than get kissed. Okay, incredible. So what's the rest of it? So how do you know that one kiss, like really one strikes their father or their mother, that Allah might have a penalty? So that's incredible. Striking one's parents, that penalty of time. Where do you know this? It says, "Mark your obligation." Mamos says, if you hit your father or your mother, you put to death. Only someone who's going to stand in your Allah. And in general, it's actually really interesting. In general, whenever the code gives you unqualified death, whenever the code says put to death, if it doesn't give you specific type of death penalty, it kind of the default is kind of, you've seen that before already. The default is kind of, I, the Gemara says, Amo, I, the Katalim. One second. How do you know? Maybe when it says not your obligation. This is the standard. And kill them. Whereas a person gets their parent and kill their parent, that's what it is. Not deciding the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is that, what does that mean? That's how you look like. The person kills his father's high parent. Now, the ones up into the assumption that parent is considered to be a more lenient form of death. So what I was going to say is, if you kill a scam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by sight, a more cumbersome death. If you kill your parent, you try to kind of, you put up kind of a more uniform of death. What does that mean? When you kill another kind of cow, now that's fine if you understand that mechanic in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. Mechanic hammer might be but if you say mechanic is more hammer than what is there. Error, let's just say, just trying to figure out over here. Here's what I know. Pasuk says, if you put your mother and father, you put your dad. Scam unqualified death penalty is 10. Or trying to figure out over here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which you must very interesting element that say, not the ish hames mostimos. It says, Oge'eva he called Yado Ayamos. So once it's very interesting. Look at other cases when the person says hit it. And notice the extremely lofty that the Torah uses. Right? Not the issue of it. A man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or Oge'eva he called, if you hit someone's animosity, right? The other with your hand, Ayamos, and he dies. And you notice the multiple you see that there's a qualifier. As it says, and when they hit Shimon, what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier. It indicates to us what? Shmani no, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier. When they hit Shimon and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the Spanish, where it just says when they hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. Like the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is the So now, we just proved this first one. Remember, you're just thinking, we're still trying to figure out who divide by the planet. First case, the person hits his father or his mother. Where did I learn that out from? Not the other the person hits his father or mother. It's not talking about killing them. Because if it was killing them, it would have said, not it by yamos. The fact that it says makeh is just hitting with the injury. And what's that? Look, most you must, when Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means he's proven his first one in it. Incredible. Now, by the way, it was the Gemara says, if you skip the mitzvah, makish, this to the mitzvah, or makeh nefesh. Now, interestingly enough, the Torah statement seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says, Maki Ishvame is mostly like, if you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And then it says, the Chomake Nefesh, right? The Chomake Nefesh, if you begin, right? Your says so it says. Suppose it says, if you kill a Nefesh, so it says, Chomake Ishvame, if you hit a man and he dies, you put to death. And then it says, Chomake Nefesh. If you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you hold those decisions? So most of this is fashion. Because of Rahman and Maki Ishvames, everyone would have just said, Maki Ish, if you kill Maki Ish, if you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina Ish, the Bar Mitzvah in Pakalo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable to killing someone? And kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of missions. So it makes perfect sense. Pakalo. Because a child, you're not liable. Not liable, right? The child's not having issues. Therefore, there's not one come back in there. Different verse says, no, come back, never do that. You never do anyone. Anyway, you need to have something for the child, you also try it. Either the verse is because of Rahman and come back in there. The Torah would have just said, come back in there. Because I would have thought, I would have thought that even if you right, why was it in utero, right, or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable, or baby was born after 8 months. Now, the Gemara operates under the assumption that a baby born at 8 months is non-viable. Not so I would have thought that you were trying to kill even fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or a baby born in 8 months. The Gemara says, therefore, it's the Gemara says, therefore, Allah commanded to be both. Interestingly enough, so commanding that teaches me, I'm tired for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? Everyone's differently. Really, I need both, right? Because it wouldn't just say Makidish, I would have thought just results. Therefore, it's Komakash. So if it just said Komakash, I would have thought anyway, even if it's not viable, Mark, when you only try to kill a viable thing. Therefore, the rest of you need both of them. You need both of them. The Ema, Alpha, Dablo, other things. We're back to Paris. Now we just have to tell off myself. The person goes ahead and takes it from the sky of these guys. Maybe I should be liable, even if I hit my parent and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Rumor says, just for the act of hitting, they should do that. One second, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. If you hit your mother or father, you're not tied until you cause an injury. The person would say smacks his parent, and there's no injury. There's no kabula, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not chayiv nisa. Only chayiv nisa because of kabula. Which the Maki argues for Maki. So how do you know this? In other words, if you understand over here, that Maki argues just means literally hitting one's parents. Maybe every high connect, maybe it just means you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable that penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. I'm not sure the pasuk says Maki argues for Maki or Maki behavior. Once it's just supposed to be one injury a person, and it injures another. Maki behavior as the other being kabula. Just like you can there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. Like you go and you slap a cow or a deer, but when I stop, you're not trying, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation. Just like Maki only tries if you cause an injury, juxtaposition, Maki other than also only tries to strike a person if you cause an injury. Incredible. So it's like only liability for striking one's parents, one's husband. It's incredibly important. So the most interesting over here is that sometimes a person strikes their parent. Obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strikes them and causes some type of injury. So I'm asking for the image in 1 second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animals, it's only liable for injuring animals. You're not just cause a kabula, cause a wound. That's the case. If you shove out money, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal, and I load this animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling me there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can that make the law mechanic? You're going to say, of course, I'm going to be tired. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value and the strength of the animal. See, since I'm my animals, they don't cause a physical injury. Hello, and in the nefesh behema, the heart, nami, yishon ba'avanah. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Because nefesh, right? The nefesh classified the ways. Makin nefesh behema. So I don't really. This is interesting. I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause injury, but you really do something that substantially diminishes the cost of how many daily price. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injury, very well. The hasinami yekisha ba'avonim hayif. So then you bring in the nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh. Use it for nefesh adam. Ela hekisha lama. So therefore, what is nefesh? So therefore, it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately again, is from nefesh behema. Right? So Maka nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only tired if I injure. Right? If I hit my parent, I'm only tired if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person gets hit, slapped, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then I love the life that is not death penalty. If that's the case, I was increased the level. So then what are the heckers between nefesh behema or not the other what was the Russian? Right. Not the nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Not the other behema. Right. So what now obviously the part juxtaposes injuring the animal and injuring the person. So what does that juxtaposition teach me? It's very interesting. It can be standard. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the heckers? Maka behema, maka adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that teach me? The first thing Gemara says is, comes to teach me the ruling of the Dechiski. What's the ruling of the Dechiski? Let's take a look at that. We actually had this before in the Dechiski. The Babakamo, lift for a so show the giving up the ruling. Now, I'm not getting a little kalaka. So what's the very true? So the Dechiski is like this. Dechiski of all, you know that it has a purely without anyone, right? Which means that I love when I say you do something that carries capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that had you done it that makes it, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show them, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, I mean, we're learning out from that package. You might say, that's fine, but when you fill them on the history, congregate history. That's fine if you hold by congregate history. Element the less than congregate history, but if you don't hold of the congregate history, which many don't, or many reject that concept, and they say, the only time that you're cut there from monetary compensation is when you are liable for death penalty. But if you did something to show you, and if you're not liable to death, you are liable today. So if you reject that limit in what you do with the head, maximum so remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out that the positive juxtaposes injuring the person, injuring the animal. So what do I need then? Which we might listen to this. Just like what happens if I am moving the animal is injured and I'm trying to help the animal, and I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to heal it, there's no liability. So the Gemara brings out if I end up trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that injury. That's the justification. The Gemara says, be quite level. Then listen to this case. Then Mount Yakis Domlo. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say eventually we have a father Abraham, and Abraham has a son Yitzchak, and Abraham is born, and he was remember again, Abraham was the third man of all of Israel. Now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did he just say? The son injures his father, right? He's drawing blood, his son injures. He's Isaiah. But yet the son's intention is not to injure his father. It's the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this for him? So the Gemara says, but Masna Amar Rabbi says, yes, it is permitted. Why? The Hafta L'Re'acha Kamo. It's incredible. Because again, you see another Yid in distress, you help them out. Especially if that Yid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course, you should know. Rabbi Ba'inana Amar Makya Adam Umakya Behim. All right, Rabbi Ba'inana says the juxtaposition. The Torah says Makya Adam Makya Behim. The juxtaposition. You teach us what? Just like it's an injured animal in the court trying to help the court trying to do is give mother. Not your Adam, you're a floor mother. So if you injure someone in the court trying to heal them, you are part of yourself. So there was a interesting, both of these opinions are agreed, namely that a son is permitted to blood letting on his father, even though he's in a quote unquote injury. But since the injury is from medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. Incredible. This, by the way, just so you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, but this will be a fascinating story. Because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, he's about to see his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a couple of quote-unquote injury in the parent, even though the injury has to be purpose. The injury is ultimately for a fuah, but is a child allowed to do it or not? Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just a shiloh. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion goes up in the Haggash, the comparison between Makah and Makah. But listen to this. The Gemara says, Rav, Lo Shabbat Librei Lamishkale Sibut. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove a splinter. Why not? Because again, it was injury. Marbury Gradino, Lo Shabbat Librei Lamishkale Kapsa. So Simi, again, Marbury, the son of Rabino, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? He would do it, that's the shalom.
You know what he would never do?
He would do it, or he wanted to learn the boil, but the boil to get the contract. He wouldn't do it why? Because if his son would have to be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. Two great Rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them to expose their lands in the boil because of concern that it could cause a kabura. You must be 1 second. He asked me, that's the concern. That someone may end up injuring someone in course trying to help them get infected in the sun. And no one else should be able to go to land to the boil. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or land to the boil. To which the rest is no. Acher, shigagas lav. No, shigagas cheddar. Here's the difference. Someone else trying to take out the splinter or land to injury. It's a lot. It's an accidental one. The son, if he does it, is an accidental. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is the son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of killing him? My question was blood. First two opinions, yes, the Akhlei technically not but yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out his splinter, and Marbury not allowing his son to land the boil. So again, we're gonna stop over just like the table. We're getting tomorrow, but one of the deciders, what is it? How do you reconcile it? Is it that the Imam told that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or should they just be more mature on themselves? Because if there are distinctions between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it, it's not a miracle should come to that. But the takeaway, but just important on the whole understand, we have solidified the course on it, and they mean that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah will punish them. Dr. Muslim, stop over for today. Can't wait to see everyone's question on Wednesday.
Thank you for tuning in to another 10 Minutes of Shop. I do have an announcement though too, but I just want to let everyone know I am a fan of griddle chops. Okay.
When you will say it is a source to be able to tell you, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there personally, but calling you to Hashem.
I don't care what people watch. I have not.
Josh by watching
the 10 minutes I do.
But for the next Hashem, to see everyone in here, the next Hashem, the Shah Kobe Talks on Wednesday morning. So, but it is just cool nevertheless. At least virtually, thank you to all of our sponsors who are listening. and in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is page 84. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on page Gimel with days 83b, and we are picking up Ruei Ulosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two lines from the bottom. About Orel, only Yoshi Baza. So we're again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are tied to Mishnah, or circumstances which generate liability in Mishnah. And then the Mishnah created a list, the rest of the list. That we call out, according to the Yamodah and the Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshi sitting, so the halach is both video using as much as prohibited. A coin doesn't be violation of law, and not be sitting in the same. Says you must now, you must be able to insert these one by one. How do we know? From where do we know that the coin does the halach that is Orel, that it is quote unquote only from law and not easy to be so the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. The watching over here is, you did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, but Yecheskel ben Buzi v'lamani. Yecheskel ben Buzi, not Yecheskel Kimolani. What did Yecheskel say? Kol ben nechar orel leif half of $3.84 v'orel basar v'yava amikdash. Interesting enough, so Yecheskel says Kol ben nechar. Again, these are non-Jew. Orel leif, uncircumcised part, v'orel basar. So we should really be physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to serve. So ultimately, again, here we see now that obviously. This is not a Doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a law, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we say a law, really is what we call divrei Kabbalah. So if a coin were to do the service as an Torah, it means uncircumcised. And remember, again, the case of when a coin is not circumcised, the case of Mesi Asal Half
He's like, oh man, Brian told me the story
where they couldn't do a bris milah, right? Because if someone again could have a bris milah but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin could not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of a bris milah before. Such an individual, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to serve the bris milah. Where do you learn that from? Good. Next, Onim. Remember again, Onim is someone, now if you notice, we might use both Lashon of Onim and Ofel. Now for our purposes, again, Onim is the state of a period of time between death and burial. The halacha is that a coin can't do the avodah during that time. If he does so, he is chayav. It's a lot. It's a lot. It says remember, no, where you know that? Onim, no. Second line from the top, 84 days, $3. The sixth, when a mikdash lo yisei, v'lo yichalel es mikdash elokav. So the pasuk says exactly by the Kohen Gadol. The pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, as is specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu. Aaron should not leave the mikdash, and he should not profane the mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling you, even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. The Gemara actually something very important. The Gemara says, what do you see here? It's actually the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else were to serve as an owner, they would in fact sustain the temple service. So from here you see the fact that the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an owner /Abel indicates to us that other Kohanim may not serve in that country. Now, we'll say, so where the Gemara told me right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does he's in violation of a law. Prohibition. Just one second. Maybe we should make it Zir Shabbat. He'll look at him. Harkening back to yesterday's doctrine. Harkening back to yesterday's doctrine. So remember, again, on one hand it says, by a Hillel it says Hillel, and by Truma it says Hillel. So say, just like if a Kohen who is coming to Truma, he's chayiv, Nisa b'Yishamayim. So if a Kohen who's an Avel does the avodah, he should also be chayiv, Nisa b'Yishamayim. I'm going to add the Rabbi, but in the Hillel saying Truma, Mal Havan b'Nisa. Come to Nisa, they say just like again by a Kohen who's coming with Truma, we'll just call it Truma for now on.
Which
But again,
which
this
is
is
the
like
does God
how many
give
coins
the
each
Lord
Truma is
there's
tied
a
into the
huge
Shemayim.
top
It's just like by Truma is used to the Shemayim. So too again, Onein also be used to the Shemayim. Which means in one second. Mixed with the friend, the Chlor colors. First of all, to understand, the condition for a color to do the Avoda as an Onein is not written explicitly. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikdash but has to serve even in the state of Aninos tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Aninos. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle, the Chabdara Haba Min HaKlal in running also the Jewish This is Gemara establishes the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from the inference itself cannot be part of the Jewish Logically, it's saying is, in order to be part of the Gir Shem, you need two explicit concepts, you need to go to bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit, that will learn out by inference, you cannot use it towards the Gir Shem. Interesting. Okay, Yoshit Minala. Next, I don't know that if a Kohen does the Avodah sin, that he is in violation of Allah. Amar Nachman, Amar Shah, the passage says, Yibol Bachar Hashem Elokecha Mikol Shvachacha, La'amod L'Sharetz. The passage says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? La'amid Bachar to the Lord Yeshua. The Dafka, the sacrifices for the temple has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, one point goes there to sit. During the Avodah, then Halach Lamani said he's in violation of Allah. Next, what about a blemished Kohen? So remember again, what happens if a blemished Kohen does the Avodah? Rabbi only, so Rabbi says he's put to death. The Chum say Bas Hara, it's a lot, let's analyze. My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic that he says if a blemished Kohen does the Avodah? All these times, so what's his logic? So he must have said, ala Parochas, Lo Yovel. The pasuk says that again, if the Kohen has a mum, he should not come to the Parochas. And the rest of the pasuk is, the Lo Yichalel Es Mikdoshi, Geni Hashem Mikadasham. You should not perform any flushing of Kilo. Kilo, so the Gemara says, Yol is off, Kilo B'Shuma, make it Gera Shava, from Balmon to Shuma. Just like it says, Man Lahavon B'Nisa, just like by Shuma, if you have a Kamei Kohen with Shuma, it's highly to the Shamayim, Afkan B'Nisa. So if a Balmon does the Avodah, you also have Nisa. That's the people actually, Gera Shava, Kilo, from Shuma to Balmon. And they were Kilo Nosa. We'll say again, it's like Hajjah Nosa. But remember, it also says Kilo by Nosa. Nosa has a few cards. So usually it's your Shabbat between Balmum and Nosa. So just like Nosa has few cards, so too Balmum has few cards. To which the Gemara says, Mala, I love the cards, Afghan the cards. It's kind of a Shuma Havil. No, it makes more sense to learn Balmum from Shuma than from Nosa. Why? They take Suhaguf with Suhaguf. Because remember again, the denominator between Shuma and Balmum is, in both cases, we didn't disqualify color. Right, Balmum, the point himself of the planet, and the case of Shuma did. So it makes more sense to learn how physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Just the opposite. You don't have a little bit of no, you have no self why. Between Kodesh, Nim, Pigel, and Nosa. Because again, it has a lot of common elements. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to the Nosa. Ella, the Kame, Shimish Kamar, Suhagov, Suhagov, Kodesh, Nim, Adraba. You know some of the shipping Kodesh, Nim, Pigel, Nosa. So, again, we should suggest we should from Nosa rather than from Shuma. Ella, coming to Shimish Kamar. Rather, again, it's better not without learning how to case. Whereas that's we're going to learn out coming to Shimish. That's the point is coming because we have all. Again, this is more like it's yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Ella, coming to Shimish Kamar, Sulagov, Sulagov. Which Gemara says, Kodesh, Nim, Pigol, Venosar, Kodesh, Nim, Pigol, Venosar. Okay, so let's say, so this is very important. So everybody ultimately again is now so again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but when I saw results in the field. Okay, so what's this? Remember, trying to figure out the Balmum does the Avodah. What is Avodah? Rabbi says Chiyuv Nisa. Again, a couple of different possibilities of the way to learn the Avodah. What about Rabbanon? Rabbanon Amar Tra, Bo, below the Balmum. The Rabbanon says the Pasuk says Bo. The Pasuk says about this about the coin of the Avodah. It says ultimately again, this individual is Chayim. So not a Balmum. Okay, that's the logic. So he's not good right there. This is the Nigla. What about the case? What is therefore my focus again? You are adopting my focus, is not Machia. It's not side, coin Balmum does the Avodah. So Halacha L'Maisa again, what like this is because this. Right, so this is, I'll just tell you, read the Lama passage like the Chametz. And coin Balmum does the Avodah, it is not he needs to be rather again, it is the last. Okay, so next, this is the legal. What about a case of intentional legal? So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer B'Nisa, Rabbi says there's a Chiyuv Mitzvah, there's a Chum Omer Ba'as Chayim. Chum say that it's a law. My time is Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional legal is Mitzvah? Rabbi Avodah, Gamar Chait ultimately by Yehuda, it says Chait by Truma, Mal Halon, but he said just like by Truma, they're going to look at all the pieces of Truma are a Kohen who's coming by taking Truma. That's the case of Truma. And just like by Truma, there's a needs to be the Shemayim. So too over here, by his giving intentional Megillah, there needs to be the Shemayim as well. The Rabbanon on the other hand say no. Say no, Rabbanon, Amar Shra, both will love the Megillah. Rabbanon said, again, once again, when is there, or where is there, we see the Shemayim. That'll be the case ultimately again at the point where goes ahead and intentionally does the Avodah. So much, but when I say not choose the Megillah, I will say once again, the Rambam passes like that to come in. The Ma'amot, the English part for that is not over knowledge. On yesterday's you won't know it. Rambam passes like that to come in. The person intentionally goes there and violates the Megillah, and it's not needs to be Shemayim, instead it needs to be God. Incredible. All right, so let's now back to the finish. Remember, again, I will say this was Shabbos' daf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph on the days. Zarish Shimi Samikna, the non-point intentionally, right? Certainly, but the people of the Connect, the Chachamim only do the Shrine. The Kiva says Connect foundation, and the Chachamim say it needs to be the Shrine. Either way, not good. But what nice, so again, my focus as to what the tradition is. For example, Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Ne'emar Kan, Zazar HaKori Yumas, the Ne'emar L'Halon, Kol HaKori HaKori Al Mishkan Hashem, Yomos, the what's it here? I'm going to go over here so the small. Right? Next up, Rabbi Shmuel says this one. On one hand it says, Zazar HaKori Yumas. So this is talking about the man from the Avodah. And he goes to the second. What's the second? Kol HaKori Al Mishkan Hashem, Yomos. In coming before. So again, this is actually talking about by Agus Korah. But again, in any event, Mark goes another process. Mala Halon B'Dei just like by the second process, talking about B'Dei Shemayim. Now that plays out over here with your Rashi. Mala Halon, Rashi is very close to Tosos Stella. Mala Halon B'Dei Shemayim, in the Masai B'Chamish B'Shtikot, the Suf Mitzvah. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed with sins. By right, when they got killed. So they were told these to be Shemayim. This is the enough of this one thing here, it says by now, Kol who does the Avodah Yomos, Zazar HaKori Yumas, and it says by Agus Korah, Kol HaKori Al Mishkan Hashem Yomos. They were also taught, they were not punished in the Avodah, so they were killed. Mala Halon, just like by Korah, B'Dei Shemayim, they would go back and forth. After B'Dei Shemayim, so here it means therefore, I get this really small. Now, y'all, if a non-Kohen does the Avodah, easily shemai. I Rabbi Kiva Rabbi Yehuda no. Ne'amar kan ba'azar ha'kari b'chumas. V'ne'amar la'alon v'hayavi hahu omev ha'chalom hahu yumas. So what's the issue? He makes a difference here. It says by the non-Torah of the Avodah Yumas, and it says by the Yavi, this is the false prophet. The false prophet, two different individuals who trying to go ahead and get bodies of worship of Avodah. The Pasuk says you must by them as well. Therefore what? Just like by the Yavi, by the false prophet, not lahalon b'silo, after b'silo, just like the false prophet is filled with b'silo, so to the Zar, because the Avodah is also filled with b'silo. Rabbi Yochanan ben Yehuda says, no, not lahalon b'chenek, after b'silo. And Yochanan ben Yehuda this is true from Yehuda about the death penalty for the false prophet. When Rabbi Yehuda says b'silo, Rabbi Yochanan ben Yehuda says, like either way, what we're going to do is we're going to share Shabbat between false prophets, or right between the Navi, false prophets, and non-clean of the Avodah. So again, according to the Yeshiva, it's going to result in the punishment of Silo, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Kemet. So the Gemara says, by the way, by my commitment here to show Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, the first machlokes is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Tzir Shabbat Ba'azar Kari Tumas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah until Nisi B'Shanayim, so to again, the Zar, the non-clean of the Avodah, is also until Nisi B'Shanayim. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophets. Just like the false prophet is still with Shiva, so the Zar is still with Shiva. Says, you want to watch them at focus. For my commission, the Torah, was the first white line on the bottom, $8.84. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas. Making done in Yumas, Miyom. Oh, this is like this. Never going to make it Tzir Shabbat, like right. I didn't get Tzir Shabbat, two identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korah, by the followers of Korah, the Russian of the Pasuk is Yomos, not Yumas. And the Kiva says that I didn't get Tzir Shabbat, the word. Shmuel says, Gun in Hedjot and Hedjot, then Gun in Hedjot and nothing. So it's one of the answers. No, it's better than Shabbat between the stars and also the Adas Korah. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the star and the nothing again is a question of God. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is that someone has proven himself as the guy so therefore Rabbi Shmuel will say better for ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korah and not from the Zar from the Navi. To which the Gemara said, Akiva, even Shivya, in the Pasuk, or maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, even though the head no more ordinary person. And very different. Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if the Akiva faith to a certain degree. Like your identity would be status. And not simply be based on past accomplishments. The identity and status is fundamentally other than what you are. So might as well go. Mike, look at the Akiva Rabbi Yochanan. By the way, now we understand we have a fundamental focus. Ultimately, between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Now, in actually the false prophet himself is not focused. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so what's going on there? So which the Gemara says, what's the focus? The Gemara says, my Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and the focus of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. They're arguing that their focus is Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's their focus? That's the Sanyo, Navi Shivya, Skilo. So Navi tries to do this by idolatry, and still, Skilo, still Rabbi Shimon. He said, no, kind of. The Gemara says, I on and on, Rabbi Akiva over the Kemet. So what's that? We have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says that. We just say because Rabbi Akiva is old, and Navi tries to reduce people to idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skilo. Yet Rabbi Akiva is on record, and the Mishnah saying that it's a key of Kemet. Straight Kemet, Rabbi Akiva. So this is my focus, Rabbi Akiva says. two different Tanoim. One Tanoim is Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is Chayiv Skiba, and one of the said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's Chayiv Kermel. Nachnisim Rabbi Shimon Ka'alibud Rabbi Akiva, Raisa Rabban Ka'alibud Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon Ka'alibud Rabbi Akiva, and the Raisa reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, Halach L'Maisa, how do we pass this? This last piece over here, last piece, the Rama passes like the Chachamim. That if a Sar goes ahead and does the Achol, that Halach L'Maisa is Chayiv Nisa B'Dei. Hajj Ravach Elohim HaNisrafim, Mazel Tov, now we begin our days, our base. 84 people say new Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are really doing is we are moving on Hashem. We are through the different various issues of faith. You might now Mishnah that says Mishnah. These are the individuals who get connected. I was already spoke about translation a little bit.
It's all good. Run your business how you want to do. I'll run mine.
Translation a little bit. Walk around the neck, eyebrows, all the rope on both ends, and ultimately trying to be individual. Again, we'll get more of this later on. So who gets kind of? We'll talk more about the actual penalty of who gets kind of? When is there kind of liability? Hamak gets I want a person who takes his father or his mother, only Nefesh Yisrael, kidnap someone, sucking Mammon up in Daisy. We're going to talk about this. Sucking Mammon up in Daisy. This second is the method. You have a situation where Daisy rules a certain way. There's a judge to the minority. And I'm going to get the way that works is I hear out in the house, the father judge. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the minority? That's called the sucking diathesis. So again, I would like to put the rest with kind of, again, more about that later. Navi HaShakar, false prophet, which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Okay, because you can reflect that too. And also the children of that. And it's not just of all the someone who trusts the signs is named like that. Now, Baal Yusha's issue. When that someone may ask Colin. So remember again, this last week. The story about the number of daily had this thing. I've often on myself. About schools and this about things is unique punishment of straight up. What happens if Ruffle, like we call Ruffles the last call, witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they do a couple of things. They're trying to make Ruffle liable to sue. Now we get that two moments is the liberation. They pass the United States Ruffle about why? Because at the time this thing is the results you were with us. You were with us. So that was now generally again. So even someone getting a civil punishment, just like they wanted to get first slave up, so today should be slave up. But we'll see it, and we'll see this more in tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that we're after Sukin, that is only about going to self. The even someone don't get slave. Whereas what do they get? They get same idea of Baal. Something the man who commits a culture the last time. He's also put to death. Now it's slave us to leave for her, rather than getting death. Okay, incredible. You won't say let's go. So how do you know what it is? I really one strike the father or the mother, but I'm also a nice little penalty for that. Incredible. Striking one's parents, that penalty is kind of really know this. It says, knock your other thing. Well, most humans, Pasuk says, if you take your father or your mother, you put to death. That's interesting. And in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives an unqualified death penalty, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, a kind of default is penalty. You've seen that before, right? The default is penalty. I, the Gemara says, Emo, I'm the Katalim. So, one second. How do you know maybe you if it's not your other thing about more Shimas? And kill them. Otherwise, the person takes that right and kill their parent. That's what they do. That penalty to which the Gemara says, Sarlaitva, Kato, had decided the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is that, what does that mean? First one is the person who kills his father's side of the family. Now, the Gemara's operating under the assumption that Shana is considered to be a more lenient form of death. what I was going to say is, if you kill a stam person, a regular person, not the father, you execute by son, a more common from the head, more common from the death. If you kill your parents, you hide the planet, right? You put that more uniform of death, what does that mean? Because one second, when you kill a man, panic is hell. Now that's fine if you understand panic in general is a more lenient from a death penalty. But if you say the panic is more common, what is this? Allah, they'll say, so just trying to figure out over here, here's what I know. Pasuk says, if you shoot your mother and father, you put to death. Stam unqualified death penalty is panic. What we're trying to figure out over here is, what does it mean you shoot them? You shoot them and you injure them, or you shoot them and you kill them? Which we must be very useful. I don't need to say, not get pushed by mace, most of us. To say, and the everybody called the adults are youngers. So what's it straight? Look at the heavy piece, what does it say? I noticed the interesting rock before you. Right, in Maki Ishmael, the man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or the Ibrahim, if someone's an Amasin, right, you are those men, Hayama, and he dies. You know this what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. What it says, and Ruben hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates that's what. None know, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruben hit Shimon, died, indicates us that in the stand case, where it just says Ruben hit Shimon, and what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is the problem. So now, we just move this first one. Remember, the only first thing we don't try to figure out who's liable to panic. First case, a person hits his father or his mother. Where do I know that from? Not your other the person hits his father or mother. It's not talking about killing them. Killing them, what it said, not get by yamos. The fact that it just says not get is just hitting with an injury. And what's that? Look on most months, where the Torah gives you unqualified death penalty that automatically means kind of is proven this first one in the Mishnah. Incredible. Now, by the way, you must check the mitzvah. Maki, link to the mitzvah of Maki. But interestingly enough, the Torah says we see this to be two redundant decisions. On one hand, it says Maki is running most of us. You hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And it says the Chomake Nefesh. Right? The Torah says the Chomake Nefesh means like in your church on says. The Torah says if you kill a Nefesh. So it says right, it says Maki Ish Rabbis, it's an Ish, a man, and dies, you put to death. And then it says Chomake Nefesh. It seems like if you kill a person, you put to death. Why didn't both those succeed? So most of this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki Ish Rabbis, if the Torah would have just said Maki Ish, you kill Maki Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. Havamina Ish, the Bar Mitzvahim, Kakaro. I would have thought like this. When are you liable to kill someone? You kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Kakaro. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? Because of kind of mitzvahs. Therefore, there's not more like Chomake Nefesh. The other Torah says, no, Chomake, what is Nefesh? Nefesh means any crazy. Even if you're from to a child, you're also tired. I think because of Rahman, Chomake Nefesh, if no one just said Chomake Nefesh, I would have thought like this. Havamina, Afilu Nifaleh, Afilu Ben Shmona. I would have thought that even if you put a fetus, like why this utero, like for a fetus that is not yet physically viable, or maybe you won't have to 8 months. You know how they can do the assumption that maybe 1 to 8 months is non-viable. Not I would have thought that you would be trying to kill an fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or maybe 1 in 8 months. The Gemara says, therefore, it's the children of the Nepal, and he's both. So Chomake Nefesh teaches you, I'm tired for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, really, I need both, right? Because if it would have just said Maki Ish, I would have thought just the both. Therefore, it says Chomake. But if it would have just said Chomake, I would have thought any living thing, even if it's not viable, commercial, you only tired if it's still a viable thing. There's a message you need both. You need both of them. The Ema, Afa Gavlu, other people. Went back to trade. Now we established halacha on myself. The person goes ahead and takes it. So we decided to use this type. Maybe it should be liable even if I hit my parents and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Gemara says, just to the act of hitting, there should be a death penalty. But 1 second, I'm not going to do it. I'm not sure how the people say I actually asked about Kabuda. If you hit your mother or father, do not hide until you cause an injury. The person will say, slaps his head, and there's no injury, there's no Kabuda, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not hide himself. Only hide himself because of Kabuda. Which was, not your other. So how do you know? If you understand what we did, that not your other people, just means you know anyone's parents. Maybe if you're high tennis, maybe you just need to pick them without. How do you know that in order to be liable for penalties for hitting one's parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? It's very interesting. I'm not going to pass it. Says, "Not your other, not your just like if you're an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, or it's weird, like a nice you're not, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation. Just like not getting only try to cause an injury, juxtaposition, not the other, you also only try to strike the person if you cause an injury. Siba, Gemara says, "Ma the ema ad am Siba nefesh, maki adam ad avik. So again, it's only liability for striking one's parent, one causing injury. So it's incredibly important. So the Gemara suggesting over here is that sometimes a person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless of course you strike them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for the so you know, in 1 second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animals, it's only liable for injuring animals, not because of the causing wound. If that's the case, if you shove out money, let's say I go over to your animal, and there's no reason for animal happening, and roll the stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I be the fight? You're going to say I'm not fighting. Of course I'm going to try. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value of the strength of the animal. So if you're going to be my animal, you don't cause a physical wound. Hello. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh, right? The nefesh plus the maki nefesh behema. So I don't really need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the car every time when you do it. So I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that animal injury is going to work. The Hakina is Fisha Babon Hayif, Nail Inyo Nefesh Adam. Use it for Nefesh Adam. Use it for Nefesh Adam. Ella Hekesha Lama. So therefore, what I it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning is else, ultimately again it's from Nefesh Behema. Right? Umaka Nefesh will teach me, even by a person, I'm only trying if I injure. Right? If I hit my parents, I'm only trying if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person gets pinched or slapped and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty. If that's the case, that was the case of Rabbi. So then what I need to hekish between Nefesh Behema or Maki Adamak Russian.
See our guitar is going to be making an intro for
right.
Check him out. See our guitar is in Halifax.
Right, so what now obviously the question juxtaposes injury of animal and injury of the person. So what does that juxtaposition mean? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the heck? So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that mean? The first thing Gemara says is the decided to come to teach me the ruling of the basis. What's the ruling of the basis? You have to take a look at that. You actually have this before you get on the kid's the Baba Kamal, lift for Haibin themselves, show you give me like a shalom, Mamakim and Lokalaka. So what's very interesting? So the Nechizkiah says like this. The Nechizkiah holds. We know there's a concept of Kimid Divinati, right? Which means that Allah, if you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. Even if you do something to show it, if it's the kind of act that had you done it that raised it, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show it, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, I mean, we're running out from that package. So you might say, that's fine, but that's fine if you hold like how to make this deal. The less they kind of make this deal. But if you don't hold on the kind of make this deal, which many don't, or many reject that concept, and they say, doing expenditure for monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something you're shocking, and if we're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. If you reject that limud, then what do you do as a hedge? Not to remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out that we have a positive juxtaposes injuring the person injuring an animal. So what do I need then? So which we might listen to this. Just like what happens if I'm eating animal with injured and I'm trying to help the baby, and I end up injuring it more. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to kill it, there's no liability. If I end up trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that injury. That's the justification. You might say, then this is the case. Then, Maushiyat is Gumra. Let's say again, like, let's say right we have a father Adam, and Adam has a son, and Adam is home, and he uses blood letting. So again, remember again, blood letting was the first man of all of this world given. Now, each blood wants to help his father. So what's the problem? What did we just say? The son injures his father, right? Blood is son I kind of. Again, the son's intention is not to injure his father. It's the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, but Master says, yes, it is permitted. Why? Incredible. Again, you see another yid who help right now. Especially if that yid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course you can help. Rabbi Bar Chinna Omar, Makya Adam and Makya Behema. All right, Rabbi Bar Chinna says the juxtaposition. Torah says Makya Adam, Makya Behema. Juxtaposition. Can you teach us what? Makya Behema is a partner. Just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying to help, what's trying to do is your partner. Makya Adam, you're a partner. So if you injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you are a partner as well. So they will say, interesting, both of these opinions are agreed. Meaning that a son is permitted to go and do blood letting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injury. But since the injury is from medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. So one second. This time, just you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, but this will be a very fascinating story, because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, is he allowed to treat his father? Or again, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things as a quote-unquote injury the parent? Even though the injury is not the injury purpose, the injury is ultimately for the fuah, is the child allowed to do it on his neck? Both of the opinions mention this indicate the answer is yes. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion learns out from the Haggash, the comparison between Makya Adam and Makya Behema. Listen to this. You must Rav, Lo Shabbat Libre, Mishkale Sibuk. So Rav would not allow his son to remove his splinter from his head. Right? So Rav has a splinter. He would not let his son remove his splinter. Why not? Because again, it caused injury. Married Ravina, Lo Shabbat Libre, the Mitzvah like Hafsa. So Suri, again, married the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Probably Baba Shigi Gas is because he was doing it, not to show him. So he could do it, he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the contact. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause the injury to the arm of the boil. So this is fascinating. He gave that on him. would not allow their children to help them with splinter lancing the boil because it's concerned that it could cause a chabura. You must be 1 second. She asked me, if that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone who trying to help them, in fact, giving the son, then no one else should be able to go and lance the boil, take out the splinter. Someone else should not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. Which the rest is no. After she got love, no, she got panic.
Calves are so crazy.
Someone else trying to take out the splinter. Okay, it's a lot. It's a lot.
So much. It's like,
son, if he does it, is he accidental to the on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is the son allowed to ascend, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of killing him? Was bloodshed. First two opinions, yes, we have to look hecklish between Maki Adam Maki Ema. But yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out his splinter, and Rabbi not allowing his son to lance the point. So again, we're gonna stop over this at the table. We're getting the answer more tomorrow. The fundamental side is what does this mean? How do you reconcile it? Is it that the man is told that it's also that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah Kalamaisa again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or just be more masculine on themselves? Because if there are distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it, the idea that some kind of attraction. Takeaway, but just important to understand, we have solidified the first on the namely that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their hand and causes physical injury, then Allah Subhanahu the punishment is that there was a couple of today, as you said one person on Wednesday.
On The Sopranos, but that's scripted TV. Yeah, they did that to make us laugh. Chab is like an idiot savant when it comes to saying really dumb stuff.
Alright, this one's called New Merch, Authentic NBA Jerseys, and Dope Ass Hats. Alright, that seems like a reasonable.
Let's say good morning is this whole spot. I should feel as though that one side that I'm not there in person, but I very much want to thank the Cast Cat Rubber Shoes who last legally learned with you together. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in there. Hashem in the description on this video as well as in the podcast. Let's say with that, let us begin. Today's daf is about 14 lines up from the bottom of the 2 dots. So the Mishnah recorded ourselves calling to see for 2 months. So the fascinating Mishnah. The Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the Avodah and the ritual, the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. Concept or application of Kanorin Hogan was this one yesterday. So, you learn from the 12. 1 year of Akapa ornament. So Akapa asked the following according to Shemish B'Tumo, how do you see the Shemaim, or in how do you see the Shemaim? What if a Kohen does the Avodah, but in the ritual thing? So what's the halacha? Is it how you see the Shemaim, or not how you see the Shemaim? What is the halacha? So again, remember, this is what Akapa asked me so much stress, and the children response. So you're in the Mishnah, according to Shemish B'Tumo, Kohen did the Avodah, the ritual theory of Jesus. And Akapa HaKohen Yavin also the days of the day. The other Kohanim don't bring it. Other times don't bring it days, no matter what they do. Ella Pirkei Kohanim and Mosir also puts the Azara. The young Kohanim take this Kohen who did the Avodah and did it outside of the courtyard. Or goes to my local because they beat him over the head, clubs. So what do you see from here? These are right from the Chayidei Shemayim. The Shach gave the ritual to the Shemayim. And again, if halacha l'maisa, we're making the assumption that a Kohen does the avodah in the state of Tumah, which highly needs to be Hashem will be killed at the hands of heaven, then leave it alone. Leave it alone. Why did the young Kohen have to take these down and essentially do it to that? He was Elamai. Rather, it must be that halacha l'maisa, a Kohen who does the avodah in the state of Tumah, is not chayiv in Shemayim. After the Gemara says, "Niki somiti derachmon of Ashrei, va'ana meikov b'nikdolim," is there such a thing for an infraction that the says butter, and we're going to make a person chayiv? So it must be But he's not chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Incredible. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says the father, we don't accept punishment from such an individual. That's not the case. But not Misha, what the Bashar is not Misha, what the So again, this is just like some Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated his prohibitions multiple times, and his highest mountain, so what is the after a certain number of times? You put him in the kippah, and you put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell is smaller, he can't sit down, he can't get down. You put him in the cell, and ultimately again, feed him a little bit of bread with water and barley, he dies. One of there's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would Daisy do to this individual? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of our father says the person's father, and yet we still take a law in father. And Gemara says, no, that's not a good raya. Because remember, Amar Shivya, Amar Sotish, the Malchus shall Jesus Askinon, the Gavla Bars to Talmud. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of courage. He violated the same courage prohibition multiple times. Now, for courage, basically doesn't exclude the person, but if the person is deserving of that. And then again, Gemara said, including the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates that he doesn't value his life, so we just expedite the process of his death. What about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals the sharis? So again, the Mishnah said, I'm talking about the individual. How many of them? So again, here's an example. If you bring the guy to the sharis, what will you do? Like any other case of theft, take that which is stolen, move on. And yet again, we kill the guy, or Hanoi would kill the guy. So what do you see from here? That even in a case where someone is technically exempt by a Kachar by Daisy, we will still, or by a Kachar, we'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not used to the Kishar. The Ramiza, Loyabon, Lovaros, Kukola, and remember again, that case is different because you have the base on the possible. Remember again, we see the parts and then we trust that I'm shut I have a Hamakala Lesakosing. What about the guy who cursed with sorcery? Remember again, also, I'm not talking about it. As an example, if you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet he still kill this guy, right? I'm going to kill this guy. And you'll say, Yake Kosim as Kosmo, the next case in the very that's the case. Remember, it was quite that thing. It has the appearance that such an individual is actually cursing very vulnerable. That's why we could deal with such a situation. I have all that's like this. What about the case of all that's like what about a manual release of non-useful? Remember, midnight if you're doing catch okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, cannot invoke both. So here's an example where there's part of the quote unquote exempts the person, and you kill him anyway. Which the Gemara says, no, remember, how you ended up kind of a Talmud, the accurate Rav Ligmar. Remember again, that's where he asked the questions to Rav didn't know the answer, Rav kind of had to do so and therefore, again, this idea that you go and kill someone who went ahead and was called, this is, again, based on that possible interpretation of that possible. Also, you saw Allah for or a case rate, Gemara is the conscious one, so again, just to keep track of our case. Fundamental question. The coin doesn't uphold it in the state of ritual or spiritual. Is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that the Rabbi asked from Rav Shishis. Now, Rav Shishis responded. Rav Shishis said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So he said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes, because the Mishnah said that if a coin does get hold of the state of tumah, then halacha l'maisa, tirtei are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shish's perspective, the only way that would be committed is if such a person was highly misleading shamayim. So then again, the tirtei could almost act like shukei Hashem that's how it's highly misleading shamayim. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who has this part of the hospital? To which not ignoring all of these cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically would not be obliged in a realistic framework in dates there, but yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say at least liable to death at the hands of a kanoi. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, excuse me. So the Gemara is the kasha. Here we go. Fascinating case. היוצא והפוסס, המורח, המלך, המגיש, המסעד, Yosef, we're talking about different aspects of covenant. So the person goes ahead, we'll see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on a mitzvah, that's Yosef. Bono, ultimately again, mixing the flour with the oil. Bono, process, strengthening up, will be baked up and crushed. So the act of crushing is called process. Molea, adding salt. Native is waving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? Ramesada is a shulchan, or one who puts the lechem on the actual shulchan itself, or a native ascendant, or one who arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. To have colmates, or one who takes the kmitz, remember the kmitz is the way one takes the flour and colors up, the little Mekabel Brahmin booklets, or one who goes ahead and is Mekabel Brahmin, he receives the blood. Brother that has been offered, if he's the oven oven. One is potter, and ultimately again, not high force. Now, what is the potter about? Let's take a look at the last Rashi said, of course, we must not so we're talking about over here is if a person performs any of these avodos outside of the mincha. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, wait the mincha, watch the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles or the lights of the menorah, took the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the mikdash, you are potter. You are potter. Now, this is very interesting because remember, again, there is a concept of shkutik puts. What shkutik puts? You're not allowed to check the covenant outside of the mikdash. You're not allowed to do here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. So this doesn't apply to potter. What's the difference? Potter. Last Rashi on page 8 is going to be potter. So kind of place eligibility. The only thing you're trying to do before is shita, slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. Yetziv asher yishvat u'maleh yetziv asher ya'ala ola v'zorek v'yishkavim v'damshav v'agat v'chohani v'yesh acharei avodah in it v'zay basa. So this is very interesting. Rashi highlights a principle like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that before. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing after is including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be shkita, slaughtering an animal, like zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that don't have a corresponding follow-up action. Because that if you do that outside the mikdash, you are fine. Okay, so let's say you might say they're in chayav on land, top of paying, so you're not tied. Now what are you not tied? Lo mishum zaros. I want, for example, let's say a Kohen did any one of these sacramental acts outside of the mikdash, right? He poured the oil on the mikdash, he broke it up, he did all of these things. So if a non-Kohen did it outside, you would not be chayiv. Remember, normally, there's a new side, and not only just the apple, it's so, but again, if any of these things were done, now, what is not high? Lomishum Tumah, assuming if the Kohen did it, and he was in a state of Tumah, he also wouldn't be high, but Lomishum was done, right? Similarly, a Kohen, after he's passing Parsha, a Kohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite individual Hanic vestments. Failure to do so, in many respects, invalidates the avodah. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Lomishum Rachos Yadayim V'Raglayim. And also, again, halacha is normally before performing an avodah, a Kohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands. Failure to do so results in liability, culpability. Again, if he didn't wash his hands in the future, any of these things that are done outside, there's no liability. Okay, very interesting. Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Zaros, Tzar She'asa Achas Mem B'Pnim, Eino Chayiv Nisa. So this is interesting, right? Tzar, the non-Kohen did any of these things inside the base of the mikdash, you would not be Chayiv Nisa. Same idea, Lo Mishum Tumah, Kohen Kamesh Shemish, Zaros Shemish Tumah Mechadka. Same idea that again, there's no good of Tumah, there's no good of Mikdash. The judging, you might as well just follow it. Matter Chayiv. Interestingly enough, what we call system is that if you were to do the Haftarah, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside the base of the that there would be light of the Havia Avoda Kama, Shini Akana Avoda, Chayev Mishum Tuma, who might Chayev Ma'isa. So again, now we might have to years of the what is he doing? That is, the Kohen were to go ahead and also up a carbon, burn it on the day in the state of Tuma, he would be Chayev. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of Tuma, ultimately again, if it was Bachos. But if it's different, there would be a so what do you see from there? Again, sometimes on the full circle, that if a Kohen does the Avoda in the state of Tuma, this is the Yisa. Now again, the practice is talking Yisa tonight, so that seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rashi. That was the original question. The Kohen does the Avoda in the state of Tuma, is he Chayiv Yisa b'dei Shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love, Yisa." Don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a carbon in the state of Tuma, Yisa? No, that's hara. No, it's not. It's a lot. The Gemara says, "I was dying nami last hara." So they're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, he also will only be in violation of a law. Rashi says, "Okay, I was dying nami. How did I clean on a map to the Indaros?" He's like the issue over here. Remember. You're grouping all of these things together. If you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in the state of Tuma, only the Torah, only the law, not in the state. So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only the law, so that can't be Oxid, Nahazar HaKohen Yubas. Plus it says explicitly that a non-Kohen is used in sacrificial service. He gets involved in sacrificial service. This question, you're like, how can you sell a hundred pieces? You're not treated the same. Not treated the same. In the cloud, you might just make some difference over here. In the cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, in the cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, Lab Nami Lo. So you're not supposed to choose this, you're not going to purple this. But ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the point of the oil, Bolo is the future oil, Lab Nami Lo. We're also not about Rashi. Where it says, Yotzei Kubolo, which is called a master Lab Ba'amovi, to this day, ומהרות חיוב המלאג ויוצא מבולו, אמה אפילו לאו לא מחיים בתמורה. So apparently again, by Yotzei Kubolo, I guess it's not even allowed by tomorrow. Which means is exactly about time. I tell you, Yotzei Kubolo Minayim, from where we know that it was allowed to go ahead and pour the oil and mix it into a company that one is in the state of Lomar, those who knew the Lord is Chalom. Plus it says, be holy and do not desecrate. But says, you're right, that's only you do not on. Okay, interesting. So apparently you do it right, so there's no prohibition against someone who's coming before you or in the street or deciding against it to that one, and the possible is not. But the question or not, basically, the question, the Elohim, the Esau, the Bryce says over here, these are the people who are hiding. Esau, coming, Shishim. Okay, pretty explicit. A Kohen who is coming, ultimately they're going to does the all this Chayiv Yisa is day come out. Which Gemara says, he will come. In up to 90 Captain America's not here's the conclusion of the Gemara, that of all the person who does the Avodah in the state of Tuma, he's Chayiv Yisa to do it. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so then it makes sense why Mishnah says, what is the Shemish? Eight apple pie in the Vino. So you can't bring in today's thing, right? Like Mishnah said, what are you bringing today's thing? What is today's thing? There's no place in liability over there, but what can they do? They can take it out and they can do it right. Now, what's their license to themselves? Because it's calling this kind of use of the Shemayim, therefore, I'm also a nice song. The other times, you take it out, and essentially, you do that. Pretty incredible. I'll also point out that there's nothing like nugget of information that a local rights that appear when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of Israel. I just put the Gemara over here. I don't know how the Gemara passes over here. You guys only was called an Avodah Kama. Only including service. What's that definition of including service? Service that there's nothing that follows after. By Shita, there are services that follow after. But Shita itself is a self-contained Avodah. It doesn't have no follow to Shita. Interesting enough, so just as an aside, what is only Chayiv? For a hold of a horse, people call it a hold of Kama. hold of the person that you had anything hard like that. Okay, so now we're going to go back and read the rest of the class today. Go back and dissect the rice which we just did.
Triggers me more than dancing cards for my I tell myself, what other card should I get left
So the following people are high Lisa again, these kinds of things whenever we see Lisa with fine. So the English with Lisa, also as a title, person goes in, what's that? I'll tell you sometimes. The person goes in, never the high Lisa, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, so again, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and mention this, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each of these items. Number one, hope for us a title. Number two, the coin coming to offer to look to hope. A coin was coming, Truma, which is ritually pure. Okay, so coming, Truma, which is pure, is Ishmael. These are Shachas and Truma, and non-coin is Truma, also meets with Ishmael. The Zar Shishinish, Zar, like non-coin, is certainly Ishmael. All will be again higher. Coming a coin who's coming, who does get hold of, also Chinese. Again, we're trying to develop this for the previous Remember again, the Gemara just quoted part of the beforehand, but once again, this seems to be the definitive meaning that the coin who does get hold of the state of ritual impurity is Chinese tradition. Remember again, someone who goes to the still requires Ha'eretz Shemesh. In the sunset, in order to be a hold of, in order to be pure, he does get hold of next, we're be better. Calling the conference all of the ingredients for high pressure. Next, we put the hafara. The Kohen is lacking is coming. Different types of tumah require up to 3 things. Number one, time, duration, and two, blood, and repeat kabanos in order to fully evaluate. This is such a part of meeting someone who may have had time, even gone to mikvah, has not yet brought his necessary kabanos. So if a person like that does get involved in the base of mikvah, he is chayiv misa. Fascinating. Okay. So the Gemara provider. Remember again, that book is person who is playing into the vision morning. And they wash their hands. Failure to do so. Therefore, when we have unwashed hands, highly submitted. If you do the avodah under the influence, right, drink some beers of wine, right, his mind, Kure Rosh, the Kohen allows his hair to grow. He didn't take a haircut for every day, so these things. How often do I have to cut his hair? I like to cut his hair. The Kohen goes in with long hair, I use the Orel, Va'olim, the Yosh, and Sugar and Nisa Elabazim. Kohen drinks, Orel is up there, Va'olim. Only becoming a great relative who are obligated more death and Carlos. Koi does get hold of the Zavok means that hold that is standing up. Let's say the coin does get hold of the sitting down. All three of these things. Orel, only Yoshe, there's no fee of each position, right? No matter what is there. Allah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that this here is fascinating. What's the piece of Torah? Rashi says, that this is after Machmas Milah, that in Odin Shishimis, that in Shishimis Milushas, the Kohen Kulu Kulu the Mafia Avodah. So this is the ingredients that we ever had an uncircumcised Kohen. Remember, it didn't happen in the situation. Today, we know it's hemophilia. So we know that again, obviously, genetic conditions. So, let's say the Kohen had older brothers who died over this meal. So we recognize that now, again, such a Kohen, such a person not to have this type of meal. It's fun, it's not this meal, but it's not allowed to be. Any of these three people really are not allowed to, or else only in your team are not allowed to be. So, not here needs to be Shemayim, but rather again, look your around. Talmud, that's what happens if a blemish doesn't get it? What's Talmud? Rabbi over the Mishnah, the Chachamim Omrim Nas Hara. Rabbi says, this is the Shemayim, the Chachamim say Allah, that's the reason. Okay, again, we'll see all this going on in the but basically, let's say somebody intentionally committed an accident. So let's say someone accidentally, purposely went ahead and took his properly and did Rabbi Omer Rabbi says using Yishmael. The come say no, Ba'as Chalot. How also this? Look at now that's our movie. Now let's dissect this. Number one, the first person in the Yidei Shamayim lineup. First guy in the first guy in the Yidei Shamayim lineup is also untied throats. You want to know where exactly do I know that from? How do I know that someone is tied out of his time? It's similar as Touchay B'nai Yisrael, Asher Yarimu LaHashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must see him literal apostle to that. So it's talking about produce that is going to have pride. What's the definition of produce that is going to have pride from it? Voltado. And Torah over here, do not go ahead and say it. Do not try to say it. And the Torah is that so you must Yolis, but make it near Shabbat. It says kilo by Tadal, and it says kilo profane by Shema. And some of the Shemati will use the allocate, so it says Kiev Halalu. So it says kilo by Shema, it says kilo by Tadal, and you say Mala Halandanisa, Akhanisa. Just like if someone is not allowed to eat Shuma, whether it's a sound, I'm not going to Shuma or a calling kind of they're put to death. So here shove a pillow. Teach us that if you use Tevel, it's also means study the Shema. Incredible. You must one second hold on. The neighbor will be no sir. Why don't you make it no sir? No sir. This is sacrificially for the kids who has committed legal. Why don't you serve the lunch of the also why not even hear it somebody? The following Mala Alanda parties have consequences. Now, no start is punished by others. Right? You see sacrificially past. You committed no parties. So why don't you say that just like no start is parties, so too as the countless parties, with the rest of the law. Probably Shuma Hamalim, so it makes more sense to learn out Hevel from Shuma than Hevel from Dosa. Why? Because if in Shuma, number one, Shuma doesn't apply to the stars. Right? Shuma doesn't apply to the stars. Hevel doesn't apply to the stars. Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy the status. Right? So actually says over here, about 6 lines of Shuma with Putra. Shuma is that Shuma, over in Ladim of the Lord, about most of the Lord of the Lord, we shot Hedrabal. So remember, in the Koma, technically, no star cannot find the stars. When no star finds the stars, when there's Hedrabal, when you are allowed to use personal altars, again, it's not always exactly when that's happening, when you're allowed to use personal altars, when you can offer anywhere, which means no star can apply anywhere. The Hedrabal zero, then you Hedrabal zero Bahama, what do you talk about? No star in Hedrabal zero. Second distinction, right? Second commonality is Putra. Nobody remember. So Hevel can be permitted how Shuma ultimately is permitted to go away. No star can never be permitted. Once it's no star, it remains prohibited. Furthermore, Beravin, both Rosh of Kilo by Hevel and by Shuma is a plural, but by no star is singular. And Beravin, Pigol. I'm sorry. Shuma Putzars, Putra, Beravin, Peros, Pickle, and Nosar. Take a look at that. Pickle and Nosar. First of all, both apply to produce and price. So both had total Lashon of both apply to produce, both being again Tevel and Shuma, and Pickle and Nosar. Neither Pickle nor Nosar apply to Tevel or Shuma. Therefore, again, these are all the similarities that exist between Shuma and Tevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare or to compare Shabbat between Tevel and Shuma than between Tevel and Nosar. One second, hold up, I'm not one second. Nosar also shares many commonalities with Tevel. parcel, chicken parcel, chicken parcel. A parcel, look at that. A parcel open. Those for the college name is still on my remember that both those second pedal is a super self-guiding itself is inherently invalid. Right? So again, no start inherently invalid. Pedal inherently invalid. Muscle our group interestingly enough, Truma, right? Remember again we're talking about Truma itself is inherently committed, right? It's committed to time. But when I say Rabbi, so the Gemara suggests, why not compare Hevel to Nosar? Because Hevel and Nosar have this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Which is furthermore, Elo enters, but right, furthermore again, Elo has to be above. Neither can be remedied in the like you can't remedy Nosar by putting it in the above. You can't remedy Hevel in the above. Truma, right, the case of Truma, right, by calling it Tame, now let's eat it. So ultimately, again, you can go to the himself. Rashi says over here, for the same Rashi, the Nosar Elam Karabin Mechava, okay, Truma Yesh no Karabin. Okay? So the point you want to think over here is, you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Truma. But there are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tevel and Nosar as well. Which the Gemara is kind of right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Nosar. Therefore, we're making it clear, we'd rather make it between Tevel and Truma than Tevel and Nosar. And therefore, again, that will teach you that just like Truma is Nisni, right? So again, some Tevel will also be subdivision, right? Not like Nosar, which is a few cards. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, people do not feel that is the reason we prefer Tevel. Truma, not Tevel for Nosar, because Tevel and Truma both have the luck of the same in the plural. As opposed to Nosar, which has the singular, and that's the more collect, huge. Alright, the Tevel, the murder actually, Cohen comes off, which was going to be no one. Where do we know that a Cohen is coming? Right, so again, it's on the list. Cohen is coming, goes ahead and so coming Cohen, each regular Truma, each regular Truma, unless you know, where do we know that? So the Amr 12, United Cohen coming to Alpha from the Torah, from where do we know that a Cohen is coming, which is from the Torah? How do we know that Allah Maisa? Should we use it? How do I know that the coming Cohen is each Truma Torah? That Allah Maisa, again, is kind of Mishmar. It said, Show us Mishmar King, Allah Yissi Allah. Plus it says, will be again, guard my guardianship, which is my king. And you will not carry or not bear any sin. And it says, hold it in to male load. Ultimately, again, this refers to too much. Hold on, not too much male. I'm a shmuel from Elazar, United Point, which opportunity to Lisa, so what's it saying? The Gemara suggests over here, it is only a Kohen Tameh, too much Tahora, that is Rishonai. But if a Tameh Kohen is too much Tahora, there's no need to be total. How do I know this? Shene'emar Yesu Bo, here comes the
it's always a bit, dude, as someone is
what do you see here?
It's very important in the
shop
universe, the
shopperverse.
Shopperverse is like the metaverse, where you can be a character, but it's someone's like secretly gay or suck a dick or something like that. The Shopperverse.
So again, therefore, I love when you speak about the man.
I guarantee you he's got a writer that wrote that.
Coming Cohen, who consumes too much Tahora, is highest listener. So remember, so our list, we're just going for our list over here, right? When we are separating our performance category, all points we're going to use for this list. Short, let's go back to it. It's a non-Cohen Truma, it's highly listener. Says the Gemara Amara. Zarsha, this is really not set up, and that point is Truma gets Malchus. Amar Rafano, Rabasi Brad, Lema Marbanisa, Sib of Old Galo Yohakodesh, and you Hashem Hashem. I have no non-poetry. The pasuk, so again, then the pasuk, picking up the pasuk before it, says, "Shamas Bishmati, although Yisrael Achet Umesu." So Misa is juxtaposed to a Zad Why did we say therefore that Zad not allowed? The Gemara says, not the introduction. His introduction actually says, "Mesu bo ubein kol zad." The pasuk doesn't begin flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately with a discussion about Mesu bo, and then it says, "Zad lo yochav kodesh." So it doesn't flow directly. Like doesn't flow directly. There's a translation. So they teach me that the sound of the true is doing the kind of stuff. Okay. Whereas this is the kasha, the English, the Lisa, these are the people who are high, Lisa, Zana, Okala, Satuma, and not only Truma, because it's very expensive that not only is still doing the kind of stuff, which much is no, Lisa, that's what I'm saying. So bringing up again, bringing up a Mishnah. We know nice is like this. So go ahead, you're bringing this raya after the drug. So the man says, drug, kind of who we call it. That is Hanok, and that is the drug. Okay, the one thing that happens to be, that in this list, Hanok for the nice, we possibly that to be an example is highly inspiration. Okay, that's what I said. Then the commission
Also, is this an ad?
Those that does like both of these types so much. But I haven't made a deal. This is the exact discussion we had before. The name of the commission should be so how do we know the Cohen is coming? Yeah, both of these in the brush that is kind of so. Sit, Shabra, Ali, Dalfonov, the masculine touching in the snow, or you have a little exchange touch. Okay. The buzz says, keep the iron in the sun. And they said, be careful. You have to be careful. Touch them up in the snow. You should not profane my holy name. Once again, you know this. Wow. So we need to do a Shabbat. Ma la'alon b'misa, akan b'misa. That's like a little consumption of Kuma. It's misa b'shamayim. So again, the person is coming, on the time, does the avodah. And you said b'shamayim. I says the Gemara 1 second. Same as you had before. The nail it. Kilo minosa. Ooh. Why not make the Tzir Shabbat kilo minosa? And remember the verse says, Mama Alan Kais Atan Kais. The Sanshtam knows there's 3 Kais. So what do we say? It says kilo, it says kilo by Nosa, and it says kilo by. Going with 20 just the avodah. Just like Nosa is Kais. So he just going, does it, does that one to come up. Those are kind of Kais. Which measure is going to stop up. Your Kuma ability. What's the sense to learn out Kuma case from Kuma? You must have Shekin Growth. That's interesting enough, both of the cases of Truma as well as Truma have to do again with the body of the people. Both are states Mikvah, as we go to the Rabbi, both have a plural washing of the These are actually how many you cover Rabbi, how many Shushuvim, you cover Sha'afat Truma. So both was coming to the avodah, and a point was coming to Truma, shapes to the avodah. First of all, both of them, they are disqualifications in their country. Ushneim Sulim Truma, right? Both of them are in Truma. The Yeshlam have the mikvah. Both of you remedy by mikvah. If you do love Lashon, and also both share Lashon in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something that's not so fast. Let's learn how the point does the avodah by from Nosa. After all, other Shekin, Kodesh, Nim, Hegel, the Nosa. There's no side and all of these other Kodesh, Kamish, Shinish, Lashon, Kakashin, Nosa, Kodesh, Ushtei Bechim. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with Kodesh. Nim, both of them deal with the inside, right? Or sorry, inside of the Kodesh. And both are subject of Hegel and Nosa. Which the Gemara says, one thing about the case between looking before his ears, that really is
horrified by that.
so it kind of
Because he's like
carries
on
the weight
Showtime
of
and
this
they're
is you
showing
rather
that he's
compare
literally
two
going to
things
put out
that have the
that
same
they
level
don't
of
even
fuel.
know is going to be the
Since
real
again,
copy.
pure form of
Yeah.
fuel
Because
is
like think
used
about
by
back in time, this is
the
like
pure form of
hearing about
someone
9/11
used by a
beforehand.
person only does the hold
And
of
they
someone. Therefore,
should say
again, we will
9/11
link
for the
them
comedy
together.
community.
We'll figure out
Yeah,
what
exactly.
that
They
has.
should have 9/11, the
So
9/11
evil
comedy,
consumption,
right?
right?
That's
According to
essentially what
coming
Gringo
to
Poppy
Chinese
was.
right?
Poppy never
So
forget.
too,
These
according
guys
to
are like
coming
huge
who does
YouTube
the
guys, and
Avoda
they
is
hear that
also
he's doing
carrying
YouTube, and they're like, "What are you,
it's
insane?"
incredible. I was just like it. Svoyom Shishkish, next in line. Svoyom. This by day, and he still requires nightfall. He does the this claim does the Avoda. He's high Misa Vidisha. Says the Gemara, no, where do you know this? Besides that, you see my Omer, first white line, and the Gemara is Rabbi Futfoyo. From where do you know? Oh, the Fakoi is it Fuyo. He went to the mikvah by day, but he still needs having the sun go down. How do I know that his avoda is below Inayim? I'm going to Kedoshim to you later. Hallelujah. Plus, it says, to your God, and do not forsake.
Whether you're just random podcasters in a club or a huge rich guys that everybody hates in America when you beat shot.
Remember again, if I don't this process, it means that a Kohen who does the avodah tumah is chayiv. Again, you're going to use it to mean that a Kohen who does the avodah is chayiv to be shemayim, or I should say, it's chayiv. It's chayiv. I don't know that it's chayiv to be shemayim. It's yalif, chilo mishima. We make a dirshav of chilo mishima, mala halon b'misa, afkan b'misa. Just like by truma, if a Kohen was coming to truma. And he's so again, according to he's also trying to use incredible. It was again, like I said about last week, this passage is the tzaddik. Right, the Kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing, failure to do so. Right, it doesn't really about it, doesn't clothes the tzaddik, and he still does the avodah. It's kind of Nisa, DJ Shaman. It says, you know, from everything else is strong. I'm not the avodah, I'm not the open, we must be the Shimi, the Aganta Osam Athlete. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, literally you shall gird them. You shall gird them with a belt. Right? I mean, the belt is one of the He's mentioned it there, Aleim, Kirunasam Aleim. When their clothing, when their clothing is upon them, then their kahuna is upon them. Right? Because the Lashon, you have to really keep rest of us. Rest of us is the Shagatim also athlete. Right? You should put a belt on them. Aglo Mubana, the Karash on the bows, put the hats on them. I saw, and you know, the Kikas over. And the kahuna will be there for when is the kahuna there? When they wear the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, and I love when I say the kahuna, like, what do you mean? That if a Kohen does the avodah without the garden, then Allah for the most again, the avodah is muscle. Again, in this case, hadn't seen the Gemara says, so how will we know it? Because a Kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garments is the equivalent of a non-Kohen who does the avodah. And a non-Kohen who does the avodah is hadn't seen the So to a Kohen who does the avodah without the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing, is Kayit Nisa B'Dishon. So if I'm remember, it's actually choose from this. You learn that if a non-Kohen does the avodah, it's kind of incredible. That Kahuna only vests upon a Kohen when he's wearing the dress. So let's say it's such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on the one hand, Kahuna is unique. Remember again, what do you have to do to a Kohen? That's like no matter how well you behave, if you're not in, you're not in. Father's a Kohen, you're a Kohen. Father's not a Kohen, you can be able to talk about it. On one hand, when it is innate. On the other hand,
he's reading through in her
Well, I just love that, like, every time I see a clip of Crystalia on this, he's just angrier and angrier that he's really into it.
He's just like
That's your punishment. You treat women badly. Well, you gotta fucking next to a thick boy's phone. I'm sure.
Snapchats, the more he's
you
gonna
don't have to
put
learn
a
anything.
gear
You're
on
born a Jew or you convert to Jesus Christ. If you're Jewish, you have to do. And that's beautiful. And it's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like, what garments do you want to wear? A beggar represents something. Take from the world, everything outside, and then make it part of you, right? They say like clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up in a person's identity. So on a spiritual level, it might be godly. Are the answers are these. What is godly? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have the godly, you don't have the godly. If all your references are in Kedusha, if all you have is your name Kedusha, you're a Zar. You're like a baby. Like a baby, spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holy. It's beautiful, fantastic. But baby, you're absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holy? Every single kid has a name Kedusha. But right, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nicely clothed? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your successes? What's your stuff? And every single thing that you do in life is another day. Is another garment that you put on. And clothes make the man. Clothes make us real. Listen, think about it. One easy jacket that is such specificity regarding the movie of the body. Such specificity. So, we'll know when it's about being down. Because people are taking baths nowadays. And we want people to come to these places to be inspired. We need to see the point all dressed up. But I think like this is beautiful example. But it's also other people that remember my what is your point? What is the I'm like, what it means to be spirit of growth oriented spiritually. I want to see the coin is you need the coin, right? With no clothing. Right? You need the coin on the street. You need coin on the street, right? You need a message shop that you're getting pizza just like anybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first in love, right? Why? Because you have to respect him. I think he's not really the God, but it's still going. It's still going. Even without the God, it's still going. Because his innate identity is still going. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the wall. Now listen, it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always punished because I have made people. You want to become the best version of you? What clothing are you going to don? Right? And every day I decide, oh, today is going to be a jacket that's enough. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Hamatova. It's going to be a sweater of Chesed. Every day the goal is to layer more and more and more to go. Walking around clothing is still holy. And that's ultimately the need. But the birth that holy right ultimately by without the begotten you're not a Kohen. Without the begotten you can't study this word. With the begotten, let's go to the right there. Says the Gemara. I'm good. Next. This will rough out the Rabbi the Kohen does not go ahead and wash his hands. He does the idol. Says the Gemara, where you know? There's something on. It's said, there's no or a moed. You have to mind the Yamus. When it comes to the oil moed, you should go ahead and wash your hands, and they won't die. When you won't die, okay, it's pretty explicit. You wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. It's two sorry. Check out. The point is drank wine and did the apple. I need to be sure it says in our What about so again? The positive explicit. So it says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverage in duty of good. How do we know that a coin can't do the other form? It does so. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but you also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This ish halua rosh yayin. It compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Mashing yayin b'misa, just like drinking wine ultimately against misa. Afterward rosh. So to again, letting your hair grow. Maybe you have only long hair. What's like so much fun to be in this job. You know, washing your hands. Yes, you love to use wine. I'll say the kick out. But on a deeper level, what is it? So Rabbi says something so beautiful. He says, that one of the great challenges of being present is mikvah is you go to your head. You go to your head. And first, you utilize this as well to keep yourself out of environment. And ultimately, to just stroke his ego. So what happens? Every day comes the person who washes his hands and his feet. That is so beautiful. The feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish yourself. The Rabbi says that upon you up to the wash his own self-interest. I'm going to go not where I want to go. My feet, I'm going to go where the Baruch wants me to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want, I'm going to accomplish it. That the way that the coin goes ahead and enters into the mikdash is by washing away this. Washing away any personal interests. I'm going to be successful in this role. I got to do it to God. I got to do it to the team. I got to do it to some stuff. And I can't be doing it. What about the end? Why take the coin? Why don't you the most basic level? You can send it out to the Greek wines or nice and get made. And that's not about the meat. There's another use. That wine is very important and used by the release only about wine. But there's different kinds. So wine on one end, the yang is about that. Wine can go ahead and bring incredible joy. Like you know, Shabbos, Yom Tov, Purim Abba, and we go well. We come to the good, the joy should emanate from one person's life. And that's what we're special. There should be no external news in the life. You don't need it. And it's a tremendous idea. We need wine, different kinds of wine to kind of get us moving in that. That's the nature of man. Like we saw before, sometimes we need wine to take the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow us to listen to the But when you have such a closely trusted right now, I have a show coming out day of Tuesday night at the nightcap at night. So if you're a fan, if you want to see me one, Coco Briscoe did come to the Chatterbox last night. Check it out. Thanks for tuning in every week. We'll see you next week. To serve the inner precincts, the inner sanctum of Baruch. He does not need wine to be able to find something. In fact, he introduces wine that invalidates so much more than a great insurance company. Simcha, America's largest financial services company. Like how more than Singapore. For us also. Teach us to know we're all looking for happiness. Everything happiness comes like this. Some things happiness will come from money. Some things happiness will come from possessions. Some things happiness will come from career. That's going to come from this. And at the end of the day, happiness comes from one place.
For your assurance of financial needs nationwide is on your side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and Federal Columbus, Ohio.
Everything.
I wash my shop,
Unbridled,
so I can, make fun of that dumb gorilla head.
Hey guys, come on there for today. Oh yeah, come on, sorry I can't be there with you in person.
Thank you for tuning back in. If you hear a woman's laughter, that's because we have 80 letter messages over there on the side off camera. Yeah, of course she's not here. She would not be here, but welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Well, before we started, it's pretty hot in here. You might as well check out my jacket. Yeah, first.
I said good morning, there's this course. I said good morning, I want to type, but I'm not there in person. But I'm going to thank the catch up of the industry, the national course, legally, together. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in Yetz Hashem in the description on YouTube video as well as the podcast. Also, with that, let us begin today. That's the we are picking up on today's about 14 lines from the bottom of the dots. The mission of Kohen to see the fascinating mission of Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the Avodah and Seder so the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially get him out, give him to death. Concept right application of not in clothing was just like yesterday. So the Gemara says as follows: Kohen being an Achab Abuna Miyachim. Kohen to Shemi Kumo, how do you use the Yishmael? I know in Chai use the Yishmael. What if a Kohen does the Avodah in a ritual city? I mean, so what's the halacha? Is he Chai use the Yishmael? I'm not Chai. What is the halacha? I'm going to so again, remember, this is an Achabaguna asking from Sheshes, and Sheshes responds, he was in the Mishnah, Kohen to Sheish B'tumah. The Kohen did the avodah of a ritual state of impurity. Aim Achov HaKohen Levine also the baby. If the other Kohanim don't bring in, this is a Mishnah. Other Kohanim don't bring in the baby, no matter what they do. Ela Pirchei Kohuna Motzion also Chutz LaAzara. Young Kohanim take this Kohen and did the avodah of a state of impurity outside of the courtyard. Oppose them as local because they do the one that has taught. So what do you see from here? These are right from the Taiwanese Shemaim. The Shach gave the list over the Shemaim. And again, if Halach HaMaisa, we're making the assumption that a Kohen does the avodah in the state of Tumah, it's highly needs to be decided. Kill at the hand of heaven and leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let it go will do his job. The Torah will run his world. Why did the Pirchei Kuna, why did the Kohen have to take this guy and essentially give him to death? So the Gemara says, Elamai, Enochayim, rather it must be that Halach HaMaisa, a Kohen who does the avodah in the state of Tumah, is not Chayim in the state of Tumah. After the Gemara says, is there such a thing for an infraction? He says the butter, and we're going to make a person chayiv, so it must be that he's not chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim. Incredible. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says the butter, we don't exact punishment from such a thing. Go about how we please. But not nisha like of the Shana is not so again, we just learned some Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated his prohibition multiple times, and his high mouth was sorted after a certain number of times, he put him in the key box, he put him in the cell. Remember again, more than 10 times he can't stretch out. He put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then barley. He dies. Here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to David, what would David do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of Rabbi. So the person is butter, and yet he's looking for law enforcement, right? No, it's not even right. Because remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to put this, the Malchus shall Christus, no, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of cars, he violated the same prohibition multiple times. Now, the car is dating of an excuse person, but dating of the Malchus, such a person is deserving of death. Remember again, Gemara said, and clearly the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates that he doesn't value his life, so we just expedite the process of his death. What about the case of also Shabbos is Mishnah? What about the guy who steals the shards, the service utensil? So again, the Mishnah said, I'm voting he kills an individual. How many of you? So again, here's an example. If you bring the guy today who just the shards, what would they do? They have a case of theft. They back to the soul and move on. But yet again, we killed the guy. Or we killed the guy. What is he doing? And even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a control by a big thing, we will still go by a control. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not used to the t-shirts. Remember again, that case is different because no, they based it on a process. Remember again, and then you what about the guy who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also, I know in talking about it, as an example, if bring him to court won't do anything. We still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. But you're safe, you have to get close to him as small, the next thing you have already that's the case. Remember, we need to find that case. And to experience that such individuals actually personally very vulnerable. That's how we deal with it. I have all us like this. What about the case of all us like this? Like, what about a man-like relationship with a non-Jewish relationship? So again, remember, you guys, if you bring the guy to days in, maybe it's allowed. But when I saw, in clothing bowl, here's an example where the part of the quote-unquote exempt person, and anyway, which we might say, no, remember, remember again, that's right, remember again, he asked the question to Rab didn't know the answer, Hana had the dream, so Hashik in the dream, and therefore again, this idea that you can go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and with ball. This is, again, based on that concept, interpretation of that concept. Also, as you saw, I love our emotion, or in case rate, tomorrow is the concept of Moses. So again, just to keep track of our basic fundamental questions. The Kohen does the avodah in the state of ritual impurity. Is he chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question. That the Achos asked the from Rav Sheshes. Now Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So he said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a coin does get hold of a state of tumah, then Halacha L'Maisa, Kirtei Kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shesh's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was high Nisbedi Shamayim. So then again, the Kirtei Kuna can almost act as the Shluchei Hashem, the agents of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to that penalty. But if he's not high Nisbedi Shamayim, and at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who HaKadosh Baruch Hu practices? Which not ignore through all of these cases where, no, you have cases like that, where someone technically will not be liable in a technical, legalistic way, but yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay? Or I should say, liable to the death, liable to death at the hands of the criminal. Okay, the Gemara goes like, the Gemara says, the Gemara is the doctor. Here we go. Fascinating case. And you'll take the Habol, this is talking about different aspects of covenant. So the person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on a mincha, that's yote. Gold metal, ultimately again is mixing the flour with the oil. Poses. Certain knuckles would be baked off and crushed. So the act of crushing is called poses. Moleach, adding salt. Native is raising the mincha. Magic, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? Now, Mesada says or one plus the lechem on the actual cooking itself, or a naked or one who arranges the candle or the oil of the menorah, the hakomes, or one takes the meat, and then it uses the way the one takes the flour from cutting the pot, that clean it up in yours, and the kabel gum in buckets, or one who goes ahead and the kabel gum, he receives the blood of a brother that has been that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, Potter, one is Potter, and ultimately again, not kindness for it. Now, what is this talking about? So if you take a look at the last Rashi here, Rashi says, Bachutz in Asa Afas. So we're talking about over here is if a person performs any of these avodos outside of the base of the flesh. So again, so if a person, so that's the case. Pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, wait the mincha, brought the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles of the lights of the menorah. Through the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you give anything outside of the base of the mikdash, you are part of it. You are part of it. Now, this is very interesting because remember, there is a concept of shtichus. What shtichus? You're not allowed to share the covenant outside of the base of the mikdash. And that is related to you. Apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't focus on a days when it's the only thing you're fighting is you do by force the slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. It's it, Asher Yishvat, Ma'alev, it's it, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, the Zorik, the Yistabin, the Damshah, the Kohani, the Yesh Ahara Avodah, like this. Any sacrificial right that has another sacrificial right that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that purpose. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv doing after this movement are including sacrificial rights. So a good example of that would be shchita, slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rights, final actions that already have a corresponding follow-up action. So because of that, if you do it outside of the base of the mikdash, you are part of it. Okay, so let's say you might say, top of Pegimo, so you're not chayiv. Now, what are you not chayiv? Lo mishum zaros. I want, for example, let's say a Kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of the base of the mikdash, right? He poured the oil on the mikdash, he broke it up, he did all of these things. So if a non-Kohen did this outside, he would not be chayiv. Remember, normally it's a mitzvah. A non-Kohen does the act, so it's chayiv. So again, if any of these things were done, simply if a Kohen did it, and he was in a state of tumah, he also wouldn't be chayiv. Very interesting. Similarly,